Pokémon, the strongest trainer. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction, so don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 324, First Battle. Battle against the Factory. October 3rd, Thursday. The sun had just risen, its warm rays bathing the earth, bringing with them the scent of autumn. The communicator's screen suddenly lit up with a beep, a disturbing sound. Feng yawned, silently rising from his bed. He gazed resentfully at the communicator not far away, sighed softly, and then walked to the table. He picked up the communicator and, stunned by the note that appeared on it, thought for a few seconds before pressing the answer button. Hello. Is this Mr. Feng? This is Yashida. Do you remember me? The Battle Frontiers facilities have been repaired, and the pioneer leaders have returned to Hoenn. When are you free to come and challenge the frontier? Yashida's voice came through the communicator, tentatively addressing Feng. Feng didn't know if it was his imagination, but he detected a hint of nervousness in Yashida's words, leaving him perplexed. Feng pondered for a moment, then reviewed his schedule. Seeing no conflicts, he replied directly to Yashida, Mr. Yashida. I should be heading to the Battle Frontier tomorrow. Tomorrow, Yashida paused, then repeated himself. Then I'll be at the Battle Frontier, awaiting your arrival. Feng put down his communicator, stretched lazily, and headed to the bathroom. After a quick wash, he went downstairs. A few minutes later, Feng arrived at the hotel's courtyard. He gazed at the beautiful woman, who sat lazily on a chair in the courtyard, intently reading a book. His eyes widened. Her golden hair flowed down her slender waist, a faint blush tinging her fair face. Her black windbreaker swayed in the breeze, and the golden sunlight shone brightly, making everything seem beautiful. Sharona, as if sensing something, wrinkled her nose slightly, subconsciously glancing towards Feng. Upon noticing Feng's dazed look, a smile crept across her beautiful face, the perfect curve of her lips deepening her dimple. Good morning, she beamed, waving at him. Hearing Sharona's silvery voice, Feng gradually came to his senses. A faint blush crossed his face, and he faltered as he said, Good morning, Zulin. Sharona's expression faltered slightly at Feng's address, a hint of shyness flickering across her beautiful eyes. To prevent Feng from seeing her like this, Sharona quickly asked, Why did you wake up so early today? That's not like you. Feng sniffed the air, sighed silently, and said, I was woken by Mr. Yashida's call. He yawned a few times, still feeling a little sleepy. Sharona glanced at Feng with some surprise and asked casually, Is it the Battle Frontiers Yashida? Feng nodded, walked directly to the stool across from Sharona, and sat down without any ceremony. So he wants to invite you to the Battle Frontier? Sharona smoothed her hair, her eyes filled with curiosity. Feng replied somewhat helplessly, I already accepted his invitation when I first came to the Hoenn region. I plan to go to the Battle Frontier tomorrow to try my luck. Crossed out. Ahem. Give it a try. Sharona looked at Feng mischievously, a thoughtful expression on her face, then whispered, Then I'll go with you tomorrow. Yeah. Okay, let's go together tomorrow, Feng replied subconsciously. Then, as if realizing something, he looked at Sharona with wide eyes, hesitantly glancing at her. Did you just say you wanted to go with me to the frontier? I seem to remember you aren't going back to Sina. Sharona's beautiful eyes fixed on Feng. She slowly closed the book in her hands and turned to leave the courtyard, leaving only the faint scent and a stunned Feng behind. She walked to the courtyard's exit, then suddenly paused. A smile curled her lips as she spoke softly. I'm not going back to Sina for now. Wusong and I will handle the alliance's affairs. Feng stared blankly at the disappearing figure, a look of shock on his face. He whispered, You're worthy of me. The champion of slacking off. At that moment, an image suddenly flashed through his mind. Wusong, the Sina region psychic king, who, due to excessive overtime and late nights, lost all his hair and eventually died suddenly at Alliance headquarters. The thought made Feng shudder, a wave of pity for Wusong. The next morning, Feng was awakened by the alarm he'd set yesterday. He checked the time and slowly rose to wash up. He released several of his Pokémon and quietly prepared their own energy cubes. Feng. Today's Battle Frontier Challenge. Rotom, hovering in midair, couldn't help but remind him, glancing at the information popping up in the Pokédex. Feng nodded and said to Rotom, I understand, Rotom. We'll be leaving soon. Not long after, Feng arrived at the hotel lobby and saw Sharona waiting there. A blushing expression escaped his lips, and he hurried over. Sharona gazed at Feng's blushing face and smiled silently, seemingly amused. 3 hours later, the two, each on their own flying Pokémon, followed Rotom's map to the battle frontier in the Hoenn region and slowly descended. Gazing at the massive battle facility not far away, Feng's eyes flickered slightly, and he and Sharona arrived at the battle frontier gate together. At this moment, Yashida, who had been waiting there, saw Feng and immediately approached them. Mr. Feng, and Champion Sharona, welcome to the battle frontier, he excitedly exclaimed as he looked at Feng and Sharona. Feng looked at the fat man before him and said softly, Mr. Yashida. I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting. Sharona nodded and smiled briefly, saying nothing more. Yashida shook his head slightly and said, Mr. Feng is a hero who saved the Hoenn region. It's my honor to be here waiting for you. Which event would you like to challenge first today? Feng pondered silently for a few minutes, then slowly raised his head and looked directly at Yashida. I've heard that Mr. Dara, the leader of the battle factory, is very powerful. I'd like to choose him as my first opponent. Yashida was stunned for a moment, then nodded and led Feng and Sharona into the battle frontier. In that case, Mr. Feng, please follow me over here and register. Then, led by Yashida, Feng and Sharona arrived at the registration area. After briefly registering their information, they headed towards the battle factory. 10 minutes later, Feng and his group arrived in front of a massive steel plant. Gazing at the gleaming metallic structure before them, they paused for a moment before continuing inside. Dara, come out. A new challenger has arrived, Yashida shouted as they walked. Bang! A heavy sound echoed, like some large machine overturning and crashing to the ground. Confused, Feng and the others hurried in the direction of the sound. Ahem, this is such a headache. A middle-aged man dressed like a cowboy said helplessly as he struggled to climb out of an overturned SUV. Dara. You're fiddling with those things again, Yashida sighed, his voice filled with regret. Dara looked at Yashida with displeasure, patted his SUV, and said with his head down, Mr. Yashida. What do you mean by these things? This is my hobby, you know, these two are the challengers this time, right? Please follow me over here and choose the Pokémon you wish to challenge. Feng and Sharona exchanged glances, unable to resist a laugh. They softly explained, Mr. Dara. This time, the challenger is only me, and I hope to challenge your Articuno. We'll use the TV anime version here, as the game mode takes too long. Dara and Yashida were stunned upon hearing this, staring at Feng in disbelief. But seeing the determination in his eyes, Dara nodded and replied with a smile, I understand. Please follow me in. I grant your request. Led by Dara, everyone entered the battle factory and waited for the competition to begin. Chapter 325, The Symbol of Knowledge. Articuno vs. Articuno. 15 minutes later, when everything was ready, Feng slowly approached the battleground. His eyes met with Dara, the leader of the opposing battle factory. Dara sensed the fighting spirit emanating from him, a smile spreading across his resolute face, his eyes sparkling. Interesting. Such a fighting spirit. Let me see what you're made of. Dara nodded, stretched out his right hand, and lightly snapped his fingers. As if triggering some mechanism, the entire battleground suddenly shook. Rumble. Rumble. The semicircular dome of the battle factory suddenly split open, forming a symmetrical shape that slowly squeezed inwards. Instantly, golden sunlight streamed into the battleground, illuminating the flat ground and casting a golden hue on the battleground. Dara smiled at Feng and silently whistled. Articuno let out a high-pitched cry, flapping its wings and swooping down from the sky, showering tiny specks of bright blue ice crystals before gracefully landing on the ground. Is that Articuno? Yashida gasped, awestruck, as she sensed the sudden chill within the battle factory. As expected of her legendary Pokémon, Mr. Feng, can he really defeat such a powerful Pokémon? But even after sighing in admiration, she couldn't help but worry about Feng, fearing he wouldn't be a match for Articuno and would lose in this first round. To revitalize the battle frontier, Yasuda had invited reporters from the television station, intending to broadcast the event live, drawing everyone's attention to the battle frontier. If Lu Feng lost his first match, wouldn't he be a muggle? The thought filled Yasuda with melancholy, and she couldn't help but sigh. Sharona smoothed her hair with her fair fingers, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lu Feng, not far away. A resolute gleam shone in her voice. She spoke forcefully, "Mr. Yasuda, the match hasn't even begun yet. Please don't jump to conclusions. Lu Feng isn't that simple. Since he's chosen to challenge Articuno, he's confident of victory." Upon hearing Sharona's words, Yasuda appeared apologetic, but internally, she couldn't help but grumble. Knowing the outcome was now a done deal, she could only quietly await the outcome. On the battlefield, Lu Feng carefully examined Articuno. Using his wave power, he discovered that its strength seemed only at the level of an early-stage celestial king. He was immediately disappointed. But then, reflecting on the historical trajectory of how Articuno had been crushed by Xiaozi's Charizard, he felt a sense of relief. After all, at that time, Ash had only conquered 3 regions, and his Pokémon's strength was far from reaching its peak. Articuno, a legendary Pokémon with its own tribe, inevitably had individual strength differences. With this thought in mind, Lu Feng withdrew his gaze, took out a Pokéball, and flipped the switch. With a flash of blazing red light, an equally elegant bird Pokémon, emitting a deep chill, appeared on the battlefield and chirped loudly. Chirp! In that instant, everyone in the battle factory was stunned by the Pokémon Lu Feng had sent out. Articuno. Another one has appeared, Yasuda muttered, a bit stunned. Sharona showed a hint of surprise, as if also shocked by the scene, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly. Dara stared at Lu Feng in disbelief, her eyes filled with shock. Another Articuno. Lu Feng looked at everyone calmly, his eyes as calm as water, standing quietly and appearing completely indifferent. A moment later, as Dara gradually recovered, he looked at Lu Feng with a complex expression, sighing softly, "Mr. Lu Feng, this is truly unexpected, Mr. Dara, please enlighten me." Lu Feng, looking across at Dara, suddenly smiled. Dara nodded, then glanced at the Articuno before him, locking eyes. Articuno seemed to sense Dara's anticipation, its bright red eyes fixed on its kin across from it. It let out a high-pitched cry, its fighting spirit ignited. Lu Feng's Articuno glanced at it, then, sensing its presence, silently preened its feathers, appearing somewhat unimpressed. At this moment, Dara and Lu Feng exchanged glances and simultaneously addressed their Articuno. Articuno, freeze beam, Articuno, air slash. Instantly, as their voices rang out, both Articunos moved simultaneously, fluttering their icy blue wings and soaring towards their opponent. A flash of blue light flashed from Dara's Articuno, condensing into a chilling aura. It spewed an icy blue beam at Lu Feng's Articuno, attempting to freeze it. Ice beam. Seeing this, Lu Feng's Articuno sensed the opponent's energy fluctuations. A flicker of disdain flashed across its red eyes, and it let out a high-pitched cry. It fluttered its wings, slashing out with sharp blades of air. Air slash. A split second later, the two attacks collided. Under the incredulous gazes of the crowd, the piercing air slash directly split the ice beam and slashed towards Dara's Articuno. Faced with the astonishing power of the air slash, Dara's Articuno seemed unable to react, stunned by the scene. Without a single movement, it was struck by the air slash. Its icy blue feathers scattered, drifting across the battlefield, a scent of withering air permeating the air. Chew! Under the powerful impact, Dara's Articuno let out a mournful cry, slamming to the ground. Its face was filled with pain, as if it had suffered severe damage. Seeing this, Lu Feng's Articuno didn't continue its attack. Instead, it hovered in midair, preening its wings with its short gray beak. Dara's pupils constricted as he watched the scene, stunned and speechless. He hadn't expected that even though they were both Articunos, the difference could be so drastic. Yasuda was stunned for a moment, then became completely excited. She quickly looked at the photographer beside her and asked him to capture the scene as beautifully as possible. Sarona's expression was remarkably calm, as if she had anticipated this outcome. The smile on her lips remained unchanged. Dara was silent for a moment, frowning at the Articuno. "Articuno, are you okay?" Hearing this, Articuno, suppressing the pain in his body, stared directly at the other Articuno, shook his head sharply, and took flight again. Dara watched Articuno return to the sky, secretly relieved. Then, with a solemn expression, he looked across at Lu Feng, a heavy pressure rising within him. Articuno, use Divine Bird's special attack. Upon receiving Dara's command, Articuno quickly folded its wings and, flying low and swiftly, launched a charge at Lu Feng's Articuno, seemingly hoping to gain an advantage. Divine Bird's special attack. Lu Feng glanced at the Articuno, silently shook his head, and said calmly, freeze beam. The next moment, due to the considerable disparity between the two Articunos, Lu Feng's Articuno remained unfazed by the oncoming foe. Just as Dara's Articuno was about to appear, Lu Feng's Articuno's eyes flashed coldly, and its body emanated a terrifying icy aura, instantly chilling the battlefield. Gusts of cold wind suddenly appeared, sweeping across the entire battlefield. At the same time, it concentrated its intense icy energy, emitting a beam of intense blue-white light from its mouth, which collided directly with Dara's Articuno. Under the gaze of the crowd, Dara's Articuno felt the freezing cold, its body encased in ice. As if powerless to resist, it instantly lost its ability to fight. It gradually transformed into an icy rock and crashed to the ground, carving a huge crater in the flat ground. Cracks spread outward, and in a flash, the entire ground was covered in ice. Dara trembled, stunned, as if he had not yet reacted. Yashida looked at the dilapidated venue, and felt a pang of pain at the thought of having to pay a large sum of money to repair the site, which had just been repaired. Sirona said nothing, her eyes full of smiles. She leaned on the railing with one hand, showing off her graceful figure hidden under her black windbreaker. After a while, Dara gradually regained consciousness. Looking at the still trapped Articuno, she silently released her diamond horn and let it use jet flames to thaw Articuno. It took about half an hour to free Articuno from the trap. One can imagine how terrifying the ice energy that Lu Feng's Articuno possessed was. After seeing Articuno freed, Dara couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She walked towards Lu Feng, took out a golden badge, and handed it directly to Lu Feng. You're truly formidable. Mr. Lu Feng, this is proof of victory over the battle factory, the symbol of knowledge. Please carry this symbol of knowledge and continue on your journey. Lu Feng accepted the token, nodded to Dara, and said, Mr. Dara, I will. My goal this time is to conquer the battle frontier. Dara smiled with satisfaction, his eyes filled with anticipation. Afterward, Lu Feng and his companions left the battle factory. As the sky darkened, they paused their challenge and headed towards the hotel in the battle frontier, intending to rest for the night. Chapter 326, Dominate the Battle Zone. October 10th, Thursday. Time flew by, and a week had already passed since Lu Feng arrived at the battle frontier. Chasing one battle facility per day, Lu Feng gradually reached the final facility, the battle pyramid. Looking at the 6 glittering golden symbols before him, and reflecting on the past few days' experiences, Lu Feng couldn't help but smile. The next day, facing the battle arena's main player, Hoenn, Lu Feng won a 2 vs 2 challenge through roulette and immediately sent out his Bangura and Garkump combination. With his masterful sandstorm strategy, he sent the entire battle arena into a whirlwind of dust and rock. Under the gazes of Hoenn Chalam and Chaoli Wang, he swept the arena with a double earthquake, thus claiming the golden symbol of perseverance. On the third day, during the Battle Dome Challenge, the Dome Superstar Hills and Lu Feng faced off in a doubles match. Lu Feng pondered for a few minutes before sending out a Tajikus and Eevee combination to counter Sil's Arcanine and Swampert. He capitalized on Tajikus's luck and his close relationship with Eevee, employing a highly skilled play style. A combination of a flinching air slash and a powerful repaying impact taught Sil's a lesson about the perils of society, earning him the gold tactics badge. On the 4th day, Lu Feng arrived at the battle pipe. Gazing at the winding, maze-like battle pipe, he sent out his own Jengar, and through Jengar's army of ghosts, he successfully located the pipe queen, Thistle. The difficulty of the battle pipe lies largely in locating the queen while preserving his own Pokémon strength. Lu Feng's deceptive tactics stunted Yashida, who was following closely behind him, and she called him unsportsmanlike. Ultimately, Lu Feng's Jengar slew Thistle's snake and Melodic, earning the gold luck badge. On the 5th day, they challenged Palace Guardian Yu Kang's Battle Palace. On the 6th day, they headed to the Battle Tower to face Battle Lord Lila. Sharona seemed to sense Lu Feng's joy, a smile flickering in her beautiful eyes. She softly said, "You seem to be in a good mood." Lu Feng turned his head, looked at Sharona, and replied with a satisfied expression, "Of course. After all, it's great to witness the strength of the battle frontier leader and battle legendary Pokémon. Following closely behind them, Yashida curled her lips, feeling a pang of pain in her heart. You just wanted to say take advantage of the situation, didn't you? Yashida thought silently, feeling a chill run down her spine. Lu Feng, Greek letter Omega, then, Lu Feng and Sharona, led by Yashida, gradually entered the battle pyramid and arrived at the battle arena within. Meanwhile, the pharaoh god age of the battle pyramid was already ready within the arena. He looked at Lu Feng, slowly approaching, and said solemnly, "Challenger. Are you ready?" Lu Feng nodded, then, with a burning gaze, he said to Kamishiro, "Mr. Kamishiro, I heard you captured Registeel, Regirock, and Regis. I wonder if I could see them together this time." Kamishiro stared directly at Lu Feng, then froze in surprise. "Huh? I just captured these 3 Pokémon not long ago. How did you know about them?" Lu Feng lowered his head and replied calmly, "I was once in the desert north of Violet City." "I see." Kamishiro suddenly understood. "Then I agreed to your request." A minute later, at the referee's signal, Kamishiro released Regis first and looked at Lu Feng. Yashida stared at Regis before Kamishiro, startled and incredulous, as if he wasn't quite prepared for Kamishiro to capture the 3 pillars. He swallowed subconsciously, realizing that repairing the battle pyramid after this battle would likely cost him another fortune in alliance coins. While Sharona's face showed a hint of surprise, she didn't harbor any other concerns. After all, she'd heard from Dago and Mikali that Lu Feng's team seemed to have a champion-caliber Deoxys. On the battlefield, Lu Feng observed Regius before him, silently assessing his strength. He realized it seemed to be only near champion level, and a wave of doubt gripped his heart. Could it be that it's been sealed for too long, preventing its full recovery? Lu Feng rubbed his nose, wondering to himself. Then, after a moment's deliberation, he suddenly made a decision and tossed out a Pokeball. As he pressed the button on the Pokeball, a blazing red light erupted, and Charizard, flapping its wings, breathed a fiery breath of flame toward the sky. "Oh. Is it Charizard?" Trying to rely on its stat advantage, Shinde sensed Charizard's aura and stared intently at it, a mixture of sadness and joy. "Challenger. Let me see your strength, Regis." Railgun. As Shinde's voice rang out, the previously calm Regius suddenly moved. His crystal-like form emanated a chilling aura, as if veiled in a chill wind. The 7 yellow dots forming the plus on his face flickered faintly. The next moment, the plus on Regius's face shone to its fullest, instantly connecting into one. A powerful electrical energy was accumulated, aimed directly at Charizard, and a hissing stream of intense current was released. Railgun. Like a cannonball, it was about to strike Charizard. In a flash of lightning, Charizard spread its wings and leaped skyward, dodging the Railgun's attack. Charizard, blast fire! Charizard received Lu Feng's command, and the flames burning on its tail began to flare fiercely, instantly entering a raging state, spewing blazing flames at Regius. Blaze fire. The scorching flames swept through, gradually raising the temperature in the room and temporarily dispelling the chill emanating from Regius. Gazing at the incoming multicolored flames, Kamishiro showed no sign of panic, nor did he attempt to force Regius to dodge. Instead, he issued a new attack order. "Regis, split the flames with your lightning fist." Instantly, Regius's body moved, his cylindrical ice crystal arms swirling with horsel electricity as he charged fearlessly towards Charizard in the sky. Thunder Fist. At that moment, lightning and flames collided, and a terrifying explosion shook the entire facility. Lightning Ace blasted through Charizard's flames and charged directly at it. "Challenger. Regius is no ordinary Pokémon. Your attempt to use fire to counter it might be misguided." A smile suddenly crossed Kamio's lips as he watched the scene unfold. The ice within its body is enveloped in -200-degree cold air. Even the flames of a fire-type Pokémon can't melt it. Mr. Kamio, that's not necessarily true. Lu Feng looked up at Kamio, his face brimming with confidence. Kamio's brow furrowed, his expression a puzzled gaze as if pondering his words. Suddenly, "Oh my god. Regius's body," a voice from nearby, Yashida's, snapped Kamio back to reality, and he looked up at Regius. At that moment, Regius had already appeared near Charizard and was about to attack with a Thunder Fist, but before it could act, it felt a blazing heat rising from its body, a terrifying temperature that continued to rise. Under the scorching flames, Regius let out a wail, his body plummeting involuntarily, crashing directly to the ground. The multicolored flames intertwined with the icy blue crystals, creating an indescribable beauty, like a song of ice and fire, leaving everyone who witnessed it transfixed. What's going on? Why is Regius? Kamishiro muttered in disbelief, seemingly bewildered. He carefully observed Regius and Charizard, inadvertently noticing the flames at Charizard's tail, and a thoughtful expression crossed his face. There's something wrong with that Charizard's flames. Feng quietly glanced at Kamishiro, knowing he had already identified the problem, and he stopped holding back. Charizard, Buddha's Wrath Lotus, third form. Upon hearing this, Charizard roared skyward, its fire energy surging through its hands, gradually forming a multicolored lotus of fire, emanating a wave of destructive energy, which it hurled directly at Regius. Kamishiro cautiously observed the bizarre fire lotus, his face filled with solemnity. He quickly addressed Regius. Regius, unleash your maximum destructive ray. Regius's plus sign flickered. Suppressing the pain, he concentrated a powerful ray and fired it at Charizard's location. Boom! Several terrifying explosions echoed, and a puff of black smoke enveloped the battlefield, obscuring all vision and making it difficult to discern the situation. After an indeterminate amount of time, the smoke gradually dissipated, and everything returned to calm. Charizard, bracing itself on the ground with its hands, gasped for breath, seemingly exhausted by the recent attack. Meanwhile, Regius, crushed by the astonishing power of the Buddha's Wrath Lotus, was engulfed in flames, losing his last remaining fighting ability. Everyone watched in disbelief, unable to help but exclaim. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. With Feng's Gardevoir using Psychic Break, powerfully defeating Kamishiro's Registeel, the frontier match finally came to a close. After reclaiming his Registeel, Kamishiro gazed at Feng, not far away, and with a sigh, he took out a golden badge, the symbol of courage, and handed it directly to Feng. Challenger. Congratulations on obtaining the symbol of courage. Upon hearing this, Feng silently took the final symbol from Kamishiro and placed it in the box containing the symbol markers. At that moment, Feng had collected all 7 golden symbols of the battle frontier, successfully achieving his goal of dominating the battle frontier. Chapter 327 The Promise of the Seven Nights Comet. In the Hoenn region, in the battle frontier, Yashida sat comfortably in his office, sipping coffee and humming a few tunes. He stared in the mirror, wondering how long it had been since he'd felt so happy. Time flies, Yashida thought to himself. It seems like it hasn't been this exciting since the battle frontier lost its spotlight to its Kalos counterpart, the Battle Castle, 2 years ago. Fortunately, thanks to the live broadcast of Feng's challenge, some trainers around the world have turned their attention back to the battle frontier. The battle frontier's popularity has rebounded, much to Yashida's relief. Suddenly, there was a knock on the office door. Yashida gazed at the door and said cheerfully, "Come in." As his voice trailed off, the door slowly swung open, and 7 figures appeared before him, one after another, much to his surprise. As Yashida gazed at the 7 pioneering minds before him, a foreboding feeling welled up in his stomach, and he swallowed hard. "Everyone. Why did you find time to come to me today when you weren't at your own battle facilities?" Dara, Huangguaxiang, and the others exchanged glances, then stared at Yashida in silence for a long moment, their faces filled with resentment. "Mr. Yashida, there's something I might need your attention on." "Oh? What's wrong?" "Due to Mr. Feng's challenges over the past week, a lot of the battle facilities have been damaged. To ensure a good experience for new challengers, we'd appreciate it if you could repair them as soon as possible." Upon hearing what Yu Kang, Jindai, and the others said, Yashida was stunned. He asked in disbelief, "I remember the battle facilities were just repaired a week ago, how could they be damaged so quickly?" "Mr. Yashida, you've been following Mr. Feng these past few days and watched his challenges in person. You should be aware of the destructive power of his Pokémon," Lila reminded him. As Lila spoke, she recalled her battle tower, a look of deep helplessness on her face. Hearing this, Yashida, recalling the events of the past few days, opened his mouth wide, momentarily speechless. A few minutes passed. His joy vanished, and he asked with a hint of melancholy, "So, how much will this repair cost?" The 7 of them exchanged glances, and finally, Zyagi stepped forward, silently extending his hand and gesturing a number to Yashida. "At least this amount, 500,000? That's still acceptable," Mr. Yashida. Not 500,000, but 5 million. You forgot a zero. Suddenly, Yashida stared at the seven of them with blank eyes, speechless for a long time, his face as dejected as a bereaved family. Hills and the others exchanged glances. Although they felt Yashida had been dealt a heavy blow, they couldn't help but offer a reminder. By the way, Mr. Yashida, since Mr. Lu Feng received a gold token and has already exchanged it for a large amount of resources in the frontier, our current inventory is insufficient to withstand the upcoming challengers. Please replenish it promptly. Also, I heard that Mr. Lu Feng will be staying in the frontier for the next few days to train his Pokémon. I'd like to ask you for leave. Yashida looked at the seven people in disbelief, his body trembling as he asked, "What are you talking about? He needs to stay in the frontier for a while to train his Pokémon? Fuck. He's not training his Pokémon. He's just taking advantage of me for free. With his Pokémon training methods, how much will it cost us to fight in the frontier? I'm working for him for nothing. This is a huge loss." Lila and the others smiled wryly, looking at the roaring Yashida and shaking their heads slightly. Time passed. About a week passed. Lu Feng nodded in satisfaction as he watched his weaker Pokémon improve significantly through combat and resource cultivation in the battle frontier. Lucario, in particular, was nearing the end of his Celestial King status thanks to Dago's Steel-type training tips, a thank-you gift from Sharona, and some unique resource recipes. Seeing the battle frontier completely exploited and the resources available for token exchange running out, Lu Feng began to consider leaving. Sharona found that Lu Feng was already packing his luggage. She looked at him with a smile on her face and asked mischievously, "Are you ready to leave the battle frontier?" "I do have this idea." Lu Feng nodded, sighed and said, "The battle frontier has entertained me for a long time. The will inside. The battle facilities and leaders inside. I have seen them all. It's time to leave." Sharona listened to Lu Feng's shameless words, thinking back to the battle frontier that had become more and more dilapidated in the past period of time. A smile flashed in her beautiful eyes, and the corners of her mouth curved into a perfect arc. She asked with a smile, "Are you sure it's because of the problems with the battle facilities and leaders?" "Not because there are no wool to be fleeced. How can a trainer challenge be called fleecing?" Lu Feng's face flushed slightly, as if his secrets were touched, and he couldn't help but defend himself. "I earned this honor and prize by following the proper rules of the challenge." Upon hearing this, Sharona's beautiful eyes flickered as she gazed at Lu Feng for a long moment. Seeing his impassive demeanor, she couldn't help but burst into laughter, bursting like fireworks. Lu Feng, somewhat mesmerized, held her gaze silently. Then, Sharona casually asked, "So, what are your plans next? Are you heading directly to the Sinar region?" As she spoke, she observed Lu Feng out of the corner of her eye, the book in her hand closing at some point. Lu Feng rubbed his nose, pondering the question himself. After a long pause, he shook his head slightly, answering uncertainly, "Maybe I'll go directly to Sinna, or maybe I'll go back to Blue Star. I'm not sure yet." Since Blue Star already existed in the Pokémon world, and Lu Feng had mentioned it to her before, Sharona wasn't particularly surprised by his decision. As she listened to this answer, a chorus of emotions raced through her: anticipation, disappointment, and a complex mix of emotions. But then, a faint blush crept across her face as she remembered something, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just then, the television in the hotel lobby suddenly broadcast an astronomical news item, instantly catching Sharona's attention. According to a recent announcement from the Center for Astronomy, a comet, rare once in a millennium, will appear in a week. The best viewing locations are on Chimney Mountain, Fawns, and Autumn Leaf Town. Those interested should travel in groups and make preparations early to avoid any regrets. Cannes TV reports. Sharona's face flickered with interest as she watched the news, then she fell silent. Lu Feng noticed her strange change and followed Sharona's gaze to the news. Recalling the events of the past, he suddenly turned to look at Sharona. Sharona felt his gaze and, just as a puzzled expression crossed her face, heard Lu Feng speak. "Zulin, when are you planning on returning to Sinna?" "I don't know yet. Maybe in 3 days. Then can you go back in a week?" "I heard a comet, rare once in 1,000 years, will appear in a week. There's a legend in my hometown that making a wish under a comet will have it come true. Are you inviting me to go with you? If you're the one going to see the comet with me, I'd say, that's an invitation, and I hope you'd agree." Lu Feng looked at Sharona intently and answered solemnly, his face filled with anticipation as he quietly awaited Sharona's response. Sharona blushed, her face hidden by her golden hair, and her graceful body trembled beneath her black trench coat. She froze for a moment, as if she were surprised by Lu Feng's words. A long moment passed. She suddenly laughed, and under Lu Feng's expectant gaze, she nodded softly. Okay. Gazing at Sharona's radiant smile, Lu Feng seemed a little drunk, his entire body dazed. It felt as if all this was unreal, yet the lingering fragrance on the breeze reminded him it wasn't. For a moment, Lu Feng felt as if overwhelmed by surprise, unsure of what to say. He could only manage, then it settled. This is our 7 nights comet appointment, Rodham. Help me plan my itinerary and write this on the calendar. Remember to remind me when the time comes. I don't understand. Rodham looked at Lu Feng like a fool, unable to comprehend his feelings. He could only mutter softly, then followed Lu Feng's instructions and wrote the appointment on the calendar. 7 nights comet appointment, Sharona muttered to herself as she watched, a smile creeping up her lips. Perhaps this will be a good experience. Chapter 328 Hearing the Voice of the Stars. October 23rd. The sky was clear and the autumn air was crisp. East of the Chimney Mountains, somewhere in the vast plains of the Fwans region, a classic magic show was taking place. Butler, gazing at the packed audience, held a magic wand in his left hand and a magic hat in his right, began his performance. The lights within the makeshift stage suddenly dimmed, and the spotlight focused directly on him. Butler gently shook his magic hat. Countless bluebirds flew out of the magic hat, chirping with a clear, melodious cry, drawing the audience's attention. Ash, his 4 companions, and Pikachu watched this sudden scene with stunned expressions, their eyes fixed on Butler's performance. As time passed, Butler successfully performed a firework trick, causing his assistant, Diane, to appear on the stage. She then held a purple cocoon stone and began to perform for the audience. This is amazing, Xiaoyao clapped her hands vigorously, watching the performance with great excitement. Brock nodded in agreement, squinting his eyes as he stared intently at Diane on the stage. He exclaimed in unwavering approval, "It's truly spectacular. The lighting and magic blend perfectly. It's so white and beautiful." Upon hearing this, Satoshi and Kakin's faces darkened. They looked at Brock helplessly, sighing, "Here we go again." Just then, on the stage, Diane lifted the purple cocoon stone high above her head, gazing expectantly at the audience, trying to discern something. The raised purple cocoon stone, as if sensing something, began to radiate a brilliant light under the lights, instantly catching Kakin's attention in the audience. "Calling me." Kakin, staring at the purple cocoon stone, seemed to hear intermittent sounds, which froze him for a moment. He instinctively glanced at Satoshi and the others nearby, only to hear Brock's perverted voice. "Hiring beautiful ladies to assist in magic shows is such a fantastic idea. Xia Gang, please get over yourself." Xiaoyao noticed the audience around them suddenly looking over at them. She blushed and stared at Xia Gang, tugging at his clothes. Xia Gang gradually came to his senses after hearing Xiaoyao's reminder and gave an awkward smile. "I couldn't help myself. The magic was just so amazing, I couldn't help myself." Everyone gave Xia Gang a meaningful look and turned their attention back to the stage. Then, Butler introduced his assistants and several Pokémon to everyone, drawing cheers and applause from the audience. Xia Sheng calmly watched Butler and the others, lost in thought as he listened to the thunderous applause. Suddenly, another voice reached Xia Sheng's ears, leaving him with a bewildered expression. Hearing the voice of the stars, Xia Sheng looked up at the dome of the makeshift theater, frowning at the brilliant incandescent lights dotted around it. "Who is speaking?" Perhaps having heard Xia Sheng's doubts, the purple cocoon stone in Diane's hand began to glow with a purple light, and a voice answered. "It's me, Jirachi." Xia Sheng muttered softly, gazing at the purple cocoon stone on the stage. Then, under everyone's gaze, Xia Sheng suddenly stood up and ran towards the stage. Xiaozi and the others watched Xia Sheng's actions, their faces filled with confusion, and they couldn't help but look at each other. There was silence for a few seconds. Xiaozi handed the popcorn and other snacks he was holding to Xiaoyao, stood up, and chased after Xia Sheng. On the stage, Butler and Diane, bewildered by Xia Sheng's sudden appearance, asked, "What's wrong, little brother? Is something wrong, huh?" "I heard a sound," Xia Sheng explained, gasping for breath as he stared directly at the cocoon stone in Diane's hand. "I really heard a sound. It came from this stone." Butler and Diane stared at Xia Sheng with shocked disbelief. Butler, in particular, smiled, his eyes flickering slightly, his breathing becoming increasingly rapid, as if he had heard something thrilling. An hour later, after waiting for the magic show to end, Butler approached Ozzy and the others and told them the legend of Jirachi. Jirachi, Ozzy murmured, looking at Butler in confusion. Sheng, Gang, and the others also expressed curiosity, their eyes fixed on Butler, silently awaiting his explanation. Butler glanced at Sheng from the corner of his eye, then at the cocoon stone in Diane's hand, and smiled. According to ancient legends, Jirachi awakens only once every 1,000 years to grant people their wishes. He now slumbers within this cocoon stone. Grant wishes. Gang's face was filled with shock. That sounds truly exciting. Oyo's breathing quickened, a glint in his eyes. He rubbed his chin, briefly pondered, then suddenly looked up. Then the voice Sheng just heard, wouldn't it be, It must be Jirachi, Butler said, his gaze fixed on Sheng, hinting. He will awaken from his slumber within 7 days of the Millennium Comet appearing, and he will choose a young man of pure heart, capable of protecting him, to be his companion. Suddenly, everyone fell silent, the entire makeshift theater hushed. Meanwhile, in Hoenn town, directly south of Feng's, Feng soaked in a steaming hot spring, watching the steam rising from time to time, a look of contentment on his face. Hot springs and autumn are a perfect match, especially the volcanic hot springs in Hoenn town, Feng exclaimed with delight. About 10 minutes passed. He slowly emerged from the hot spring, silently donned his yukata, stretched, and walked out of the hot spring room. Feng vigorously wiped the water droplets from his head with the hotel's white towel and looked towards Sharona's room. After getting dressed, he approached Sharona's room. Seeing the door open, Feng coughed softly and knocked on it. Sharona looked over, their eyes meeting Feng's, and a smile crept up her face. Feng walked over to Sharona and glanced at the books piled on her desk. He couldn't help but pick one up and flip through it. He saw a book about the myths of the area from Chimney Mountain to Hoenn town, and his eyelids fluttered. Are you researching local myths and legends? Feng asked casually. Sharona nodded gently and said excitedly, I just happened to see these books at the hotel front desk, so I borrowed them from the owner, hoping to study the ancient myths and legends of this land. As expected of a mythologist, you're always contributing to mythological research. Feng gave Sharona a strange look, suppressing his chuckle. Sharona rolled her eyes at Feng, but didn't answer directly. Instead, she spoke of her findings. I just looked up some information and found that this land seems to have been favored by a comet. Every 1,000 years, legends of wishes being granted spread. Wishes granted? Feng looked at Sharona thoughtfully. His brow furrowed as the image of a Pokémon suddenly popped into his mind. I've just remembered a mythical Pokémon that might be related to the myths and legends you have. Hearing Feng's words, Sharona quickly looked up, her curiosity evident. Seeing Sharona like this, Feng was stunned for a moment, his heart pounding. After struggling to calm himself, he spoke softly. It's said that the mythical Pokémon Jirachi awakens from its slumber when the Millennium Comet appears, forming a partnership with a pure-hearted youth. On the 7th day, it opens the Eye of Truth within its abdomen and helps him fulfill his wish. Jirachi's awakenings only last for 7 days each time. Now that the Millennium Comet is about to appear, perhaps it's time for him to awaken again. Sharona listened to Feng's explanation, slightly lost in thought. To think there's such a Pokémon? She was silent for a moment, reflecting on what Feng had just said, and said with a touch of sadness. It can only awaken for 7 days in 1,000 years, followed by a long slumber. Actually, I'm quite grateful to Jirachi, Feng suddenly said, looking at Sharona, who was in low spirits. Sharona looked at Feng blankly, somewhat confused, as if she didn't quite understand what he meant. Feng smiled as he met Sharona's gaze, his expression remarkably gentle. Like the chirping of cicadas in summer, like the withering of trees in autumn, he taught me to live in the present moment and to cherish the one in front of me. Instantly, Sharona's heartbeat quickened as she heard his words. A faint blush crept across her face, and she trembled. Is he confessing his love to me? Sharona thought frantically, her heart pounding. She quickly turned her head away, not daring to meet Feng's gaze. For a moment, the entire room felt enchanting. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 329, 1,000 Years in a Moment, Jirachi Awakens. The moon was bright, the night hazy. Its light streamed across the landscape like flowing water, adorning the vast, barren plain with a breathtaking beauty. Brilliant fireworks rose into the night sky, a dazzling display of color against the pitch-black night. Xia Sheng leaned against a large rock not far from the magic troop, his eyes fixed on the purple cocoon stone he held in his arms. He recalled Butler's words to him, an expression of deep anticipation on his face. As the north wind swept in, dark clouds began to drift away, revealing the previously obscured sky. Suddenly, a strange sight appeared in the night sky. A millennium comet, trailing a slender tail, began to appear in the sky, bringing a unique beauty. Millennium, the Millennium Comet is starting to appear. Xia rubbed Pikachu with his hand, looking up at the comet streaking across the sky, and couldn't help but exclaim. Pika, Pika, chirp. Pikachu's ears twitched slightly, and he huddled in Xia's arms, his eyes sparkling. This should be the first night the Millennium Comet appears. How wonderful it would be to admire the beautiful sight with a beautiful older sister, Brock sighed, looking up at the comet in the sky. Xia quickly took out a dream star she had just bought from the market, pointed it at the Millennium Comet, and made a wishing gesture. I need to make a wish quickly. Meanwhile, Xia Sheng, clutching the purple cocoon stone, had unknowingly fallen asleep. Xia and the others smiled knowingly at this scene, gazing at the comet in the sky with awe and whispering to each other. A comet that appears once every 1,000 years, so long. For us humans, 1,000 years might seem like an eternity, but for the stars in the sky, it's probably just a fleeting moment. 1,000 years is just a moment. It really does seem a bit unbelievable. After a brief exchange, Xia regained consciousness and quietly looked at the sleeping Xia Sheng. A gentle expression crossed her face, and she began to sing a soft lullaby, which echoed quietly under the moonlit night. A few minutes later, under the comet's starlight, the purple cocoon stone resonated with Xiao's lullaby, emitting a dazzling glow and waking Xia Sheng from his sleep. The stars are calling me. At the same time, a childish voice reached everyone's ears, shocking Xia and the others as they gazed at the purple cocoon stone before them, their breathing becoming rapid. As everyone watched, the purple cocoon stone floated into the air and hovered, emitting an endless light so dazzling that it was almost blinding. The next moment, the purple cocoon stone began to undergo an unusual transformation, gradually transforming from a stone into the form of a living being. Its shape resembled a star, with 3 turquoise squares resembling stickers at the ends of its horns. Below each eye was an inverted turquoise triangle. Its back resembled 2 flowing stripes of cloth, and its abdomen concealed a single closed eye. Is this Jirachi? Xia looked at the Pokémon before her and was immediately captivated by its adorable appearance. So cute. Jirachi blinked her large eyes, dazed, as if she'd just woken up and hadn't yet grasped what had happened. At that moment, Diane noticed what had happened to Satoshi and the others and hurried over. Upon noticing the Pokémon in Kakin's arms, her face lit up with shock. Miss Diane, look, Kakin hugged Jirachi tightly, excitedly saying to Diane. That's Jirachi. Diane looked at Kakin and Jirachi, then fell silent for a moment. Then, she nodded and said, I'll go tell Butler now. You guys get back to the car. With that, she hurried off, heading for the Magic Troop's makeshift theater. On the stage, Butler directed all the spotlights to himself and triggered a hidden mechanism, slowly opening the dome, revealing the Millennium Comet in the sky. Diane came to his side, staring at his back. After taking a deep breath, she quietly said, Butler, Jirachi Hoenn, but before she could finish, Butler, with a confident expression, gazed at the Millennium Comet in the sky and suddenly laughed. Diane, I already know, the great show is about to begin, just wait and see. As his voice fell, as if some mechanism had activated, 4 machines of varying shapes suddenly appeared on the makeshift stage, gleaming with a faint metallic sheen under the lights. The moment has finally arrived. I'm going to show those idiots of Team Magma that what I'm doing is right. Butler's face was filled with fervor, as if possessed. Butler, Diane said, her right hand clutching her chest, her head silently lowered, a hint of unease evident. The next morning, while Xia Sheng and the others were asleep, Butler quietly took Jirachi from Xia Sheng's side and brought her to the stage inside the makeshift theater, where he placed her inside a machine. Jirachi, as if sensing something was amiss, slowly opened his eyes. He looked at Butler, whose face was gloomy, and Diane, who was heartbroken, and began to struggle. The show is about to begin. Butler looked at Jirachi strangely, as if making some kind of announcement, and slowly activated his machine. Jirachi, I know that when the Eye of Truth in your abdomen opens, it will receive a tremendous amount of energy from the Millennium Comet. I need you to use this energy to help me resurrect Groudon. He watched Jirachi, who was in some kind of agony within the machine, his expression shifting constantly, a variety of emotions slicing through his features, a look of intense struggle and conflict. Butler, upon seeing the remaining scale from Groudon, suddenly recalled a memory. Back then, he had joined Team Magma and, driven by his passion for science, attempted to use the power of science to resurrect Groudon. Butler's failure, and the mockery he faced from everyone on Team Magma, suddenly flooded back to him, instantly solidifying his resolve. HMPH. I'll show those Magma team members who look down on me how powerful I am. He took a deep breath and immediately activated the final program, forcing Jirachi to open his Eye of Truth prematurely and draw energy from the Millennium Comet. Jirachi, it's your turn to open your Eye of Truth and draw energy from the Millennium Comet. Jirachi endured the energy surge from the machine, his face filled with pain as he refused. I don't want it. Butler sneered at Jirachi's words and gestured to the wandering night spirit beside him. He cast an illusion spell on it, forcing Jirachi to open his Eye of Truth. Having just awakened from his slumber, Jirachi, who hadn't yet absorbed the comet's energy and whose strength hadn't yet returned to legendary levels, was no match for this mid-level Heavenly King wandering night spirit. Instantly, a scream of immense pain rang out, and Jirachi's Eye of Truth, tightly sealed in his abdomen, slowly opened. A powerful burst of energy erupted, shooting straight into the sky, heading straight for the Millennium Comet. Perhaps sensing Jirachi's call, the Millennium Comet suddenly released a massive burst of energy, returning along its previous path and causing Butler's machine to explode. Meanwhile, Zaya Ozzy and the others finally arrived. Seizing Butler's moment of instability, they rescued Jirachi and, with Diane's help, successfully escaped Butler's pursuit. Gazing at the vanishing RV, Butler's face darkened, and he muttered in disbelief, "Why, Diane, I thought you were the only one who understood my ideals." Why? He was silent for a moment, then activated the trigger on his magic wand, stepped onto a hovercraft, and pursued Xiaozi and the others. Elsewhere, on Chimney Mountain, Lu Feng and Sharona stared at the Millennium Comet in the night sky for a long moment, each preoccupied with their own thoughts. Rodham watched them from behind, quietly activated his camera, and quickly clicked the shutter to capture the scene. A moment later, Lu Feng suddenly turned his head and looked at Sharona's profile, hidden by her golden hair and illuminated by the comet's radiance. He suddenly smiled, his eyes flashing with an indescribable excitement. Sharona seemed to feel his fiery gaze, a blush spreading across her fair face, and a subtle shyness flickered across her beautiful eyes. She didn't know what was wrong with her, but it seemed that she had become extremely sensitive since hearing Lu Feng's confession yesterday. Lu Feng's eyes were fixed on Sharona, and seeing the panic on her face and the beautiful side of the stars and moon, a song suddenly emerged in his mind, and he hummed it unconsciously. "The most beautiful scene in my life, meeting you, quietly gazing at you in the vast crowd, strange yet familiar. If I could switch time, space, identity, and name, I wish I could recognize your eyes." This is the song Star and Moon Mythology, written, composed, and performed by Jinsha. Those who want to hear the original song can search it themselves. Sharona looked at Lu Feng in surprise, seemingly captivated by the song he hummed. Although his singing skills couldn't fully convey the song's artistic conception, the atmosphere of the moonlit night made these shortcomings seem so insignificant. "I didn't expect you could sing," Sharona said, gathering her hair and tucking it behind her ears. A gentle smile appeared on her lips as she said. Lu Feng looked directly into Sharona's eyes, his gaze ablaze with stars. He replied affectionately, "It just happened to be the right moment, and I was inspired to speak. The most important thing is the feelings I'm feeling around me right now." Sharona felt her face grow hotter, blushing unconsciously. She quickly turned her face away to avoid being noticed by Lu Feng. Her heart was pounding, her body trembling slightly. Lu Feng noticed her strangeness, knowing that some things are too much, and with a smile on his face, he slowly withdrew his gaze. Suddenly, he noticed a bright blue light in the sky, blazing brightly and heading straight for the comet. At the same time, a system notification sounded in his ears, causing Lu Feng to pause. Chapter 330, Guardian of the Seven Knights. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the legendary quest, Guardian of the Seven Nights. Quest deadline: before the Millennium Comet disappears. Quest description: with the appearance of the Millennium Comet, the mystical Pokémon Jirachi awakens from its slumber. The great magician Butler attempts to use Jirachi to manipulate the energy of the Millennium Comet and resurrect Groudon, the Earth creator. Please prevent a resurrected Groudon from wreaking havoc on the entire Faunus region. Quest reward: plus 5% World Fusion, awaken a special ability, penalty for failure, relentless pursuit by Earth monsters. Feng heard the system's voice, glanced at the comet in the sky, and sighed helplessly, his expression becoming complex. Oh no! I suddenly forgot I was in Hoenn, Feng silently wailed. He knew full well that the system quest wasn't a coincidence, it was likely the appearance of Satoshi and his group that triggered Jirachi's plot. Feng tried to recall it for a moment, but found that he didn't remember the movie very clearly. He could only vaguely recall the general plot, which made him shake his head. Sharona seemed to have noticed the change in the sky as well. Seeing the energy reflected back from the Millennium Comet, she couldn't help but frown. At that moment, a bad premonition suddenly surged in her heart, like a revelation from the unknown. A moment later, she turned to look at Feng, pointed at the place where the energy beam fell, her eyes becoming very firm. Feng, let's go to that place and take a look. I have a feeling something is going to happen. Is this a woman's sixth sense? Feng nodded somewhat mechanically, his heart filled with strangeness. Then, they simultaneously released their flying Pokémon, pointed in the direction of the plane where Butler Magic Group was located, and relying on the power of the two Pokémon, they quickly approached that place. About an hour later, Feng and Sharona arrived at the spot where the comet's starlight had fallen. Their faces grew grave as they observed the remaining traces and the faint scent of an explosion in the air. There are traces of an explosion. Garcom told me there seemed to be a terrifying energy fluctuation here. Zulan, do you remember the legend we found in Fuyan Town? The explosion here seems to be related to the energy projected by the Millennium Comet. Feng, are you saying that what happened here is connected to the legend of Jirachi? Feng didn't answer directly. Instead, he looked up at the Millennium Comet in the sky, his eyes flickering slightly, and said intriguingly, it should be the second day after the Millennium Comet appeared. Sharona's body suddenly trembled. At Feng's prompt, she remembered the legend she had read the day before and couldn't help muttering to herself, according to the legend, under normal circumstances, Jirachi should only absorb the comet's energy on the last day of the Millennium Comet's appearance. Now it seems something has happened. They looked at each other silently for a few minutes, seeing the meaning in each other's eyes, and couldn't help but laugh at the same time. Then, the two followed the wheel tracks on the ground and rode Garcomp together towards the quartz sand peaks. At the same time, Diane, Xiaoxing, and their group sped through the pitch-black night in their luxurious RV, heading towards the quartz sand peaks of Fawns. Xiaoxing looked at Diane, who was concentrating on driving the RV, a conflicted expression on his face, as if he was about to speak, but he couldn't help but ask, Miss Diane, do you know where the quartz sand peaks are? Jirachi just told me that he wants to return to the quartz sand peaks of Fawns. Diane was silent for several minutes after Xiaoxing's words, then slowly spoke, that's where Butler found Jirachi. It must be his hometown. Butler was a scientist on Team Magma, hoping to resurrect Groudon through the power of science. Groudon? Xiaoxing asked, puzzled, upon hearing Diane mention the Pokémon's name. Groudon? Could it be the legendary Pokémon that created the Earth? Xiaoxing added at the right moment. Diane nodded, a hint of sadness hidden in her eyes. She continued, after a failed experiment to revive Groudon, Butler was abandoned by Team Magma and subsequently defected. To prove himself, he went through untold hardships and finally found the sleeping Jirachi in a cave in the quartz sand peaks of Fawns. He hoped to use the hidden power of the Millennium Comet to successfully revive Groudon. I'm sorry to have dragged you into this. I hope you can forgive me. Everyone's lips moved slightly at Diane's explanation, but they didn't know what to say. They could only stare at her in silence, somewhat bewildered. Diane saw the expressions on their faces through the rearview mirror of the RV and sighed softly. She said nothing more, concentrating on driving the RV towards the quartz sand peaks. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Ash and his friends, in the sky behind them, the three members of Team Rocket were chasing them closely in a hot air balloon, looking through binoculars, seemingly looking for an opportunity to seize Jirachi and Pikachu. What the hell is going on? Kajiro asked, somewhat bewildered. Why did those brats suddenly leave? Meowth replied softly, watching the RV speeding away, raising a cloud of dust. They've taken Jirachi and are on the run. Meow, is there a civil war? Musashi stared intently at the RV, unable to suppress a smile. This is a great opportunity for us. Time flew by, and 4 days passed in a flash. On the 6th night of the Millennium Comet's appearance, Satoshi and his companions finally arrived near the quartz sand peaks in the Farnese region. Gazing at the distant quartz sand peaks, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and chose a suitable spot to light a bonfire. As usual, Haruka took out her dream star and, leaning against the RV's bumper, aimed at the comet in the sky and made a wish. After a moment, she glanced at Satoshi, Kaken, and Brock, who had fallen asleep around the bonfire, shook her head, and opened the RV's door. Inside the luxury RV, Diane, who had been sitting in front of the dressing table, dazed, asked softly when she saw Xiao appear, "Is everyone still outside?" Xiao nodded, and replied with some worry, "They are still outside, but they are all asleep." Diane stood up, walked to the car door, and stared at the bonfire not far away outside the car window. She said to Xiao as if she was talking, "Butler and I are childhood sweethearts. When we were young, he loved inventions and always liked to bring joy to people. I'm really sorry about what happened this time." Xiao heard Diane's words, thought about their time together, nodded silently, but still looked at her with some concern and asked, "Is Butler matter really nothing?" Diane shook her head, looked at the disappearing comet with hope in the distance, and said with her head down, "After tomorrow, Jirachi will fall asleep again, and then his ambition will definitely end. I believe he can definitely change back." The next day, at noon, led by Diane, the group headed towards the spot where Jirachi had been discovered. As they continued deeper, the expanse of a pristine forest unfolded before them. "Is this Jirachi's home?" Ash and Pikachu exclaimed in awe, gazing at the lush forest before them. "How beautiful!" Diane lowered her eyes, gazing at the fairy-like peaks and forests, and explained softly, "Every 1,000 years, Jirachi awakens from his slumber. On the 7th day, he uses the Eye of Truth to harvest the immense energy of the Millennium Comet. Through his 1,000-year slumber, he gradually feeds his energy back into the earth, keeping it rich and fertile. So this peak forest before us was cultivated by Jirachi himself," Xiaosheng asked nervously, glancing at Jirachi and his arms from time to time. He had never imagined that Jirachi, with such a lovely appearance, was the creator of this peak forest. At this moment, as if sensing something, Jirachi broke free from Xiaosheng's embrace, his body suspended in midair, facing the direction of the comet, as if he had fallen into deep sleep. The stars are calling me." Xiaozi and the others watched this scene, somewhat bewildered, but with Diane's comfort, they suppressed their throbbing hearts and waited quietly. A few minutes later, with the illumination of the Millennium Comet, the Eye of Truth in Jirachi's abdomen slowly opened. But before Jirachi could absorb the energy of the Millennium Comet, another unexpected event occurred. Boom! A loud roar was heard, and the surrounding rock walls suddenly shattered, revealing one pre-buried machine after another. A burst of purple light erupted, pulling Jirachi upward. Butler, piloting his massive flying device, appeared before them, his expression visibly excited. He spoke with rapt excitement, "Thank you so much for your help. Jirachi has let down her guard and opened her Eye of Truth. This is a trap," Diane and the others exclaimed, staring at Butler in disbelief. At that moment, the entire quartz sand peaks forest seemed to fall into deathly silence, as everyone stared blankly at Butler high in the sky. Chapter 331 Earth Monster Groudon. Fawns, a quartz sand peak forest. Butler, dressed in a white suit and wielding a slender magic wand, stood atop a flying vehicle straddling two peaks, gazing down at Satoshi and his companions below. "Welcome everyone. Next up is a magic show by the true master magician, Butler," he spoke, directing with his wand the placement of Jirachi, enveloped in a sphere of purple energy, onto a pre-prepared instrument. Jirachi was currently responding to the Millennium Comet and had yet to emerge from her slumber, let alone resist Butler. Butler's timing was impeccable. Diane and the others, standing at the base of the peaks, looked up at Butler in disbelief, shouting in bewilderment, "Why, Butler, how did you know we were here?" Butler glanced at the group with a grim expression, unable to resist but sneer. "Tisk. To get Jirachi to let down his guard and gain his complete trust, I've set a trap for him." He cast a wicked glance at the people below. When his gaze passed over Diane, He paused for a moment before continuing. Your friendship is the greatest trap I've set for Jirachi. To ensure the best possible success, I naturally have to be on guard against you, Butler, Diane muttered softly, her face filled with remorse and pain. How could you have become like this? Diane hadn't expected Butler to use her. A sudden fear rose in her. The Butler before her seemed so unfamiliar, as if she had never truly known him. Diane, wait until the experiment is successful, Butler said softly, his expression full of confidence, gazing at Diane's expression. I'm sure you'll understand me, everyone, the climax of the evening is about to begin, please enjoy this show. As his voice fell, the traps fixed to the surrounding rock walls suddenly erupted with intense energy, shooting directly towards Ozzy and the others, gradually transforming into an energy cage that surrounded them. Jirachi, Sheng called out to the aircraft in panic. Damn it, Ozzy gritted his teeth, staring at the aircraft in the sky and shouting in despair. Pikachu, use 100,000 volts, Pikachu, hearing Ozzy's command, Pikachu quickly jumped off his shoulder, stomping his limbs to the ground, his eyes filled with determination. After a cry, it suddenly erupted with terrifying electrical energy, attacking the surrounding energy cage 100,000 volts. In an instant, a flash of golden lightning collided with the energy cage, unleashing a powerful tremor and a choking cloud of smoke that made Ozzy and the others cough uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Butler walked over to the control panel, looked at Jirachi expectantly, and without hesitation, flipped the switch. All right. Jirachi, quickly collect the comet's energy. With a loud thud of gears, the entire aircraft began to rapidly move. Jirachi, resting quietly on the instrument, was maneuvered to face the Millennium Comet. From her eye of truth, a beam of light, as thick as a baby's arm, shot forth, surging directly towards the Millennium Comet in the sky. Meanwhile, approximately 30 kilometers from the quartz sand peaks, Feng and Sharona looked up at the blue light reappearing in the sky, their expressions darkening. They exchanged glances, each feeling the weight of the other's weight. They took a deep breath, then urged their flying Pokémon to fly towards the source of the light that stretched across the sky. I hope I can make it in time, Sharona sighed softly, her graceful figure gradually tensing. Feng's lips twitched at her words, as if he was hesitant to speak. Feng, Bamboo Orchid, you can't just randomly set up flags, especially where Satoshi is, Cyrillic letter there. He shook his head silently, glanced at the two master balls on his chest, and rummaged through his backpack, carefully counting items like the rainbow feather and the silver feather that could summon legends. He breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Feng silently vowed to himself that if the situation got out of control and irresistible danger arose, he would gather all the legends he knew and let them see his social savvy. Elsewhere, the three members of Team Rocket, in a hot air balloon, gradually approached Butler's position. They stared at the sudden blue light in the sky, all with expressions of astonishment. Aiming at the comet, Musashi said in astonishment. A straight line, Kojiro added beside her. As they watched, the blue light that had just rushed into the comet vanished. As if stimulated by something, the entire Millennium Comet suddenly flashed with brilliant light, and a terrifying purple energy beam emanated in the opposite direction. Instantly, the purple energy beam descended, merging directly into Jirachi's Eye of Truth, exasperating Butler beside them. Watching this scene, he gently pressed a few buttons on the control panel, activating a hidden device within the aircraft. Immediately, 3 sharp spikes emerged from the underside of the massive aircraft, channeling the energy drawn from Jirachi into a single point. Directly toward the open space below, they began carving the image of Groudon. Idiots of Team Magma, watch carefully from your prison as I resurrect Groudon, Butler roared, his eyes fixed on the Groudon image on the ground, his body trembling. Over the next few minutes, the Groudon image on the ground gradually took shape. As Ash and the others watched Butler's actions, a sense of apprehension rose in their hearts, as if some terrifying entity was about to appear, causing them to panic. Pikachu continued to attack the energy cage, but against the device's constant flow of energy, it was completely useless. They could only watch helplessly as Butler's plan unfolded. At that moment, an Absol burst out from somewhere in the peaks, wielding the sickle-shaped horns on its head and performing a splitting move, smashing into the trap mechanism on the rock wall. At the same time, a desert dragonfly from the inner peaks appeared and approached Ash and his group. With a flick of its tail, it released a stream of fire, destroying the remaining mechanisms. With the help of these two Pokémon, Ash and the others finally escaped from the energy cage. Then, Ash looked at the dragonfly, pointed at Butler's position, and pleaded, "Dragonfly, we need your help." Ouch! The dragonfly exchanged glances with Ash, nodded silently, and landed in front of them. Slowly lowering itself, it gestured for Ash to climb onto its back. Seeing this, Ash quickly climbed onto the dragonfly, along with Pikachu and Kakin. He wrapped his arms tightly around its neck, gazing at the aircraft in the sky. The next moment, the dragonfly flapped its wings, sending up a cloud of sand like a streak of lightning, hurtling towards the aircraft. Grow! Revive quickly! Butler stared intently at the pattern on the ground, eagerly awaiting Groudon's resurrection. Only if you successfully revive will my theory be proven correct. Let Team Magma know the magnitude of their loss by abandoning Butler. Suddenly, a sudden commotion. Satoshi and Kakin, riding their desert dragonflies, flew near the flying machine. Seeing Jirachi resting on the instrument, they couldn't help but call out, "Jirachi!" Unfortunately, Jirachi was still asleep and didn't respond. Butler, noticing the uninvited duo, quickly threw his Pokeball and launched his ace, Salamander. He leaped onto it and pursued Satoshi and Pikachu. After a thrilling chase, Salamander and Pikachu successfully reached the flying machine and destroyed the instrument controlling Jirachi, freeing her. Butler, perched on Salamander, briefly glanced at Satoshi and the others before flying to a spot near the Groudon pattern on the ground, quietly waiting. At that moment, the Groudon pattern on the ground was complete, and the lines began to shimmer with a blue light, causing the ground of the quartz sand peaks to vibrate violently. A massive creature, its body covered in soil and vegetation. Suddenly, it broke free from its restraints on the ground and let out a resounding roar. Roar! Instantly, countless wild Pokémon inhabiting the surrounding peaks were startled, seemingly sensing the terrifying aura emanating from this figure, and began to flee in panic, heading out of the peaks. As the enormous figure began to move, the surrounding vegetation began to wither and turn yellow, as if all life force had been drained away, causing widespread death. What the hell? Could this be Groudon, the creator of the Earth? Butler muttered in disbelief as he took in the scene before him. What the hell is going on? The trees around here are withering, Xiaogang said, clenching his fists. Diane observed carefully for a moment, then replied solemnly, Grow is constantly draining the Earth's energy, causing the surrounding trees to die. A moment later, Absol, following Ash and the others, watched Groudon approach them and quickly ran to the top of a cliff, launching a volley of attacks at Groudon. Groudon, feeling pain, paused. He turned to look at the nearby Absol and transformed the sharp claws on his left paw into vine-like structures, striking at the Absol with incredible speed. In a moment, before Absol could react, he was devoured by the vines and quietly merged into Groudon's body. Perhaps realizing that consuming life provided him with greater energy, the rows of spikes on Groudon's sides also began to mutate, forming vine-like structures that attacked all life within the peaks. Countless wild Pokémon, unable to dodge, were caught by the sudden onslaught of vines, following Absol's footsteps and becoming part of Groudon's body. Ash, Butler, and the others watched in horror as Groudon continued to prey. They were speechless, frozen in place, at a loss for words. Butler, is this what you've been pursuing? Diane raged at Butler, accusing him at the top of her lungs. No. It's not like that. Butler shook his head, his eyes drained of all light, as if he had suffered a profound blow. The Groudon I want to resurrect isn't that kind of monster. This monster is an Earth monster, not the creator of the Earth. How could this be? Suddenly, the hot air balloon of Team Rocket appeared around Groudon. Before they could react, it was engulfed by its vines. Then, Groudon shifted its gaze to Ash and the others. It could clearly sense that within Jirachi lay an extremely powerful energy. If it could devour Jirachi, it would achieve a new transformation. Groudon roared to the heavens, and all the vines on its body rushed towards Xiaozi and his group, about to devour them all. At the critical moment, several powerful wave missiles suddenly flew out from above their heads, completely shattering the vines. Chapter 332 Primal Groudon vs. Earth Monster Groudon. Ash and his companions stared at the scene in stunned silence, seemingly unable to react. It wasn't until a few seconds later that a gust of wind, swaying the few remaining flowers and plants and rustling leaves, that they instinctively looked upward. They saw two Pokémon, radiating a powerful aura, hovering in midair, staring directly at the nearby giant, Groudon, with solemn expressions. Behind these two Pokémon sat two trainers, their expressions mirroring those of the Pokémon. However, due to the darkness, Ash and his companions couldn't see them directly. They could only vaguely gather that they were saved by two powerful trainers, a man and a woman. Huh? Are we saved? As Groudon's vines were destroyed, Kakin hugged Jirachi tightly, letting out a sigh and asking the people around him. I guess so. It was really dangerous just now. Those strange vines were about to reach us, Xiaoyao said hesitantly, wiping the sweat off her face as she silently recalled the thrilling experience. Then, she paused, looking up at the sky, and asked curiously, but who are these two trainers? They look so powerful. Could they be trainers from the Hoenn region? Xiaozi and the others shook their heads silently at her words, not answering Xiaoyao's question. It was already early morning, and the entire peak forest was shrouded in darkness, making the light very dim. As a result, Xiaozi and Xiagang had no idea who the two trainers were who had suddenly appeared. Pikachu rested on Xiaozi's shoulder, his eyes fixed on a shadow, sniffing hard. He felt the scent of the two Pokémon was familiar, but for a moment, he couldn't place it. Meanwhile, Groudon saw his vines destroyed and two powerful Pokémon appeared. He could vaguely sense a strong threat. Therefore, they stopped paying attention to Ash and the others and shifted their focus to the two newly appeared trainers. Although the two Pokémon weren't yet legendary, Groudon wasn't a true Groudon, nor had its own strength reached high legendary. For a moment, Groudon's aura clashed fiercely with the two trainers' Pokémon. The two Pokémon, through their combined strength, barely withstood Groudon's overwhelming power, resulting in a stalemate that filled the surrounding atmosphere with a profound sense of strangeness. A moment later, Groudon remained silent for a moment. Though somewhat wary, it couldn't resist the pull of the energy. It spit a stream of flame into the air and launched a direct attack at the two figures, breaking the current of peace. Seeing Groudon's movements, the two figures quickly directed their Pokémon, employing a circuitous strategy, constantly dodging Groudon's attacks and waiting for opportunities for their Pokémon to counterattack. Ash, Brock, and the others finally caught sight of the two trainers through the glowing blue lines of Groudon and immediately exclaimed, "It's Mr. Lu Feng and Miss Sirona, Mr. Lu Feng? Miss Sirona, Xiaoyao, Xiaoshin," and the others heard their exclamations and quickly looked over, unable to resist asking. Ash and Brock. Do you know these two trainers? Ash and Brock nodded, relieved at the thought of their prowess. Even Pikachu followed their lead. After a few minutes of silence, Brock stared at the two trainers in the sky and silently explained, "They are both very powerful trainers. Mr. Lu Feng is the winner of the last quartz tournament, a trainer recognized by Mew. As for Miss Sirona, is she the Sinnoh champion who set the record for the youngest champion?" Xiaoshin, listening to Brock's introduction, suddenly remembered the news he had seen on TV and couldn't help but interrupt. Brock and Satoshi nodded, shockling everyone around them, leaving them speechless for a long time. The oldest legendary Pokémon trainer recognized by Mew, and the Sinnoh region's league champion? Oh my god. That sounds so exciting. Xiaosheng hugged Jirachi tightly, his face filled with excitement. "Jirachi, did you hear that?" Jirachi nodded, her eyes lingering on Lu Feng, as if sensing something from him, and suddenly a broad smile appeared. "Jirachi, I sense the presence of so many old friends." Meanwhile, Lu Feng commanded Charizard, constantly dodging Groudon's attacks, leaving him with no time to counterattack the imitation Groudon. Sharona was in the same situation as Lu Feng. Due to the dense and seemingly endless vines that had transformed from Groudon's body, Garchomp was forced to deal with them hastily. "Lu Feng, this isn't going to work." Sharona glanced at him, her voice firmly fixed on him, the aura of a Sinnoh champion evidently unmatched. "Groudon and I will distract Groudon. Take the trainers down there and leave." Lu Feng shook his head, giving Sharona a long, affectionate look. He took a deep breath and flatly rejected her proposal. "Cherry Blossom, it's better for you and Garchomp to leave. I have a way to deal with this knockoff, but, no buts. Cherry Blossom, please trust me." Sharona's golden hair was disheveled by the strong wind, and she looked a bit disheveled. But at the moment, she didn't pay attention to any of this. Instead, she stared blankly at Lu Feng. Seeing the calmness in Lu Feng's eyes and the confidence on his face, Sharona somehow believed him and nodded with a smile. Then, she pointed to where Satoshi and the others were, and directed Garchomp to fly towards them. Before leaving, Sharona turned to look at Lu Feng and smiled back at him. "Lu Feng, I'll wait for you to come back." Lu Feng, who had just been commanding Charizard to dodge Groudon's attacks, paused when he heard Sharona's voice and inhaled the fragrance that filled the air. He watched Sharona's retreating back, sensing her emotions, and silently said to himself, "I will. Wait for me, Zhulin." Then, Lu Feng's gaze shifted to Groudon. He took in the ferocious, murderous aura of the beast, and murmured calmly, "You idiot. Let me show you what a true Earth creator is." He then ripped a Master Ball from his neck and solemnly pressed the button on it, unleashing a brilliant red light that illuminated the entire night sky. A Groudon, in its normal state, only about 3.5 meters tall, appeared, looking as if it had just woken up, its expression utterly bewildered. "Roar!" Groudon growled, glancing at Lu Feng with disapproval, as if blaming him for disturbing its sleep. At that moment, it sensed a terrifying aura behind it and silently turned to look. Upon seeing the massive figure, Groudon's eyes widened in disbelief, as if frightened. From the Earth monster, Groudon, it sensed an aura connected to itself, as if the two were of the same origin, like brothers. Groudon, what the hell? When did I even have a brother? As the disgusting vines approached, about to touch its body, Groudon couldn't help but unleash a fierce burst of rage, burning all the vines to ashes. A few minutes of silence followed. After careful inspection, Groudon finally realized that the mindless Earth monster not far away wasn't a true living being at all. It was merely created by utilizing his fallen scales, fused with powerful cometary energy and natural energies. At this thought, Groudon's fury boiled over, his heart filled with uncontrollable rage, rising steadily. It was like a lit barrel of dynamite, about to explode. Lu Feng noticed Groudon's unusual behavior and knew he had discovered this idiot. He gave no instructions, leaving Groudon to fight on his own. However, to help Groudon resolve the battle quickly, Lu Feng's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but warn, "Groudon, if you don't want to be discovered by Kyogre and Rayquaza, you'd better crush this knockoff immediately." Groudon paused, silent for a few seconds. Thinking back to what Lu Feng had described, his eyes flashed with a fierce glint, and he quickly summoned the Cliff Sword. Using his long-cultivated flying skills, he charged towards the Earth monster. "Groudon, I have to kill this knockoff quickly. I can't let the stinky fish and the flying caterpillar see me," Groudon thought to himself. "Groudon, fake. Take my Cliff Sword, Flying Sword JPG, boom." Utilizing his flying skills, Groudon dodged the vines with a few detours and swung the Cliff Sword, slamming down hard on the Earth monster. Groudon's furious blow sent the Earth monster reeling, leaving a massive wound. He roared violently, as if he had sustained considerable damage. However, thanks to his constant absorption of surrounding energy, he quickly recovered from his injuries and controlled the vines to attack Groudon, attempting to devour it. In a moment, two Groudons, one large and one small, engaged in a fierce clash within the densely packed peaks. Countless rock pillars, unable to withstand the aftermath of their clash, shattered and scattering into countless fragments across the earth. Groudon gazed at the nearby Earth monster, his expression grave. He knew full well that his normal strength alone was no way to defeat this constantly regenerating Earth monster. After a few minutes of silence, Groudon unleashed a heaven-shaking roar that shook the entire quartz sand peaks and echoed through the clouds. As everyone watched, a powerful light emanated from Groudon's body, a burst of immense energy erupted, and his size began to rapidly grow, entering a state of primal return. Chapter 333 Father's Sword, Flame's Fury. Instantly, as the light enveloping Groudon vanished, its body reached the same height as the Earth monster. Strange patterns on its surface shone with an orange-yellow glow, like steaming molten lava. Groudon had returned to its original form. Groudon's eyes gleamed coldly, and he brandished his sharp claws, roaring at the nearby Earth monster. Groudon. The land event's properties automatically activated, transforming the area surrounding the quartz sand peaks from night into day. The temperature began to rise dramatically, and a scorching heat permeated the air. Streams of raging magma continuously overflowed from the shattered ground, gradually engulfing much of the forest vegetation and transforming the area where Groudon stood into a magma field. Simultaneously, a terrifying energy wave, centered at Feng's, spread out in all directions, causing a tremor throughout the Hoenn region. Hoenn region, Kio City. Mikali and the others looked at the report uploaded by the Weather Research Institute, their faces filled with bitterness. They held another emergency meeting to discuss the relevant measures. "Everyone. This is the monitoring report just submitted by the researchers at the Weather Research Institute." Mikali looked at the group solemnly, his face no longer as elegant as usual. but instead showing a hint of fatigue. Due to the numerous disasters that have struck the Hoenn region in the past few months, he, the league champion, has been so busy that he has had no time to rest properly, let alone prepare for the grand competition, the Mikuli Cup. Thinking of this, Mikuli seriously suspected that Dago was tired of the league's affairs and was looking for an opportunity to throw this mess to him so that he could find more stones. Knowing Dago well, this was a high possibility. Dago, Greek letter Omega, Mikuli paused for a moment, suppressing his distracting thoughts. He calmed down a bit, then continued to address the four heavenly kings. A sudden, violent energy fluctuation has occurred in the Feng's region, southwest of Chimney Mountain. The energy level is slightly weaker than the fluctuation that occurred on the southern island not long ago, but it's extremely similar to a wave of energy that spread back then. Researchers at the Weather Research Institute suspect. Genji and Hibiscus looked at Mikuli's expression, a bad premonition suddenly rising in their hearts, and a hint of nervousness suddenly crept into their hearts. Sure enough, Mikuli's next words confirmed their unease. Grollo has appeared again. Upon hearing this, Kagetsu and Bondi's tempers deflated, and they slumped limply in their chairs, leaning back in thought. Recalling the events of the Hoenn region over the past period, the four heavenly kings exchanged a look of bewilderment, their faces etched with strange expressions. Hoenn's four heavenly kings, another crisis in the Hoenn region. Cyrillic lettered X. Oh, is Mikuli poisonous? Could he be possessed by the god of misfortune? It's only been a few months, and Hoenn is facing another crisis. Kazuki's expression was very subtle. He stared at Mikuli with a strange look, muttering to himself. Perhaps it was the discomfort of Kazuki's gaze that made Mikuli look at him suspiciously, which gradually sobered him up and put aside his many assumptions. Then this time, Hoenn was silent for a moment, looking at the others present, and asked hesitantly. This time, let me investigate personally. It's time for me, the champion, to fulfill my duties. Mikuli remembered what Dago had said to him during the last meteorite crisis. He made a decision in his heart and interrupted Hoenn before she could finish. I'll leave the Alliance headquarters in my care. The others breathed a sigh of relief at Mikuli's words and nodded silently. Elsewhere, on Waterway 131, the Pillar of the Sky, Sora Rukor had just recently resolved the meteorite crisis and was finally gaining familiarity with his powers, gradually breaking through to the level of a high champion. Just as he was about to enter a deep slumber, he was suddenly awakened by the spreading energy wave. In an instant, Sora Rukor opened his dragon eyes and turned his head toward the Feng's region. Sensing two powerful energy waves, he couldn't help but ponder. Such a powerful energy wave. Could it be that Groudon and Kyogre are fighting again? Sora Rukor frowned and muttered to himself, appearing deeply frustrated. After all, for him at this moment, both Groudon and Kyogre were far superior in strength. If these two legendary Pokémon were to battle, he would have to wait for his power to rise to a new level, or summon his father from the distant Kalos region. Otherwise, he would be unable to defeat these two extremely ancient Pokémon alone. Sora sighed softly, still pondering how to resolve the current situation. However, after using his responsibilities to sense the specific conditions in the Feng's region, he was shocked. Soraru, holy crap! What's going on with Groudon? Did it give birth to his son? Why did another one appear? After a few minutes of stagnation, Soraru gradually regained his composure after specifically sensing the earth monster, Groudon. A flicker of excitement and mockery flashed in his eyes, and the sleepiness on his face vanished. Like a bystander, he silently observed the changes in the Feng's region. Meanwhile, Waterway 128, Undersea Cave. Kyogre, who had been napping, was suddenly awakened by the sudden energy surge. He suppressed the discomfort caused by the surge and gazed towards the Feng's region with immense anger. Kyogre knew that only that foolish creature, Groudon, could generate such powerful energy and cause him such discomfort. Driven by intense curiosity, Kyogre's gaze fell on the energy center, and upon seeing the scene, he was instantly stunned. Kyogre, oh my god! Another Groudon appears, Cyrillic lettered X. Suddenly, a chill washed over Kyogre. Remembering what Lu Feng had promised him, he felt a surge of gratitude. After a few minutes of silence, Kyogre quietly peered into the Feng's region, as if trying to understand what was happening. But upon sensing the presence of the earth monster, Kyogre's expression suddenly became confused. His huge eyes were filled with sneer, and he let out a delighted laugh that shook the entire underwater cavern slightly. At that moment, somewhere on the edge of the quartz sand peaks, Sharona, accompanied by Garchomp, arrived before Ozzy and the others. Having brought them to safety, they spotted Groudon appearing not far away. Another Groudon, Sheng said, swallowing hard, his voice trembling as he gazed at Groudon. Xiaoyao, horrified by the scene, quickly stepped in front of Sheng, shielding him tightly behind him. With a hint of tears in her eyes, she muttered in frustration, "Ah! Why is there another one?" Most of the others shared the same expression, a gloom shrouding them. Only Sharona, gazing at Groudon, looked thoughtfully, her beautiful eyes reflecting a certain figure. Butler observed the new Groudon closely for a moment, seemingly noticing some fundamental differences between it and the Groudon he had summoned using comet energy. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, saying in frustration, "That newly appeared Groudon is different from the one I summoned. This is the real Groudon." Ozzy and the others around him were all confused upon hearing this. After a long moment, Sharona suddenly laughed. She glanced at Ozzy and the others, noticing the anxiety and fear on their faces. She gently soothed them. "That newly appeared Groudon may be related to Feng. You don't have to worry." Although still a little frightened, everyone gradually relaxed after hearing her words. Only Butler remained desolate and forlorn, as if he had suffered a great blow. Suddenly, a brilliant light shone from the newly appeared Groudon, piercing the dark sky and illuminating the already pitch-black night. Scorching magma overflowed from the ground, quietly flowing through the surrounding peaks and forests, engulfing all the living forest vegetation. The terrifying heat swept over, making everyone on the edge feel the unbearable heat. Countless beads of sweat formed on their foreheads, dripping down their cheeks to the ground, gradually transforming into wisps of white vapor and evaporating into the air. "That Groudon has changed." Ash clucked his hands, looking forward with astonishment, his eyes flashing with questions, unable to help but blurt out. "Pika-Pie." Pikachu tightly grasped Ash's shirt by his shoulders, his expression becoming solemn as he felt the pressure emanating from Groudon. "This is the real Groudon." Butler heard the crowd's exclamations, his eyes slightly brighter, and he spoke to answer Ash and the others' questions. "I saw information about this in the ancient murals that Team Magma found. Legend has it that Groudon and Kyogre each possess a unique orb, which contains a portion of their power. If a trainer can obtain the orb, they can control Groudon or Kyogre." After Butler's explanation, Ash and the others gradually understood. They stared at Butler, their expressions shifting constantly, as if they hadn't yet come to terms with what he had done. Diane, though eager to ask them to forgive Butler, was torn between words. For a moment, the atmosphere between the group grew tense. Sharona, sensing the awkwardness in the air, added with a faint smile, "Growl's current state is likely similar to the mega-evolution seen in Kalos." Ash and the others' attention gradually shifted from Butler to Sharona's comments, and they looked at Sharona with confusion, seemingly unsure of what mega-evolution was. Then, with a smile, Sharona meticulously explained what mega-evolution was. Ash's blood immediately boiled, and he secretly resolved to travel to Kalos and search for mega-evolution stones. At this moment, in the center of the quartz sand peaks, Feng commanded Charizard to avoid Primal Groudon's range and reach to peak 10 kilometers away, quietly waiting for Primal Groudon to defeat the Earth monster and put an end to everything. Primal Groudon roared, and the Greek letter Omega pattern on its body illuminated, spewing blazing fire directly at the Earth monster. Flame. Due to the Earth monster's immense size, there was no room to evade in the narrow mountain forest. It could only watch as the blazing flames descended, striking directly at its body, leaving a dark scorch mark. Roar, the Earth monster roared in pain, gazing at Primal Groudon with venomous eyes. It once again activated divines transformed from its body parts, encircling Primal Groudon. Just as it was about to devour it, boiling magma erupted from Primal Groudon's body, instantly incinerating countless vines and weakening the Earth monster's energy. Then, upon seeing this, Primal Groudon noticed that the Earth monster's recovery was slowing, and immediately unleashed multiple swallow return moves, swiftly leaping towards him, clutching two cliff swords oozing with molten lava. Feng's expression turned strange as he watched the scene unfold. He couldn't help but wonder, could this be Groudon's fatherly sword, Flame's Fury? After all, the Earth monster had been born from Groudon's scales. This scene was a scene of loving father and filial piety. Chapter 334, If you want to fly, you can abandon everything. Boom. A loud noise in the distance caught Feng's attention. He instinctively looked up. Primal Groudon, wielding two magma-stained, scorching swords, swept past the Earth monster in a flash. The sharp stone sword sliced through, ripping the earth monster's arms apart and slamming heavily onto the ground, shaking the very earth. Smoke and sand filled the air. Dust billowed. Countless ashes, left from the blazing flames, were carried by the powerful air currents, scattering across the peaks and enveloping the center of the battlefield. Sharona and the others, sensing the thick odor of smoke, quickly covered their mouths and noses with their hands, turning their faces away and coughing, seemingly choking on the burning smell. Cough, 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 cough. Jirachi, held tightly in Xia Sheng's arms, took in the distressed expressions of the others. He tilted his head, thinking for a moment, and silently used telekinesis to block the spreading smoke, preventing it from reaching them. Jirachi, well done, Xia Sheng, recovering after seeing Jirachi erupt with a pink light, intercepting the smoke in front of them, couldn't help but praise him. Xiaozi and the others, hearing Xia Sheng's words and taking note of the current situation, sincerely said to him, Jirachi, thank you for your help. That was great. Jirachi's eyes curved into crescents, and he smiled sheepishly. The others couldn't help but laugh at this scene. Butler, watching quietly from the side, felt the innocence between Xiaozi and Jirachi, and for some reason, a sudden surge of shame and regret rose in his heart. At this moment, Xia Sheng wiped the dust from his face, recalling what he had just seen. He looked at everyone with confusion, frowning and asking, Champion Sharona, what was that stone sword oozing with molten lava in Groudon's hand just now? Sharona was stunned by Xia Sheng's words, lost in thought, and then replied uncertainly, maybe it's Groudon's signature move, but isn't Groudon's signature move Cliff Blade? Butler, who had been looking down, slowly raised his head and asked in confusion. Cliff Blade doesn't seem to be like that. He remembered seeing information about Groudon on the mural found by Team Magma, which highlighted Groudon's signature move. If he remembered correctly, Groudon's Cliff Blade should rise from the ground and pierce Pokémon, dealing massive damage. But Groudon's behavior just now didn't seem to fit the description. Sharona's eyes gleamed, and she gazed towards the battlefield, chuckling softly. She didn't react to Butler's question outright with anger, but patiently explained, skills and moves are simply techniques for Pokémon to harness energy. If they can be mastered to a profound level, they needn't be bound by conventional forms. Groudon has survived for so long, don't you think his mastery of skills and moves hasn't reached a pinnacle? Everyone nodded in understanding after hearing Sharona's response. Ash and Brock were about to ask more questions when the surrounding smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the battlefield. Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn to the ongoing battle within. The earth monster, enduring the pain, attempted to pick up its severed arm, transforming it into energy and integrating it into its own body, restoring itself. But Alice. Primal Groudon had anticipated this move. As it severed its arm with a cliff sword, it consumed it with flowing magma, transforming it into purest ash and returning to the desolate earth. Faced with this situation, the earth monster was completely helpless. Since it was not truly alive, it could only rely on its latent instincts to fight. Seeing all its means restrained, driven by its instincts for survival, the earth monster retreated slightly, as if attempting to flee the battlefield and avoid Primal Groudon's attack. Feng noticed the earth monster's movements and glanced at it with surprise. A sudden thought occurred to him. He vaguely remembered that the earth monster was awakened by energy and possessed immense potential within it. At the end of the movie, in order to destroy the earth monster, Xiaozi and his companions reversed the entire experiment and directly extracted the energy from its body, causing the earth monster to disappear. With this thought in mind, Feng gently patted Charizard, signaling it to fly over to Proto Grundu. Charizard, sensing the signal from Feng's wave guide, suddenly flapped its massive wings and flew towards Proto Grundu. 3 minutes later, they arrived beside Proto Grundu. Braving the terrifying heat emanating from the searing magma flames, they shouted at Proto Grundu. Grundu, the earth monster is trying to escape. Don't let it go, roar. Proto Grundu glanced at the earth monster with disdain and growled at Feng, as if to reassure him. He continued to wield the cliff sword, striking the nearby earth monster several more times until it was completely subdued, losing all resistance, and then gradually ceased his attacks. Feng gazed at the earth monster pinned by Proto Grundu with a sly expression, as if he were looking at a treasure, which made the irrational earth monster a little uneasy. Earth monster, that young man doesn't look like a good person. After a moment's silence, seeing that Primal Groudon was about to destroy the earth monster, Feng hurriedly stopped him, leaving Primal Groudon somewhat bewildered. Lu Feng rubbed his hands together and, in a negotiating tone, addressed Groudon. "Grow, can you help me extract the energy within him and transform it into something like the vermilion orb?" Primal Groudon shuddered, staring intently at Lu Feng without directly answering his question. Primal Groudon felt humiliated by Lu Feng's request. Although the earth monster before him was weak, it had still been resurrected using his scales. In a sense, it could be considered a son. It was just that this rebellious son, Grow, refused to acknowledge him. But Lu Feng wanted to extract the energy from the earth monster, and he wanted Grow to do it himself. Wasn't this a slap in the face? At this thought, Primal Groudon quickly shook its head, flatly rejecting his request. Man and Pokémon stared at each other for a long moment. Only when Lu Feng could no longer bear the heat rising from the ground did he slowly withdraw his gaze and let Charizard ascend. Lu Feng stared at Primal Groudon, who refused to negotiate. As if suddenly remembering something, he casually said, "I remember Kyogre promised that if I taught him a few tricks, he'd be happy to help me." Primal Groudon, upon hearing this, erupted in fury. He roared, his head raised, his gaze fixed on Lu Feng, and through gritted teeth, he snarled, "Roar! Don't go going after that stinky fish." Lu Feng stared at Primal Groudon with unwavering determination, then glanced at the earth monster lying on the ground. His meaning was clear. Primal Groudon's demeanor softened slightly, a look of struggle in his eyes, as if he was struggling to bring himself to do what he wanted. Ultimately, Lu Feng paid the price of 3 flying Z's, finally forcing Primal Groudon to yield. "Lu Feng, didn't you say the earth monster was your rebellious son?" "Primal Groudon, for the sake of flight, I'll abandon everything. This rebellious son is forgivable." Greek letter Omega. Primal Groudon, radiant with light and exuding a powerful aura, aimed at the earth monster lying on the ground and, using its power of authority, began to draw upon the immense energy within it. The earth monster, sensing the drain of energy, began to struggle violently, attempting to resist Primal Groudon, but to no avail. As time passed, the earth monster's body shrank significantly, gradually becoming ethereal, as if it would vanish at any moment. In Primal Groudon's hand, a crystal shimmered with a rainbow of light. Through his wave guide, Lu Feng could easily sense the immense energy hidden within the crystal, roughly half the earth monster's total energy. He noticed the earth monster's growing listlessness and surveyed the surroundings, the shattered rocks and barren land. He suddenly stopped Primal Groudon. Primal Groudon looked at Lu Feng with a certain leer, seemingly displeased at his interruption. Lu Feng lowered his eyes, gestured toward the surrounding peaks, and sighed, "Grodd, there's no need to extract the remaining energy. Let it return to nature, the wild Pokémon here need a home." Primal Groudon glanced at Lu Feng in surprise, then surveyed the surroundings. He nodded silently and, with a single, powerful blow of the cliff sword, completely dissipated the earth monster. Instantly, the energy trapped within the earth monster began to return to the quartz sand peaks, awakening the recently extinguished vitality. Countless green plants sprouted like mushrooms after a rain, gradually filing the recently damaged ecosystem. Simultaneously, the wild Pokémon that had been devoured were freed from the earth monster's power and regained their freedom. Lu Feng admired the scene and smiled knowingly. Then, Primal Groudon exited its primal return state, returning to its normal state. It handed the crystal-shaped object to Lu Feng, and took 2 pure Z crystals from him. Lu Feng beamed with joy, accepting the orb and carefully placing it in his backpack. Then, commanding Charizard, he flew towards the location of Sirona and the others. Hiding in Lu Feng's shadow, Machado was awakened by Groudon's recent battle. Witnessing this transaction firsthand, he shook his head and silently made another note in his notebook. On a certain day of a certain month of a certain year, the colorful black hero successfully managed to fleece the son of Groudon. Chapter 335, Jirachi is about to fall asleep. A few minutes later, Lu Feng appeared before Sharona and the others. Sharona's golden hair cascaded, her eyes sparkling like stars, radiating an intoxicating light. She gazed at Lu Feng for a long moment. Sensing the glimmer in Sharona's gaze, Lu Feng couldn't help but smile. With a gentle, heartwarming smile, he whispered to her, "Ziulin, I'm back." Sharona trembled slightly at Lu Feng's words, then quickly regained her composure. A blush crept across her face, and she nodded at Lu Feng, her lips curling slightly. Meanwhile, Xiaozi and Xiagang arrived before Lu Feng. Seeing his immaculate figure, Xiaozi's eyes sparkled with a fierce fighting spirit. He clenched his right fist and said, "Lu Feng, long time no see. Hearing Xiaozi's words, Lu Feng glanced up at him, sensing Pikachu's strength with his wave power, a strange look in his eyes. In his perception, Pikachu's current strength rivaled even that of some of the most powerful Pokémon, and it seemed to harbor some powerful energy, making its aura erratic. As expected of Pikachu, his strength is increasing rapidly, Lu Feng thought. He quickly hid the strangeness in his eyes, a smile curling his lips as he looked at Ash and Brock calmly. Long time no see. Ash, I heard you won the silver tournament. Congratulations. Ash scratched his head sheepishly upon hearing Lu Feng's words. It's all thanks to the guidance and advice you gave me before the competition, otherwise, I wouldn't have won so easily. I've already registered for this KIO tournament. Once I win, I'll challenge you again and show you the fruits of my labor. Lu Feng was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said softly, let me look forward to your performance at the KIO tournament. He then turned his gaze to the people around him, quietly examining Xia Sheng and Xiaoyao for a moment before asking them warmly, you are Xia Sheng and Xiaoyao from the Chenghe Gym, right? Xia Sheng and Xiaoyao looked at Lu Feng with some confusion, unable to resist asking, Mr. Lu Feng, do you know us? I once received guidance from Gym Master Qianli. He briefly mentioned us to me. Lu Feng looked at them calmly, a touch of reminiscence on his face. So that trainer Dade was talking about is Mr. Lu Feng. Xia Sheng and Xiaoyao paused for a moment, then nodded in sudden realization. Xia Sheng touched Jirachi and looked at Lu Feng gratefully. Mr. Lu Feng, thank you for your help. I thank you on Jirachi's behalf. Lu Feng's eyes sparkled as he shook his head, then set his sights on Jirachi. He secretly cast a detection skill, wanting to check Jirachi's current status, name, Jirachi, gender, no gender difference, attributes, psychic plus steel, classification, wish Pokémon, ability, divine grace. Pokémon with this ability are more likely to trigger additional move effects, qualification, legend, strength, normal legend, high legend, incomplete energy, skills, telekinesis, wish, speed star, life drop, mind hammer, psychic power, healing wish, comet punch, sleep, future sight, destruction wish, cosmic power, meditation. Is Jirachi's strength between normal legend and high legend because it consumed some of its energy to revive Groudon? Lu Feng stared directly at Jirachi, pondering silently. Jirachi sensed the legendary aura lingering around Lu Feng, a sense of familiarity welling up in his heart, and he smiled sweetly. He flew out of Xia Sheng's arms, spun around Lu Feng, and landed directly on his shoulder. Murmuring innocently, Mew, Celebi, Lu Feng felt the extra weight on his shoulders, and hearing Jirachi's whispers, he couldn't help but touch Jirachi. Lu Feng wasn't surprised at all that Jirachi recognized his legendary aura. After all, Mew, Celebi, and Jirachi were all psychic-type mythical beasts, so it was only natural that they would know each other. Sharona observed the scene before her, slowly approaching him, her eyes filled with tenderness. At that moment, a powerful aura emerged from the distant sky, hurtling towards Lu Feng and the others at an astonishing speed. Ka. Someone's coming, Sharona softly warned, her eyebrows raised. The others tensed up at Sharona's words, their guards shifting. Seeing the expressions of Xiaoyao and the others, Lu Feng couldn't help but chuckle, urging them to stop being so nervous. It must be the Hoenn Alliance, given the noise from the previous battle. Diane's heart suddenly panicked at Lu Feng's words, and she looked at Butler beside her, worry written all over her face. Sure enough, a few minutes later, as the pressure from the sky intensified, everyone gradually spotted a figure emerging from the sky. A young man in a pristine white dress, with turquoise hair flowing naturally, exuding an elegant demeanor, appeared, riding a tropical dragon. It's the Mikali champion, Xiaoyao exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with unconcealed excitement as she gazed at the figure in the sky. As someone aiming to be a Pokémon coordinator, Xiaoyao recognized her idol instantly. Xiaozi and the others were startled by Xiaoyao's words, staring blankly at the approaching Mikali. Diane, standing nearby, was especially fearful and uneasy. She looked at Butler nervously, muttering, Butler. Hearing Diane's voice, Butler took a deep breath, met her gaze with a forced smile, and assured her not to worry. At that moment, Butler seemed to have made a decision. He stared at Mikali, who had already fallen from the sky, silently awaiting his own fate. Mikali first surveyed his surroundings, taking in the shattered ground and peaks, the scattered rock fragments, the long-withered flowers and trees, and the remains of cooling lava. His heart suddenly grew heavy. From the lingering energy fluctuations of the battlefield and the devastated ground, he could already imagine the fierce battle that had recently taken place in the quartz sand peaks. Mikkeli was silent for a moment, then turned to look at Lu Feng and the others, his face filled with surprise. He walked over to Lu Feng and Sharona, gave them a meaningful look, and then asked in confusion, "Mr. Lu Feng, Champion Sharona, we meet again. I received a report from the Weather Research Institute. I heard that a strong energy fluctuation has occurred in the Feng's area. I wonder what exactly happened." Lu Feng and Sharona exchanged glances, then looked at Xiaozi and his group, sighing silently. "Champion Mikkeli, let Xiaozi and the others handle the Feng's matter." Hearing this, Mikkeli suddenly realized something and glanced at Xiaozi and his group with a scrutinizing expression. Xiaozi and his group felt the pressure coming from Mikkeli, and cold sweats began to break out on their foreheads. They glanced at Butler, then at Diane, whose expression changed, and seemed very hesitant. Butler, sensing the pressure from the crowd, slowly raised his head, a touch of guilt in his voice. He said to Mikkeli, "Champion Mikkeli, this incident was caused by me. I am willing to accept any punishment. I just hope the League won't vent its anger on Xiaozi and Diane." Mikkeli's brows furrowed slightly at Butler's words, but he didn't lose his temper. Instead, he said calmly, "First, tell me what happened. The League has its own rules and regulations. We won't arbitrarily attack ordinary trainers or the public." With Mikkeli's promise, Butler recounted the entire incident. About half an hour later, Mikkeli finally understood what had happened to Feng's. He looked at Butler and Diane, then at Lu Feng and Sharona, and fell into silent contemplation. Butler quietly awaited his judgment, occasionally comforting Diane beside him. Gradually, a moment of enlightenment dawned on him. It was only at this moment that he realized what he truly desired, not proof, but to return to the past with Diane and bring joy to everyone. It was unknown how much time had passed. Mikkeli came to his senses. Diane, looking at Butler not far away, suddenly thought of Nachi and said to him in a deep voice, "Butler, your experiments have damaged the ecosystem of the Feng's region, depriving countless wild Pokémon of their habitat. According to the relevant regulations of the League, you must go to prison, but I am offering you a new option. Do you accept it?" Butler shuddered and looked at Mikkeli in disbelief. He quickly asked, "Champion Mikkeli, what is this new option?" "I need you to stay in the Feng's region and help the wild Pokémon here recover their habitat until Feng's returns to its original state. Only then can you leave," Mikkeli continued without delay. "During this time, League Rangers will be here to monitor you. Do you agree to this?" Diane looked at Butler with surprise and anticipation. She remained silent for a long time, her meaning self-evident. Butler nodded, indicating that he accepted the punishment. "Champion Mikkeli, I will remain in Feng's until I have atoned for my sins." Diane walked over to Butler, reached out and clasped his hand, and said with a firm gaze, "Butler, I will stay here, and together we will rebuild a home for wild Pokémon. Let this barren land be green again." Lu Feng and the others, not far away, watched the scene in silence for a long time. The sky gradually brightened, a pale white hue covering the sky, and the Millennium Comet loomed, as if reminding everyone that the time of separation was approaching. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 336 I signed a pledge with the gods. A gentle breeze swept through the mountain mist, rustling countless branches and leaves, unknowingly awakening the tranquil peaks and forests. The gloomy night quietly receded, gradually turning from darkness to day. The Millennium Comet, trailing its long, narrow tail, became blurry. Jirachi, perched on Lu Feng's shoulder, seemed to sense something, and a sudden surge of sleepiness overwhelmed him, causing him to yawn several times. Xiaosheng noticed Jirachi's abnormality and looked at him with some concern. Jirachi, hearing Xiaosheng's call, quickly flew off Lu Feng's shoulder, hovering in midair, and glanced at everyone with reluctance. "Do you have any wishes? Jirachi can help you realize them." Everyone stared at Jirachi in stunned silence, then at the dawning sky. They knew it was time to part. With the disappearance of the Millennium Comet, Jirachi would once again transform into Cocoon Stone, slumbering within the earth, awaiting his awakening 1,000 years from now. Tears welled up in Xiaosheng's eyes as he recalled the past 7 days together. He unconsciously walked over to Jirachi and hugged him tightly. Jirachi, thank you for coming, Zaya-shin. Jirachi loves you so much. He loves everyone too, because everyone's been so kind to him, but I need to go to bed again. Zaya-shin and everyone else, we'll be friends forever. Zaya-Ozzy and the others overheard Jirachi and Zaya-shin's conversation and couldn't help but step forward. Together with Zaya-shin, they embraced Jirachi, saying with trembling bodies, yes, we'll be friends forever. Lu Feng, Sharona, and Mikuli watched this scene, their hearts suddenly stirring. As if touched, a smile inexplicably crossed their faces. Then, at Jirachi's urging, everyone silently made a wish to him. The eye of truth on Jirachi's abdomen once again shone brightly, and the blue-green square sticky note on his head moved without a breeze, gleaming brilliantly. This moment, Jirachi used his powers, channeling the comet energy within him, to help everyone fulfill their wishes. Afterward, Jirachi looked at everyone with trembling eyes, fighting back sleepiness and saying, will you listen to my wish? Everyone nodded in agreement, looking at Jirachi eagerly. I'm going to sleep again. Can you sing for me? Jirachi's eyes misted with anticipation. Zaya-Ozzy heard Jirachi's wish and, gazing directly at them, said, everyone, let's fulfill Jirachi's wish together. Then, led by Zaya-Oyo, everyone sang a lullaby, their peaceful voices echoing throughout the peaks and forests. Beep, beep, beep. Jirachi listened to the crowd singing, two pieces of cloth wrapped around his back, his body aglow with a brilliant light. He sincerely thanked everyone, thank you for fulfilling my wish. Jirachi is so happy. As Jirachi's voice faded, he gradually transformed into the form of a cocoon stone and, under the gaze of everyone, fell back into the earth. In an instant, a powerful burst of natural energy revived the entire quartz sand peak forest. Countless flowers, plants, and trees grew wildly, healing the scarred earth. The earth's vitality has been reawakened. Mikuli was incredulous, staring blankly at the scene before him. Jirachi, Zaya-shin looked at the vanished Jirachi, unable to suppress his emotions any longer. A wave of sadness welled up in his eyes, and tears as big as beans rolled down his cheeks. Zaya-Ozzy came to Zaya-shin's side and gently patted his shoulder. Then, looking up at the sky, he slowly said, good night, Jirachi, sleep well. Jirachi, Zaya-Oyo, also moved by the atmosphere of parting, offered a heartfelt wish. Zaya-shin felt the strength on his shoulder and silently suppressed his sadness. He then looked up at the disappearing Millennium Comet and said seriously, it's nice to meet you, Jirachi. Zaya-shin, I will always watch over you, always. Always. Hearing these words echoing in his ears, Zaya-shin froze in place, lost in silence. At this moment, as Jirachi fell into deep sleep, the Millennium Comet in the sky also disappeared, but in its place was a magnificent meteor shower, quietly streaking down from the sky, perfectly displayed before everyone as night and dawn passed. So beautiful. Zaya-Oyo looked at the sudden meteor shower, a glint in his eyes, and he quickly took out his dream star. It's a meteor shower, how could a meteor shower suddenly appear? Ziogang gazed at the dazzling shower, a puzzled expression on his face. I remember the announcement from the center of the universe only saying a comet would appear. Perhaps this is a gift from Jirachi for us. Lu Feng smiled mysteriously, his eyes twinkling as he glanced at the lush greenery. Sharona's beautiful eyes were fixed on the meteor shower, a look of fascination on her face, but after hearing Lu Feng's words, she couldn't help but ponder. Mikuli's lips curled up into an intriguing smile, and in a speculative tone, he whispered, or maybe someone just made a wish, and Jirachi sensed it. Everyone was stunned by Mikuli's words, but after a moment's silent reflection, they suddenly laughed. That must have been a wish from Mr. Butler or Miss Diane. Ziogang watched the two in love in the distance, a bitter feeling rising in his heart, and he quickly expressed his speculation. Damn it. I also want a big sister who can hold my hand, Ziogang wailed inwardly. Zaya-Ozzy and the others followed Ziogang's gaze, looking at Butler and Diane, and nodded slightly. After all, in their opinion, they were probably the only couple present. Only Mikuli shook his head slightly, turning his gaze to the blonde beauty and black-haired young man on his left, a hint of mischief flashing in his eyes. Sharona quietly came to Lu Feng's side, looking directly at him, and asked casually, is this your wish just now? Lu Feng did not answer immediately, but watched the meteor shower quietly with an unusual tenderness. He held Sharona's hand with his right hand and slowly approached Sharona. After feeling her increasingly rapid breathing, He spoke softly into her left ear, hiding in her golden hair. I just asked Cherchi to do something romantic for me. What was it? I made a promise with the gods that, at the turn of light and darkness, I and my beloved will witness the starry sky, eternally radiant. Is it worth it? Is it not worth it? Sharona's eyes softened as she stared blankly at Lu Feng. Listening to his whispered words, her pretty face unconsciously flushed slightly, and her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Lu Feng looked at Sharona, who had lost her composure, and was about to say something else when he heard the system notification sound suddenly ringing in his ear, forcing him to stop. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the legendary quest, Guardian of the Seven Knights. Awaken superpower, world integration plus 5%, world announcement. Congratulations to player 9527 for completing the legendary quest. World integration has been significantly increased. Please continue to work hard. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 Z crystals of any choice. Pokémon carry restrictions have been lifted. A quick fix here. I suddenly remembered that after capturing Reshiram and Groudon, the 12 carry slots simply couldn't transfer all Pokémon, so they had to be transferred in batches. So, I'm adding this here. As the system notification faded, Lu Feng suddenly felt a powerful surge of energy within him. Harnessing this energy, he could easily connect with Pokémon. Within a few minutes, Lu Feng could sense Groudon, Reshiram, Kyogre resting in the underwater cave, and Rayquaza catching a small meteorite in the sky pillar. After a moment of silent reflection, Lu Feng felt mental fatigue and quickly stopped. I didn't expect the special ability I gained this time would be a superpower against Arceus, Lu Feng thought with a chuckle. Next time I'm in a group, I can always call in the high legendaries I have picked up to help me. At that moment, countless high legendaries Lu Feng knew suddenly felt a deep sense of malice and couldn't help but sneeze. Seeing Lu Feng's sudden silence, Sharona thought something had happened, but then she saw a smile on his face and asked, blushing slightly, Lu Feng, now that the Hoenn region is over, are you heading to Sinnoh next? As she spoke, she glanced at him out of the corner of her eye, her eyes filled with anticipation. Lu Feng broke out of his contemplation and was about to answer Sharona when he felt the master ball on his chest shake, and Reshiram's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. He was silent for several minutes, then shook his head slightly with a hint of apology. I'll probably be heading to Unova next. I have some things I need to take care of, but I'll be in Sinnoh as agreed. At the start of the next Lily of the Valley tournament, Sharona sighed in disappointment. Beep, beep. Before she could say anything else, her communicator began beeping, prompting her to check. Upon seeing the message, Sharona's face was filled with surprise. She silently turned to look at Mikali, their eyes meeting. Mikali, clutching his navigator watch, had evidently received the message as well, and nodded at Sharona. Lu Feng noticed the change in their expressions and asked, perplexed, did something happen? Sharona and Mikali shook their heads, expressions of resignation on their faces. Then, he softly explained, the Alliance headquarters has summoned the champions from each region to a meeting in Kanto. It seems to be related to the Galar region. If that's the case, it seems we'll be parting again, Lu Feng said in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Sharona and Mikali remained silent. Everyone watched the meteors quietly falling from the sky, each with their own thoughts, appreciating the beauty of the moment. Chapter 337, Reunion. The battle between reality and ideals. The sun gradually rose, and a new day began. Xiaozi and the others continued to move towards Kamun Town, preparing to challenge the 4th badge of the Hoenn region. Sharona and Mikali each rode their flying Pokémon away, heading to the Kanto region to attend a meeting at the Alliance headquarters. Lu Feng stayed where he was, watching their backs as they left, and remained quietly for a long time. I don't know how long it took. The sunlight shone directly onto the ground through the trees on the peak forest, enveloping Lu Feng's body. Lu Feng slowly came to his senses, holding a master ball on his chest in his hand, and communicating with Reshiram through the power of super control he had just obtained. Reshiram, is the battle between you and Zekrom about to begin? Reshiram was silent for a moment, then, his voice, mingled with mixed emotions, emerged from the master orb. Lu Feng, I can sense that Zekrom's strength has recovered. The battle between reality and ideals is about to begin. Lu Feng gazed deeply at the bizarre peaks before him, nodded slightly, and whispered to Reshiram, I understand. Tomorrow we'll head to Unova. In this battle between reality and ideals, I will do my best to help you achieve victory. Upon hearing this, Reshiram's bright blue dragon eyes flashed with a conviction of victory, and he continued to immerse himself in the contemplation of the fireball slate. Meanwhile, just as Lu Feng was about to leave Fiends, he was stopped by Groudon, who was within the Master Orb. He shook his purple-white sphere and shouted excitedly at Lu Feng. Roar! Lu Feng, I sense the aura of the slate. Lu Feng paused, then quickly stopped, looking at the other Master Orb in surprise. He used his superpower to communicate with Groudon, asking uncertainly, Groud, the stone tablet you mentioned? Could it be Arceus's tablet? Groudon's Pokeball shook violently, as if answering Lu Feng's question. Just now, when Jirachi fell back to sleep and the natural energy erupted, I sensed something with the same aura of stone tablets in the southwest. Lu Feng glanced at the southwest, pondering silently. 5 minutes later, a decision gradually formed within him. He looked in the direction Groudon had pointed and slowly walked towards it. Lu Feng continued along the narrow passage between the peaks, observing the newly sprouted trees on both sides of the road. Many wild Pokémon along the way, upon noticing Lu Feng, hid behind the trees, quietly watching him. A few powerful long-nosed leafs attempted to attack Lu Feng, attempting to drive him from the area, but before they could get close, they were knocked down by the wave missiles Lu Feng fired. An hour later, Lu Feng arrived at a vast cavern. He was stunned by the gloomy surroundings, the traces of human footprints, and the numerous broken and scattered stones. Could this be where Butler and Diane brought Jirachi's cocoon stone? Lu Feng wondered. A moment later, following Groudon's instructions, Lu Feng released Rotom, having it use flash to illuminate the entire cavern. He then continued on his way. 10 minutes later, Lu Feng and Rotom appeared before a broken mural. Using his wave power, he detected a familiar presence within the mural. He then used his wave missile to break through the wall, revealing an ancient stone tablet emitting a ghostly aura. It was Arceus's Yokai tablet. A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Feng's eyes. It took considerable effort to retrieve the tablet from the wall. It looks like Jengar will be the biggest winner this time, Lu Feng muttered to himself. He shook his head, recalling the energy crystal he'd obtained this time, along with a stone tablet suitable for Jengar. After carefully putting it away, Lu Feng left with Rotom, heading towards Violet City. Elsewhere, in the Unova region, in Indok, Drito stood in the ancient kingdom of the Earth People, gazing at the weathered and mottled buildings. His eyes were filled with emotion and complexity, then gradually grew determined. I will restore Earth home to its original state. It's time for the glory of the Earth People to bloom once again across Unova. Zekrom, have you found any trace of Victini yet? I haven't sensed Victini's presence, but my intuition tells me that he is hiding within Indok. In that case, please continue to search for him. To restore Earth home to its original state, I need Victini's help. I understand. I will help you realize your ideal. Drito nodded silently at Zekrom's words, his frown gradually relaxing. Although Victini hadn't been found yet, Drito believed that with Zekrom's help, they could find him and, with his boundless energy, return the Earth Sword to its original place. Meanwhile, Lady Yakin arrived at Indok with a number of the survivors. Mr. Drito, the Earth People in Kalos, Sinna, and Alila have agreed to return to Indok. Lady Yakin walked up to Drito and briefly reported on the recent progress. As for the remnants of Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, and the Orange Islands, due to the recent frequent disasters, they have relocated back to various regions and are heading towards Indok. Compared to our original estimate, the time it takes for the Earth People to return to their homeland will undoubtedly be significantly shorter this time. Lady Yakin, thank you very much for your help. Drito's face lit up with joy. I believe that with everyone's help, the glory of the Earth People will soon be restored. Lady Yakin and the others looked at Drito's excitement, thinking of the Black Dragon Zekrom and filled with anticipation for the future he had envisioned. After Lady Yakin left, Drito gazed at the ancient Earth Sword Castle, a sudden surge of urgency rising within him. He was about to continue searching for Victini hidden within the castle when he suddenly heard Zekrom's warning. Drito, Reshiram's presence is approaching Unova. The battle between us is about to begin. Drito paused at Zekrom's words. He suddenly looked up at Zekrom and spoke with a firm tone, fists clenched. Zekrom, I understand. When the time comes, I will defeat Reshiram's heroes with my ideals. Zekrom's red eyes flickered, and pale blue lightning woven behind him as he plunged into the clouds, searching for Victini's exact location. Drito watched Zekrom disappear, then glanced at the ancient Indriok, his eyes flickering. The battle between reality and ideals is about to begin. November 6, Thursday. With the roar of a plane descending in the sky, the turbine engines on both wings gradually stopped vibrating. Lu Feng boarded a flight from Violet City to the Unova region, arriving once again in the bustling Hoenn city. Shortly after the plane landed, Lu Feng walked out of Hoenn airport, heading for the airport exit. Gazing at the city before him, a city that felt both familiar and unfamiliar, Lu Feng lifted Reshiram's master ball and, through the power of transcendence, spoke to him. Reshiram, can you sense Zekram's location now? Reshiram was silent for a moment, as if sensing Zekram, a shared origin. A moment later, Zekram's presence has appeared in Aindok. Reshiram's ethereal voice resonated silently within Lu Feng's heart. Lu Feng gazed in the direction of Aindok and nodded silently. This result didn't surprise Lu Feng at all. Having already guessed that Drito was with Zekram, he had known of Drito's plans. He was only a little unsure whether Drito had actually found Victini. He pondered for a few minutes. Lu Feng gradually formed his next plan. Just as he was about to leave Hoenn City, he suddenly felt a sense of being watched. He stared calmly ahead, occasionally scanning his surroundings with his peripheral vision, trying to pinpoint the source of the prying gaze. Unfortunately, the streets of Hoenn City were densely populated, and before Lu Feng could locate the gaze, he was interrupted by the jostling of pedestrians nearby. Is it a Pokémon or a human? Lu Feng pondered quietly. After a moment, Lu Feng sighed softly and headed straight for his departure. Unbeknownst to him, something in his backpack, long untouched, began to glow faintly, as if sensing a specific presence. Somewhere in Hoenn City, a petite and delicate figure, using its invisibility ability, hid. Curiously, it gazed in the direction Lu Feng was leaving, clutching its chest with its hands. Seeing that Lu Feng hadn't noticed it, it breathed a sigh of relief. It could sense that something about Lu Feng seemed to connect with it, something that seemed to enhance its own strength, drawing it in. However, due to its shy nature, the Pokémon hesitated for a long time and didn't follow Lu Feng directly. It combed its cyan hair with its hands, its large, watery eyes wide open, humming a single note with a distressed expression. Finally, it quickly pursued Lu Feng in the direction he had left. Chapter 338 Pokémon World Championship. Kanto Region, Quartz Plateau. Just as Lu Feng arrived in Hoenn City, a special meeting was underway at the Pokémon League headquarters. 6 champions from 7 regions, including Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, Unova, Kalos, and Galar, attended the meeting together. The league president, Damalanchi, looked at the 6 champions present, recalled the proposal of the Galar regional branch president, Roz, and couldn't help but look a little dazed. I'm getting old after all, Damalanchi sighed silently. Sharona, you're long due, and the others looked at Damalanchi, who was distracted, and then looked at Andy and Roz beside them, their faces full of puzzled expressions. They exchanged glances for a while, but to their disappointment, no one knew the theme of this meeting, except Roz, who kept smiling. Yulongdu was silent for a moment. Seeing the other champions' expectant eyes, he couldn't help but let out a wry smile. He then turned to Damalanchi and asked, President Damalanchi, I wonder what's the matter with you calling us together this time? The other champions, upon hearing Yulongdu's voice, turned their gazes towards Damalanchi, quietly awaiting his explanation. Damalanchi slowly snapped out of his distracted state, glanced around, pursed his lips, coughed softly, and spoke silently. Adu, please be patient. I've called everyone together primarily to make an announcement. Yulongdu met Damalanchi's weathered eyes, then quietly returned to his seat, awaiting his next words. Damalanchi noticed Yulongdu's gesture and nodded gently. He then glanced at Roz in the corner, paused, and continued speaking. The Pokémon League has a history of over 100 years since its founding. During this time, we've made many attempts, leading to the regional champions leagues and league tournaments we have today. These champions leagues and league tournaments have nurtured and discovered many powerful trainers for the league. All of you here have benefited from this, and I believe you can sense it. Upon hearing this, Mikli, Adek, and the others, reflecting on their own experiences, nodded silently, not denying the help the champions leagues and league tournaments had brought them. Kalno and Sharona exchanged a thoughtful glance. They knew that Damalanchi's recapitulation of history was prelude to something else, something very likely comparable to the champions leagues and league tournaments. Sure enough, Damalanchi's next words confirmed their suspicions. Damalanchi displayed several images from a PowerPoint presentation, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Although the alliance has become very powerful today, We still lack the strongest power to end the disaster when facing legendary Pokémon. These pictures are the legendary events that occurred in Kanto, Johto, Hoenn and the Orange Islands during this period. I think several of the champions who participated in them should be able to understand the powerlessness when facing high-level legends, in order to be able to deal with the disasters caused by high-level legends in the future and resist the evil organization's conspiracy to covet the power of legends. Humans need legendary trainers with strength far beyond that of champions. This is also the purpose of my gathering everyone this time. It just so happens that President Ross of the Galar region submitted a related application to me. I think we can all take a look together to see if we are willing to make such an attempt. Damelin spoke excitedly for a long time, and his mouth was a little dry, but looking at everyone who was lost in thought, a smile appeared on his face again, and then his eyes fell on Ross. President Ross, it's your turn to present this proposal. It's my honor, President Damalachi. Ross smiled as he walked from his corner to Damalachi's side and took the microphone from him. He glanced at the others present, then at the Commandant. A sudden surge of ambition rose within him. Ross took a deep breath and spoke confidently. Everyone here is a champion in their respective regions, arguably the strongest at the top of their regions. Reaching this point is a testament to your dedication and hard work in Pokemon training, but I want to ask you all, have you noticed that your strength growth has slowed since you became champions? If this continues, I wonder when you'll reach the next level? When will you become the legendary trainers that President Damalachi envisions? Everyone shuddered at Ross's words, their faces turning complex as they recalled past events and their current strength. Everyone knows their own business. Since becoming champions, their Pokemon's strength has reached a plateau. Lacking opponents worthy of a full-on battle, their progress has lagged far behind. Sharona looked up at Ross, her eyes sparkling as she suddenly asked, since President Ross has raised this question, I presume you have a solution, right? Ross smiled, signaling Sharona to sit down. He then opened the next PowerPoint presentation and presented a plan. Everyone, looking at the plan before them, was shocked, their brows furrowed in a frown. Mikali asked with some confusion, President Ross, I wonder what this Pokemon World Championship means. Ross lowered his head, his eyes full of anticipation, and explained to everyone carefully, the Pokemon World Championship will be an attempt by the League to cultivate legendary trainers. It is different from the previous regional league conferences and the King's League. Instead, it chooses a ranking format to bring together powerful trainers from various regions to this ranking. Players who want to participate in the World Championship need to register online now. Successfully registered contestants will be divided into 4 different levels according to the points they have obtained: Pokeball level, Ultra Ball level, Advanced Ball level and Master Ball level. Among them, each level is divided into specific values. Participants can determine their strength ranking in the entire world through their ranking in the competition. Pokeball level, mainly trainers who register for the first time 1000th, the level of all ordinary trainers. It is the gathering place of most trainers participating in the league competition. Super Ball, 999th to 100th place in the tournament. This level belongs to most gym owners and a few extremely powerful ordinary trainers. Advanced Ball, 99th to 9th place in the tournament. This level belongs to the top 100 trainers in the world, all regional champions, and a few gym owners. Master Ball, the top 8 in the tournament, the 8 strongest trainers in the world, will be awarded the title of 8 Masters. The strongest trainer will then become the Supreme Champion. After registering, World Championship participants will re-challenge each other to compete for the top spot. Previous results will not be counted. Participants will request a match via their computers, Pokédex, cell phones, or navigator watches. If the other party agrees, the World Championship Committee will dispatch a drone Rotom to referee and explain the rules. After the match, their rankings will be updated based on the results. Participants in the Pokeball to advanced stages can only apply to compete against opponents of their own level. Winners will be ranked higher, losers will be ranked lower, and in the event of a draw, their rankings remain unchanged. Ross recounted all the rules in one breath. Looking at the champions who had fallen silent, he silently opened a bottle of water beside him and sipped it elegantly. Adek, Kaloon, and the others looked at Ross's calm expression with a sense of unease. They knew full well that if such a match were confirmed, they, the champions, would be the first to bear the brunt of the consequences. After all, if they couldn't achieve the title of 8 Masters, how could they represent the glory of the entire region? Would these champions even have any use for themselves? Moreover, even if they could achieve the title, To avoid being defeated by new challengers, ordinary trainers, they would need to constantly improve their skills to avoid being overthrown by those who came after them. Karen, are you being polite? I suspect you're implying something. How would they find time to slack off, catch criminals, hold grand tournaments, act out, or just be a slacker? The thought weighed heavily on the champions' hearts. But the thought of their responsibilities and their aspirations for the realm above and beyond the realm of champions also fueled their excitement. As the most powerful champion trainers in each region, who would admit to being inferior to the others? Roz observed the expressions of the others, and seeing the fighting spirit in their eyes, he knew his plan was likely to succeed. If Dandy can claim the title of Supreme King, it will undoubtedly bring a huge influx of people to the Galar region. The development of the impoverished Galar region will surely catch up with the other regions, Roz roared inwardly. 10 minutes later, seeing that everyone had concluded their deliberations, Damlanchi slowly stood up and said with a smile, after 10 minutes of deliberation, I believe you have come to your conclusions. Now, let's vote. Dandy, Galar region agrees. Yurayudo met Damlanchi's gaze, then glanced at Dandy not far away. He nodded firmly and said, on behalf of the Johto region, I agree. Hoenn region has no objection. Mikali stood up gracefully, answering like a nobleman. The Sinnoh region accepts this proposal. Sorona's eyes shone brightly, her golden hair falling freely. Kaluna shook her head, and seeing her best friend Sorona already standing, she followed suit. The Kalos region has no objections. Adek was silent for a moment. Seeing everyone's attention focused on him, he sighed softly. Well, then I'll approve the Unova region as well. As a somewhat unconventional figure among the champions, Adek's spirit had been weakened after the death of his ace player. He had initially considered slacking off. But after hearing everyone's words and thinking of the Unova region and his own responsibility as champion, he finally agreed to the proposal. Adek thought to himself, it seems that the issue of succession should be put on the agenda. Greek letter epsilon. 3. After seeing that all the champions agreed, Damlanchi quickly spoke to everyone and said, in this case, on behalf of the Kanto region, I also agree to the plan proposed by President Ross. Next, you and President Ross will work together to make relevant preparations. Try to complete most of the preparations before the end of this year, and then notify all regions of this news at the beginning of next year. Ross and the 6 champions nodded, and after Damlanchi left, they directly discussed the relevant tasks. Chapter 339, 3 Cloud Gods and Ice Dragon Kyurem. November 9th, Sunday. Unova region, Fanba City. As a unique port city in Unova region, it is different from Fian City across the sea. Due to the ever-present strong winds, sailing is very popular in the area, so it is also known as the City of Sails and Whirlpools. At this time, in a house somewhere in the north of the city, Sakuki stood quietly in front of the window, looking at the scenery outside the window that was different from Kanto and Johto, and stayed there for a long time. At his right foot, the cat boss rubbed Sakuki's trouser leg with his fur from time to time, just like a house cat trying to please its owner. After an unknown amount of time, Mana, holding a stack of documents, knocked on Sakuki's door. Dong, dong, dong. Sakuki was interrupted by the sudden knock on the door and gradually woke up from his thinking. He gazed toward the door and said, emotionless, come in. With Sakuki's permission, Minori carefully pushed open the door. With the documents in his arms, he approached Sakuki and respectfully handed them over. Boss Sakuki, this is the information we've gathered. According to our investigation, there's a 3-cloud island near Handa City. Legends circulate about 3 legendary Pokémon, Land Cloud, Thunder Cloud, and Tornado. Land Cloud? Thunder Cloud? And Tornado. Sakuki took the documents from Minori and carefully flipped through them. They sound very similar to the 3 divine birds of Kanto and the 3 sacred beasts of Johto. I wonder how powerful they are. Minori struggled to recall, reciting the inscriptions he had seen. Long ago, 3 Cloud Island was caught in a battle between Thunder Cloud, the god of thunder, and Tornado, the god of wind. The island was in great danger. It was Land Cloud, the god of fertility, who intervened to stop the conflict. When Chudian was severely damaged, the islanders used the resurrection herb to heal Chudian, which helped him repel the tornado and lightning clouds. To thank the islanders for their help, Chudian used his divine power to make Sankumo Island extremely prosperous. Is this the legend of Sankumo? Sakuki listened to Minori's story with interest, his eyes gradually lowering. It's very interesting. Any other news? Sakaki slowly closed the file in his hand and looked up at Minori. Managi nodded and replied cautiously, since we arrived in Unova, Dr. Sage has researched relevant information and discovered that Unova was once subject to a meteorite crisis. In ancient times, a massive late-night meteorite crashed, breaking into countless fragments that scattered across Unova. The energy contained within was enough to influence the climate and Pokémon throughout Unova. Boss Sakaki, if we can obtain both this late-night meteorite and the 3 legendary Pokémon from Makumo Island, we can exploit the climate change, implement Project Tempest, and dominate all of Unova. Currently, some of the late-night meteorite fragments have been found by Dr. Sage near the ancient ruins. Late-night meteorite? That's a bit surprising, Sakaki muttered silently, his expression unchanged. Managi, go back and tell Dr. Sage that Team Rocket will not forget his contribution if Project Tempest succeeds. Yes, Boss Sakaki. I understand. Managi lowered his head, taking note of Sakaki's words. Besides these 2 pieces of news, is there anything else? Sakaki asked casually, observing Mana's expression. He assumed there wouldn't be anything else. But suddenly heard Mana continue. Boss Sakaki, our Team Rocket's undercover agent within the League has sent back relevant news. It said that League headquarters has summoned champions from all regions for a special meeting. Also, the trainer who constantly sabotages Team Rocket's operations has come to Unova. Sakaki clenched his right fist, his expression darkening. He briefly pondered for a few minutes, then looked back at Mana and said seriously, tell our undercover agents within the League not to act rashly and to carefully collect the information from the meeting. As for Feng, have you been able to determine his purpose for coming to Unova? Mana pulled out her tablet, pulled up the predicted information, and displayed it to Sakaki. Based on our speculation, Feng is most likely heading for Ainduak. Ainduak? What kind of place is that? Sakaki looked at Minori in confusion. As a newcomer to Unova, he wasn't familiar with its history and legends. Legend has it that it's the kingdom of the Earthlings. Minori continued to open documents one by one, retrieving relevant information from the database. The black and white dragons of Unova once battled there. Currently, someone claiming to be a descendant of the Earthlings, recognized by the black dragon Zekrom, is rallying the former Earthlings in Ainduak, attempting to reconstruct the ancient kingdom. The black and white dragons. Sakaki's voice was low, his eyes flickering slightly, as if he were contemplating something. After a long pause, he regained his composure and, looking at Minori, solemnly said, keep a close eye on the situation in Ainduak. If the black and white dragons reappear, report to me immediately. Yes. Minori held her breath, resisting the pressure emanating from Sakaki, and nodded vigorously. Sakaki watched Managi's retreating form, then glanced at a Pokémon in the dark corner of the room. This Pokémon was incredibly petite, with a headband-like shape on its enormous head. Its body was covered in white and purple, resembling a baby's. Its body emanated a powerful psychic energy, terrifying and intimidating. As expected of a perfect Pokémon, incorporating the genes of Deoxys, the 3 legendary birds, and the energy of Kelos's Mega Evolution. Even more powerful than the escaped Mewtwo, a raging fire ignited within Sakaki, his unquenchable ambition inadvertently revealing itself. HMPH. This time, use your power to conquer the entire Unova region. Meanwhile, in the Unova region, northwest of Kagome Town, stood the giant cave. Formed by an ancient meteorite crash, this massive cave had long been a frightening and forbidden area within Kagome Town. Rumors circulated that a monster from the meteorite resided deep within the cave, bringing a cold wind into the town each night to prey on humans and Pokémon. Anyone who ventured too far into the cave would suffer an unexpected disaster. To prevent unauthorized entry, the administrators of Romo Town had built a massive wall around the area and ordered residents to stay out at night. For a long time, residents of the area had been steadfastly adhering to the motto "Stay away from the Giant's Cave." However, the tranquility of the Giant's Cave was shattered by the arrival of a group of people. Gitchis, accompanied by Akrima and Vio, one of the 7 sages, entered the supposedly forbidden cave. As time passed, Gitchis and his companions reached the deepest part of the Giant's Cave. A bipedal, gray-blue Pokémon, resembling a Tyrannosaurus, lay sprawled on the snow-covered ground, deep in a deep sleep. It possessed a unique, icy blue nose, its pale green eyes tightly shut. The yellow horns on its head shone with an inexplicable brilliance, reflecting off the ice and snow. Its icy blue wings, seemingly broken, evoked a chilling chill. Its icy blue face and jaw trembled slightly, occasionally emitting an extremely cold breath, making the already chilly cave seem even colder. Surrounding the Pokémon were numerous wild geometric snowflakes and double ice, which continuously exuded a chill, fanning an extremely cold wind around the sleeping Pokémon. "This is the legendary, strongest dragon, Kyurem," Quixote said with deep emotion, his gaze fixed on the Pokémon not far away, sensing the powerful, oppressive aura it exuded. Even though it is still asleep, it can still emit an extremely powerful sense of oppression. "It is really intoxicating," Akroma nodded and replied softly, "Lord Quichus, this is the strongest dragon in Unova. As long as we can subdue him, it will be easy for Team Plasma to restore the kingdom of Unova and build a new world." "Ha ha ha, very good." Quichus laughed out loud after hearing Akroma's words, and then seemed to think of something and asked him, "Dr. Akroma, are you sure your machine can control Kyurem?" Akroma nodded, looked at Kyurem in front of him, and said nonchalantly, "Of course. The Type 3 Kyurem control machine I developed is foolproof as long as it does not exceed the energy range limited by the machine. Since Kyurem is still in a sleeping state, it is impossible for him to break free. We only need to use his powerful ice energy and passively use it as the energy and weapon of the Plasma Destroyer to achieve your ideal, to prevent Kyurem from waking up unexpectedly. I've also used the P2 lab to resurrect and transform Genesect, the bug-type Pokémon known as the greatest hunter 300 million years ago. In a short while, we can allow them to return to this world and help us balance Kyurem." Upon hearing Akram's words, Quichus nodded with satisfaction. "Dr. Akram, I will continue to provide additional funding for your experiment. Please continue your research." Akram smiled and nodded. Quichus then turned to Vio, signaling him to dispatch forces to drive away the wild Pokémon surrounding Kyurem. Vio nodded to Quichus, then led the elite members of Team Plasma and used their Pokémon to drive away all the surrounding wild Pokémon. Seeing this, Akram quickly approached Kyurem and carefully restrained him with a machine he had developed, repeatedly administering sleeping potions to prevent Kyurem from waking. About an hour later, Akram finally completed his arrangements, installing the entire Kyurem control machine Type II throughout his body. "Lord Quichus, the plan is complete." Akram handed a controller to Quichus. Quichus took it with a trembling body, trying to calm his excitement. He then turned to Vio. "Vio, have Azure and the others find the gene wedge as soon as possible." "Yes, Lord Quichus," Vio bowed his head and said respectfully. At this time, Jero, one of the 7 sages, suddenly arrived at the giant's cave. With a hint of excitement, he said to Quichus, "Lord Quichus, the Feng you told us to keep an eye on has appeared in the Unova region. He's heading towards Adok, Tisk. The white dragon Risharam and the black dragon Zekrom have appeared, as well as Adok." Quichus' eyes flashed with thought, and he sneered in a low voice. "It seems the battle between reality and ideals is about to begin again, and how can we miss the ice dragon Kyurem this time? Jero, gather all the elite team members and cotters around Adorok. Wait until the black dragon and the white dragon are both defeated before we attack." Upon receiving the order from Quichus, Jero hurriedly withdrew from the giant cave, hoping to gather the members of Team Plasma. Then, under Quichus's control, Kyurem boarded the Plasma Destroyer in a dormant state. Only after Team Plasma left did the giant cave gradually return to peace. Chapter 340, Angry Risharam and Zekrom. At the same time, just as Kyurem was being taken away by Team Plasma, Zekrom suddenly felt a palpitation in his heart, and he roared at the sky for no apparent reason. Horrifying flashes of lightning streaked across the sky, and dark clouds enveloped Indriok, a scene as if the end of the world had arrived. The countless people of the earth who witnessed this scene felt deeply depressed. Drito ran out of the Earth Sword Castle, obviously noticing Zekrom's abnormality. With an anxious expression, he shouted to Zekrom who was pouring lightning in the sky, "Zekrom, what's wrong with you? Why are you so angry?" Perhaps because he heard Drito's voice, Zekrom gradually calmed down, and his bright red pupils became very strange. With a ferocious and tyrannical aura, he roared loudly, "Drito, I feel Kyurem's mood at this moment. He is in pain." "Kyurem? The strongest dragon Kyurem," Drito muttered to himself, looking at Zekrom in surprise, and asked in confusion, "Zekrom, what exactly happened?" Zekrom suppressed the anger in his heart, shook his head silently, and said to Drito in a muffled voice, "Through the connection between me and him, I saw a group of people in black clothes using machines to control him and take him away from the giant cave." Drito's pupils couldn't help but shrink when he heard this. His heart was rolling like a raging sea, and his expression became very horrified. As far as he knew, Kyurem, Zekrom, and Reshiram were 3 high-level legendary Pokémon descended from the same origin, with Kyurem being the most powerful. However, he had never expected something like this to happen. Drito was silent for a moment, looking at the furious Zekrom. He sighed softly, trying to calm him. Zekrom, once the matter of Indok is over, I will go with you to rescue Kyurem. Zekrom's bright red eyes glared directly at Drito. Sensing Drito's resolve, he too silently suppressed his anger and calmed down. Meanwhile, near the ancient castle far from Indok, Feng stared in astonishment at Reshiram, who had broken free from the Master Ball. Reshiram's expression was filled with agony. With his massive white claws flapping, he soared into the sky, his back to the ground, unleashing a rage. Ao! A dragon's roar shook the earth, and vibrant cyan flames plummeted to the ground. Carrying Reshiram's purest rage, they incinerated the red sandstone into pitch-black darkness. Fortunately, the surrounding area was a vast expanse of endless desert, devoid of many humans or Pokémon, which gave Feng a sigh of relief. Reshiram, stop! Feng used the power of Evergreen to soothe Reshiram. But the moment he touched Reshiram, he suddenly felt an overwhelming sadness, as if he had encountered something that had infuriated him. As Feng soothed him, Reshiram, who had just vented his anger, gradually calmed down and let out a mournful wail toward the northwest. Reshiram, what's wrong with you? Feng looked at Reshiram gravely, a look of concern evident. Reshiram's bright blue dragon eyes were filled with sorrow. He spoke to Feng in a low voice, his tone filled with repression and anger. Kyurem was taken away. He is in great pain now. I can sense his inner sorrow. Feng's brows knitted together as he heard Reshiram's words. He pondered for a moment, then slowly raised his head to meet Reshiram's sorrowful gaze. Reshiram, do you know who took Kyurem away? Reshiram nodded, then shook his head. I can only vaguely sense that he was controlled by a machine, and a group of humans in black took him away. Men in black? Could they be from Team Plasma? Feng frowned, silently speculating. After a long moment, he awoke from his contemplation, looked at the somewhat uneasy Reshiram, sighed softly, and said, Reshiram, let's go to Indok first. We currently don't know the exact whereabouts of these men in black. Searching aimlessly like this is like looking for a needle in a haystack. I'll have the Alliance keep an eye on them for you. Reshiram heard this, knowing he couldn't rush, and returned to the Master Ball. At this moment, the system notification sound suddenly rang in Feng's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the legendary quest, Ice Dragon Guardian. Quest time limit, none. Quest description, the evil organization hidden in the Unova region, in order to achieve its goal of ruling the region, has used powerful scientific and technological power to control the sleeping ice dragon Kyurem. The crisis in the Unova region is about to appear, so the host is requested to be prepared. Quest reward, Legendary Slate 1, World Fusion plus 5%, Kyurem's initial favorability, failure penalty, random drop of a legendary item, Reshiram's favorability decreases. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the legendary quest, White Hero of Indok. Quest time limit, before Indok is destroyed. Quest description, the glory of the former kingdom has fallen, and the ancient dreams of the ancestors have disappeared and shattered. The descendants of the survivors carry the power of their ideals and regain the glory of the past, but they don't know that the result has already been doomed. Please ask the host to stop the destruction of Indok. Quest reward, Legendary Slate 1, World Fusion plus 5%, failure penalty, none. Feng was stunned for a while, with a very strange expression on his face. Oh my goodness! Is this a package release of legendary quests? Feng muttered softly, his face full of disbelief. I remember it's not Double 11 yet. How come it's buy one get one free? A few minutes later, Feng slowly recovered his mood and continued to take Rotom, riding the Rotom bike, towards Indok. On the other side, Hanba City, Sankumo Island. Sakuki brought the elites of the rocket team and took a speedboat to this island known as the legendary Sankumo Island. Under the leadership of Mana, the group gradually came to one of the sub-islands of Sankumo Island. Boss Sakuki, this is the evil warding steel on this island. As long as this steel is destroyed, the tornado will reappear. Mana pointed to the steel in front of him and slowly told this story. Sakuki gazed at the massive stone tablet nearby, carefully examining the strange patterns on it. He calmly declared, in that case, Let's destroy this tablet." As he finished speaking, a pale blue missile flew out, striking the keystone in front of the tablet with incredible precision. A moment later, the sky over Senkumo Island began to shift. A fierce hurricane blew from the ocean to the shore, scattering the floating white clouds. A hazy figure, accompanied by the hurricane, approached Senkumo Island at an astonishing speed. As the figure gradually emerged before Sakuki and the others, a heavy pressure descended upon the rockets. Under this overwhelming pressure, countless Team Rocket members' faces flushed red, their breathing becoming labored, as if they were suffocating. "Is this the legendary Pokémon Tornado?" Sakuki gazed at the green, muscular figure in the sky, resembling a genie, and gave a look of disdain. "Mewtwo, shoot it down." As his voice fell, a petite Pokémon appeared behind Sakuki. It addressed him with a childish, feminine voice, as if it had just been born. Yes, this was a creature Team Rocket had recreated, using the Mew hair obtained from the first tree of the world, infused with the genes of Deoxys, the 3 legendary birds, and the Mega Evolution power of Kalos. Because it was naturally imbued with a Mega Evolution potential, this newly born Mewtwo was even more powerful than the one far away in Johto, capable of Mega Evolution from the moment it was born. Mewtwo had just entered its Mega Evolutionary state, transforming directly into Mewtwo. A terrifying surge of psychic energy suddenly erupted from its body. Light blue telekinetic energy surged towards the tornado, striking it from the sky before it could react. Boom! 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 The tornado slammed into the stone tablet, shattering the massive ancient monument. The fragments fell into countless tiny pieces, filling the ground with smoke and dust. Mewtwo saw a tornado fall to the ground, but didn't stop its attack. Instead, it continued to use its powerful mental power, transforming its miraculous noetic waves into physical form, and hurled them straight at Tornado, catching it off guard. Tornado, already suffering considerable damage, saw the incoming physical mental energy, his pupils trembling slightly. He let out a fierce roar, intending to retaliate with a skill. But before he could unleash his skills, Mewtwo's attack was unleashed. Under the terrifying blow, Tornado was once again slammed to the ground, tumbling back into the pit. This time, Tornado's body was covered in wounds, and the intense pain spread, making its face look agonized. Just as it tried to stand up, Mewtwo attacked again. After experiencing the same outcome over and over again, Tornado finally lost the ability to resist. Sakuki looked at Tornado, collapsed in the pit, and without a word, he threw a high-level ball, successfully subduing it. Then, led by Managi, Sakuki arrived at another sub-island. Using the same movements as before, he summoned a lightning cloud and, using Mewtwo, forcefully defeated and subdued it. With the help of the lightning cloud and the tornado, Sakuki successfully drew out the final earth cloud, and with Mewtwo's terrifying power, subdued it once again. An hour later, Team Rocket appeared in front of the island's Harvest Shrine. The Harvest Shrine in the game is near Route 14, while in the TV anime it's on Mikumo Island. This is the animated version. Boss Sakuki, I've had my men search a nearby resident's home, and they found this book containing the most detailed information about Mikumo. Managi's expression remained unchanged as he handed the newly found book to Sakuki. Sakuki glanced through it first, and after seeing some information recorded in it, a smile appeared on his lips, and he praised Managi and others. Very good. Well done. Next, I need you to find the ancient props recorded in this book, so that the 3 cloud god can change its form and become more powerful, so as to help us complete the storm plan. Yes, Managi and the other members of Team Rocket heard this and shouted solemnly to Sakuki. After getting what they wanted, Sakuki and the members of Team Rocket left the 3 cloud island and headed towards the next destination. Except for some residents on the island, no one knew that the legendary 3 cloud god had fallen into the hands of an evil organization. Chapter 341, Reality and Ideal, Reshiram vs. Zekrom. November 12, under the gentle sunlight, Feng rode his Rotom bicycle to Aindauk once again. The sun was shining brightly, and the breeze was gentle. From the town of Aindauk, the melodious sound of ancient bells echoed. A narrow, shimmering river flowed gently through the center of the town along an ancient mountain path. The old-fashioned buildings, unlike those found in other Unova cities, stood majestically on this ancient landscape, adding a unique touch of charm to the town. Countless pedestrians walked along the old streets, their faces filled with an indescribable joy, as if preparing for some grand ceremony. Is this some kind of celebration? Lu Feng asked, gazing at Aindok not far away, a look of surprise on his face. Rodham, hovering in midair, pointed in the direction of Aindok, gently pressed the shutter, and then searched online for relevant information. This is Aindok's famous harvest festival. Rodham relayed the information he'd found to Lu Feng. Lu Feng nodded, a sudden realization dawning on him. So it's the harvest festival. Since it's an Aindok festival, let's go check it out. With that, he led Rodham along the well-worn mountain steps, heading towards the nearby town. About 10 minutes later, the main town of Aindok came into view. Just as Lu Feng was about to enter, he saw a man wearing traditional Aindok attire, his hair split between black and white, appear on his path. At the same moment, the sky suddenly became filled with lightning and thunder, and inky black clouds obscured the heavens. A heavy pressure swept over, and the aura of a god poured out. Under immense pressure, Lu Feng first glanced toward the sky, meeting a pair of bright red eyes hidden within the dark clouds. He could sense the roar of thunder and lightning everywhere, and the deafening roar that jarred his eardrums. Then, shifting his gaze to the man nearby, his calm and resolute face, he couldn't help but ask, "Black Dragon's Akron?" And a hero with an ideal, Drito, upon hearing Lu Feng's words, silently observed his expression, sensing a mixture of sadness and joy. A look of surprise crossed his face. He then nodded at Lu Feng and said with a sigh, as expected of the true hero of the White Dragon Risharam, but, Drito paused, then fixed Lu Feng with a piercing gaze, his words unwaveringly firm, "But I will not let you thwart my plan. The return of the Earthland to its homeland is the guiding principle of ideals." Hearing Drito's words, Lu Feng subconsciously touched his nose, a sudden surge of a rather childish feeling rising within him. Isn't this guy a fool? Lu Feng thought speechlessly. A moment later, unable to bear the atmosphere any longer, Lu Feng silently pulled out his master ball from his pocket and gently pressed the switch. A blazing beam of light shot up into the sky, plunging directly into the dark clouds, splitting the clouds above Aindok in two. Risharam flapped his white claws, his long, cloud-like hair fluttering like banners in the raging wind from the clouds. His divine-like tail vibrated violently, emitting a brilliant burst of flames. Roar! His bright blue dragon eyes glared directly at Zekrom, and he opened his pure white jaws, his sharp teeth flashing with a cold gleam as he let out a sharp dragon roar. Zekrom stared at Risharam across from him, his crimson eyes gleaming with lightning. The electric engine on his tail spun rapidly, emitting a pale blue glow. And the roar of thunder and lightning rippled through it. Roar! He roared at Risharam, unyieldingly. The roar pierced the obstructing dark clouds and spread in all directions, like a crack of thunder, causing the earth and sky to tremble slightly. Countless residents and travelers within Aindok, seeing the sudden change in the weather, assumed it was about to rain. But hearing the two terrifying roars and sensing the oppressive atmosphere that permeated the air, a sense of unease crept over them. Lu Feng and Drito watched this scene, hearing the howling of pedestrians emanating from Aindok, and their faces fell slightly. They knew full well that if a battle broke out here, the terrifying energy surge would annihilate Aindok. As a descendant of the Earth people, Drito had painstakingly gathered all the remaining people, and with his ideal nearing fulfillment, he naturally could not allow such a thing to happen. Several minutes of silence followed. Drito raised his head, staring directly at Lu Feng before him, and said in a hoarse voice, "Trainer of Risharam, do you dare to come with me to fight somewhere else?" "Zekrom!" Drito shouted loudly toward the sky without waiting for Lu Feng to reply. Zekrom, still facing Risharam, heard his trainer's call and gave him a deep look. Then, at lightning speed, he approached Drito. Zekrom stared at Lu Feng in shock, as if sensing something from him, a look of astonishment etched on his face. Only at Drito's urging did he slowly react and fly off with Drito. Lu Feng stared at the direction Drito and Zekrom had left, his lip curling silently. He turned his gaze to Risharam, who had just landed. He leaped onto his back, grabbed Rodham, and stuffed it into his backpack. He whispered, "Risharam, let's catch up." "Ah!" Risharam roared. Seeing Lu Feng secure his seat, he flapped his white wings and sped off at incredible speed in the direction Zekrom had left. An unknown amount of time passed. Zekrom, guided by Drito, arrived at a desolate desert. For 1,000 miles, there was no sign of human habitation, and even wild Pokémon were scarce. It felt like a forbidden zone. At Drito's signal, Zekrom flew to a flat patch of land, carefully set him down, and stood beside him, like a loyal guard, awaiting the arrival of Lu Feng and Risharam. Lu Feng and Risharam followed closely behind, gradually arriving at the desert. From their perch, they took in the surrounding scenery. The boundless, desolate desert, the endless aridity, left Lu Feng in a daze. I never thought that, besides the ancient castle, there was such an area in Unova, Lu Feng muttered to himself. But then, suddenly realizing that this was the real world and that the animation only showed a tiny fraction, things began to become clearer. Then, Lu Feng casually glanced down and pointed to a spot not far from Drito, signaling Reshiram to descend. Drito couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief upon seeing Lu Feng and Reshiram appear. He had been genuinely afraid that Lu Feng would stay in Andorok, which would have made him extremely cautious. Hero of Reshiram, it's time to fight the fateful battle between reality and ideals. I will show you that only ideals can guide everything. Drito recalled the setbacks he had encountered along the way in pursuit of his ideals, took a deep breath, and looked at Lu Feng with a determined gaze. Lu Feng shook his head slightly, not quite agreeing with Drito's words. His gaze was as calm as water. And his voice was deep as he replied, ideals without truth are but the moon in the water, the flower in the mirror, a lie that can be easily punctured. Drito, I'll show you true power. Drito snorted, clearly not quite convinced, and flung his Pokémon. The next moment, a Pokémon, composed mostly of black and wearing a Christmas tree-shaped dress with 4 bows, appeared before him. This was the Unova region's psychic Pokémon, Miss Katie. Judging by its aura, its power was roughly at the peak of the King class. Lu Feng observed Miss Katie carefully, and after learning about its specific strength, he nodded in agreement. As expected, a trainer recognized by Zekrom can't be too weak. Lu Feng sighed with a deep sigh. Perhaps noticing Lu Feng's expression, Miss Katie's blue eyes twitched, her red lips curled slightly, and a look of discontent appeared on her purple face. Katie, Lu Feng's thoughts were interrupted by Miss Katie's voice. He scratched his hair awkwardly, then removed a Pokeball from his belt and released the Pokémon inside. Suddenly, the previously calm sandstorms around them began to rise, as if drawn by some force, gradually moving towards them. Roar! With the arrival of these sandstorms, the Overlord Bangira appeared, roaring at Miss Katie not far away, inadvertently shocking her. Evil Wave, 100,000 volts. Lu Feng and Drito exchanged glances and simultaneously issued commands to their 2 Pokémon. Bangira and Miss Katie moved together, each radiating a powerful wave of energy. A sinister aura, shrouded in venomous malice, emanated from Overlord Bangira and charged directly toward Miss Katie. Miss Katie, not to be outdone, flashed intense golden lightning, blasting towards Bangira. Boom! 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 A series of explosions echoed as the waves of evil struck Miss Katie, causing pain to show on her face, turning pale. 100,000 volts of energy spread through Overlord Bangira, gradually engulfing him. This attack yielded gains for both sides, each inflicting considerable damage. However, compared to Overlord Bangira, Miss Katie was clearly at a disadvantage, suffering from the dark-type attack that countered psychic abilities. Drito noticed this, his expression darkening. Meanwhile, Reshiram and Zekrom soared high into the sky, engaging in a fierce clash above Lu Feng and Drito. Waves of thunder. Silver snakes danced. Blue flames shone. Holy fire burned the heavens. Countless flashes of lightning and flames intertwined, creating a terrifying spectacle above the desolate Gobi Desert. Reshiram stretched out his white wings, condensing a brilliant blue flame from his mouth. He aimed at Zekrom on the other side, unleashing a blazing blaze directly at him. Blue flames. The terrifying, high-temperature flames swept across the sky, inevitably igniting even the floating white clouds. The immense fire energy contained within was about to strike Zekrom. Zekrom's pupils fluttered slightly, and he brought his hands together to his chest. In an instant, a powerful electrical energy erupted, covering his entire body. He forced himself against Reshiram's blue flames and slammed into him fiercely. Lightning strike. In an instant, Reshiram was knocked back by Zekrom. A pale blue current spread through his body, causing him to grimace in pain and howl involuntarily. Zekrom wasn't feeling well either. The blue flames burned his body, darkening his already dark complexion even further. The intense pain was excruciating, leaving him in agony. A few minutes later, each side occupied a different part of the sky, gasping for breath as they briefly faced off. Zekrom looked at Reshiram, his expression becoming increasingly complex. He seemed to have discovered his flames, as if he had gained some kind of power, becoming even more powerful. In the previous fierce clash, while it looked like he had the upper hand, that wasn't the case. Reshiram's injuries were far less than his. At this moment, Zekrom fell silent. Chapter 342, Reality and Ideal, Reshiram vs. Zekrom. Time passed. The sky darkened, the sun faded, and night was about to fall. Lu Feng looked up at the sky, watching the stars quietly appear. His patience finally faded. After a moment's hesitation, he turned to face Overlord Bangila in battle and whispered, "Bangila, maximum powerful earthquake, roar." Bangila roared, the playfulness in his eyes fading as he settled into a serious tone. Suddenly, a force far exceeding that of Miskady erupted across the battlefield. The earth shook violently, and shockwaves barreled straight towards Miskady. Earthquake. Miskady, already exhausted from the battle, finally lost her strength and had no time to dodge Overlord Bangila's attack, being directly hit by the earthquake. Miskady's face was filled with agony, and her body involuntarily fell backward, like a kite with its string cut, slamming heavily to the ground. The elegant black dress was stained by the dust kicked up from the ground, belying the notion that this was a psychic Pokémon renowned for its elegance. It struggled on the ground for a long time, then, feeling the pain from the numerous wounds on its body, it frowned, muttered a few weak words, and then lost its fighting ability. It could be said that the battle had continued until now because Lu Feng had deliberately let it win. After all, Overlord Bangira was not only far superior to Miskady, but also had a significant advantage in stat restrained, countering most of Miskady's psychic moves. If Miskady had acquired the skill Eye of Miracles, she might have been able to continue the fight. Unfortunately, from Lu Feng's observation, Miskady did not possess such a skill. Seeing this, Drito's face darkened, and he quickly walked over to Miskady, examining her injuries. "Miskady," he pounded the ground, his voice filled with frustration. Seeing this, Overlord Bangira seemed about to continue his attack, but Lu Feng stopped him. Lu Feng shook his head at Overlord Bangira, halting it. Overlord Bangira scratched his head and looked around for a moment. Apparently feeling a bit hungry, he quickly walked over to a nearby sandstone rock, picked up a few rocks, and tossed them directly into his mouth, devouring them with relish. Lu Feng looked at Overlord Bangira with some resignation. After a slight sigh, he pulled a box of perfect-grade energy cubes from his backpack and had Rodham deliver them to Overlord Bangira. He then turned his gaze to Drito, pondering for a moment before speaking directly. "Drito, you should have seen the result." Drito looked at Lu Feng in a daze, clenching his fists, and remained silent. Seeing Drito's expression, Lu Feng remained silent, staring at him quietly. A few minutes later, Drito's Adam's apple moved slightly, and he swallowed softly. He gazed toward the sky and shouted, undeterred, "I haven't lost yet. Zekrom is still fighting Reshiram. I still firmly believe that the power of ideals is above all else." Lu Feng couldn't help but curl his lips, shook his head helplessly, and said unhappily, "You're just being stubborn." "Then just watch how Reshiram defeats Zekrom." Lu Feng wasn't the least bit concerned about Reshiram's victory over Zekrom. Instead, he appeared completely at ease. After all, Reshiram and Zekrom were of the same origin, and the gap in their power wasn't too great to begin with. Now, Reshiram had obtained Arceus's Fireball Slate. If Reshiram could still lose to Zekrom under these circumstances, then he wouldn't need to stay in the High Legend world anymore. Lu Feng should just let him go. And sure enough, soon after the battle on the ground ended, the battle in the sky also gradually drew to a close. Reshiram and Zekrom each took their respective positions. Powerful energy erupted from their bodies, gradually illuminating the dark sky. Reshiram's body was now covered in charred marks, his fur stained black and white, no longer the elegant and pure appearance he had at first. Zekrom's condition was even more dire, his body covered in burn marks, and not a single undamaged spot on his body could be found. Perhaps sensing their trainer's anticipation, the two dragons simultaneously glanced downward, let out a sharp roar, and simultaneously entered overclocking mode. Zekrom's crown and various small parts of his body glowed a pale blue, and the electric engine on his tail glowed with a brilliant blue light. Illuminated by the electric light, it resembled a morning star in the sky. The tips of Reshiram's long hair were tinged with a faint flame, and the turbine engine on his tail shone with a brilliant flame, blowing out a burst of intense heat that raised the temperature slightly. Aohoho! Two distinct roars echoed through the heavens and earth. Zekrom suddenly moved, his hands clasped together in front of his chest. His electrical engines roared, revving to overdrive, unleashing massive bolts of lightning. Like a god king wielding thunder, He launched a fierce attack upon Reshiram. Crossfire. Reshiram's dragon eyes narrowed, and he frantically flapped his wings. His turbine engines revved, scorching flames erupted, and a massive blaze spewed from his mouth, hurtling straight towards Zekrom. Crossfire. In an instant, the massive lightning and the massive flame collided, each influenced by the other, erupting with even greater force. They remained locked in a stalemate in the air for over 10 seconds. However, for some unknown reason, the two energies, once evenly matched, were disrupted by an unknown force. As Drito and Zekrom stared in disbelief, the crossfire attack overcame the crossfire's resistance and landed directly upon Zekrom. This isn't just Reshiram's power. The moment Zekrom felt this surge of power, a sudden realization dawned on him, his pupils constricting slightly. In that instant, Zekrom's entire body erupted in flames, the rage gradually engulfing him. He let out a mournful wail, glancing at Reshiram with resignation before plummeting to the ground. Boom! Boom! Rumble! A series of tremors echoed, and not far from Lu Feng and the others, a thick cloud of dust began to rise, further impairing visibility in the darkness, making it impossible to see Zekrom's exact position. Reshiram, observing this and sensing Zekrom's weakened presence, breathed a sigh of relief, his face filled with joy and excitement. The battle between reality and ideals had finally come to a decisive moment. He, Reshiram, could finally claim to be a dragon god far superior to Zekrom. Given more time to develop, and with the aid of the fireball slate, he wouldn't be afraid to fight even the mightiest ice dragon, Kyurem, alone. Reshiram slowly descended to Lu Feng's side, giving him a grateful look. How could this be? Drito stared blankly ahead, his entire body distraught, as if he couldn't quite believe what he was seeing. Zekrom actually lost. Is the power of ideals truly incapable of defeating reality? Lu Feng looked at Drito with pity, but without further comment, he leaped onto Reshiram and said, Reshiram, return to Aindorok. Reshiram screamed, his wings covering the sky as he soared towards Aindorok. Drito slumped to the ground, his mind suddenly filled with doubt about the power of ideals. His face was filled with panic and nervousness, appearing utterly bewildered. After a long moment, Drito, seemingly recollecting something, forced himself to gather his strength and quickly walked over to Zekrom's side. With a heavy heart, he examined Zekrom's injuries. He took out some medicine and silently helped Zekrom clean his wounds. About 10 minutes later, Zekrom gradually began to awaken, and Drito slowly stopped his movements. He stared toward Indriok, clenching his fists and shouting inwardly, Trainer of Reshiram, this time, between reality and ideals, I lost. But I will not give up my ideals, as long as Indriok has not returned to its homeland, and the glory of the people of Earth has not been restored, I will continue. Meanwhile, a drone hidden not far away filmed the entire battle between Zekrom and Reshiram and transmitted it to the control center. Far away in another city, Sakaki watched the footage transmitted back by Team Rocket members, observing the entire battle with rapt attention. Is this the legendary black and white dragon of Unova? Sakaki glanced at Mutuo Y beside him and couldn't help but sneer. That's not even Mutuo's current rival, Boss Sakaki. Mutuo is our Team Rocket's most outstanding creation, possessing the perfect genes of the oldest Pokémon, and possesses the potential to overturn everything, Manaji quickly replied upon hearing Sakaki's words. With the power of the black and white dragons, they're no match for him. At that moment, the tablet held by Minori suddenly began to beep. She quickly pulled it out from under her arm and carefully scanned the information. After reading all the information, Minori's expression changed slightly. She quickly addressed Sakaki, Boss Sakaki, according to our undercover agent within Team Plasma has reported that they have most likely captured Kyurem, the strongest dragon in the Unova region. Kyurem? How does it compare to the black and white dragons? Sakaki glanced at her in surprise and asked calmly. Minori sighed softly and then reported all the information she had read to Sakaki. Kyurem, Reshiram, and Zekrom are three Pokémon of the same origin, formed from the ancient Unova dragon god. Kyurem possesses powerful ruling abilities and can easily defeat Reshiram and Zekrom. Sakaki listened to Minori's account and fell silent for a moment. After a long moment, after some thought, he slowly raised his head and said with deep eyes, let's suspend the storm plan first, and give priority to finding props that can help the three cloud gods transform their forms. Our current strength cannot be exposed to Team Plasma and the Unova Alliance. Midori, find an opportunity to reveal the news that Team Plasma has obtained Kyurem to the Unova Alliance. Yes, Midori was stunned for a moment, then answered respectfully. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Feng, where is my pancake? The next morning, Feng was awakened by the noise of the crowd outside the Pokémon Center. He blocked the glaring sunlight from the room with his hand, sighed slightly, and reluctantly climbed out of bed. After a short wash and breakfast, he walked out of the Pokémon Center dormitory. He had just said hello to Miss Joy and was about to leave the Pokémon Center when he saw countless trainers engaged in a fierce battle outside the Pokémon Center. The crowd of onlookers surrounded the area, making it difficult for Feng to leave. Miss Joy, what's going on today? Feng asked Miss Joy, who was standing at the gate watching the battle. It seems like there's suddenly a lot more trainers battling. Miss Joy turned to look at Feng and explained with a smile, this is the battle portion of the Harvest Festival. As for the trainers battling, they're probably all travelers from far away participating in the festival. Feng nodded, understanding something. But seeing the people in front of him, who seemed unable to leave for the moment, he couldn't help but grumble. But this is too enthusiastic. Miss Joy was stunned. She looked at Feng's expression, then at the crowd outside the Pokémon Center. As if understanding Feng's current mood, she couldn't help but persuade him, after all, it's SYNOPSIS' annual Harvest Festival. I think the battle outside the Pokémon Center should be over soon. It won't keep you too long. Feng naturally understood Miss Joy's words. After a moment of casual observation, he walked over to the table and chairs in the Pokémon Center and sat down, boredly watching the news on the LCD TV above his head. Just when Feng was about to doze off while watching the news, a piece of news suddenly appeared, which immediately made him wake up a lot. Feng carefully looked at the information revealed in the news, his brows gradually furrowed, and he pondered silently for a long time. 6 champions gathered in the Quartz Plateau? Is this a message about some big move? Feng rubbed his head and murmured in confusion. After thinking for about 10 minutes, Feng still couldn't be sure of the Pokémon League's actions, and shook his head a little. Finally, after hesitating for a while, Feng asked Rotom to dial Sharona's contact information. Kanto region, on the Quartz Plateau. Sharona looked at her mobile phone communicator in surprise, and looking at the note displayed on the screen, she couldn't help but smile. After tidying up her hair, her white fingers gently slid the screen and chose to connect. Feng, you contacted me today. Did you want to share something? Hearing the lazy voice from the other end of the atlas, Feng was startled. Suddenly, a charming image of Sharona flashed through his mind, and his heart pounded. After a moment of self-control, Feng brushed aside other distracting thoughts and said jokingly, could it be that I miss you? Sharona's hands trembled slightly, and a blush flashed across her face. After taking a deep breath, she slowly regained her composure. With a half-smile and a hint of rebuke, she said, really, of course it's true. It's something that even Arceus can attest to, Feng replied calmly. Having experienced so many such things, Feng had become quite adept at telling lies, let alone half-truths. Ahem, seeing Sharona's silent expression, Feng coughed lightly and tentatively asked, Zealand. I heard the league is planning some kind of tournament. Sharona finally understood his intentions and rolled her eyes at him. Then, nodding, her fingers nimbly playing with her hair, she explained, it's true, but we're still planning. The league will announce the details early next year. This tournament was proposed by Guild President Roz of Galar. It's completely different from the previous King's League and League Conference. I can only tell you it will be a grand event for trainers from all regions. Feng glanced at Sharona thoughtfully, catching her blink and feeling a sudden surge of heat in his heart. To avoid her seeing his embarrassment, Feng casually responded with a few words before ending the call. Huh? Feng exhaled, barely suppressing his distracting thoughts and beginning to process the information Sharona had revealed. After connecting the relevant memories in his mind, Feng suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and he muttered to himself somewhat strangely, could this so-called grand event for all trainers be the World Championship? After careful consideration, Feng felt that it was more and more likely. I don't know how the World Championship came about so early, but this should be something I can be thankful for, Feng thought quietly. After all, I still have a legendary quest for the Pokémon Master. For a moment, Feng remained in the Pokémon Center, lost in thought. It wasn't until Miss Joy, seeing the battle at the doorway had ended, came to his side and gently reminded him that Lu Feng gradually came to his senses. Then, Lu Feng straightened his clothes, slowly stood up from his chair, and left the Pokémon Center with Rotom. He walked along the ancient streets of Eindhoven, watching the laughter and joy around him, and quietly began to explore. Because it coincided with the annual Harvest Festival, Eindhoven was even busier and more bustling than the last time Lu Feng visited. Street vendors hawked their wares, offering unique Eindhoven wooden products, a variety of local delicacies, and handmade items embodying the culture of the Earth people. Lu Feng bought a bag of small round cakes and, just as he reached the park not far from the Earth Sword Castle, he spotted a middle-aged man in brown clothes and a neat, clean-cut hairstyle. His eyes were filled with vigilance, and he glanced around casually, as if scanning for hidden dangers. Lu Feng's face darkened, his expression becoming peculiar. He muttered to himself, as he watched too much Mission Impossible. He was about to avoid the stranger and head in the opposite direction, but before he could take a step, he heard the middle-aged man's weathered voice. "Mr. Lu Feng, please wait a moment. I mean no harm." Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Lu Feng subconsciously turned to glance at him. Noticing the fatigue in his bloodshot eyes, he frowned and asked, "Sir, I don't seem to recall having any encounter with you. We haven't met, have we?" The middle-aged man, a wry smile on his face, addressed Lu Feng. "It's true we haven't met, but I've had a long-standing spiritual connection with Mr. Lu Feng. This isn't the place to talk. Please follow me." Hearing the man's plea, Lu Feng weighed the pros and cons considering the power he currently commanded, and unconcerned about potential traps, he followed. A moment later, the two arrived at a quiet spot in Eindhoven. Seeing the area deserted and a few pedestrians around, the middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Feng looked at the man in confusion, pondering his intentions in bringing him there. The middle-aged man seemed to sense Lu Feng's doubts. With a faint smile, he shook his head at him, then rubbed his face with his hands, removing his disguise. Seeing this, Lu Feng was speechless. "Fuck. This really is a spy movie," Lu Feng roared inwardly. At this moment, "Hello, Mr. Lu Feng. I'm Interpol, codenamed Handsome Guy." The man pulled an ID from his inner pocket, opened it, and showed it to Lu Feng. "This is my ID." Lu Feng gradually realized what was happening, nodded, and gave him a thoughtful look. Ever since hearing the handsome guy reveal his identity, Lu Feng had some guesses in his mind, but he asked him calmly, "Mr. Handsome, I wonder if there is anything that has brought you to me this time." The handsome guy looked at Lu Feng for a while, and seeing that he recovered quickly, the admiration in his eyes became even stronger. Then he thought silently for a while, and then slowly replied, "Mr. Lu Feng, this is the case. I have been assigned by Interpol to the Unova region to investigate the local evil organization Team Plasma, but because there are not enough manpower, I applied to the higher-ups. Champion Yolongdu heard about this and happened to know that you are currently in the Unova region, so he recommended you to me. As a righteous trainer, I believe in your personal ethics and character, so I hope you can assist me in all investigations and bring the evil organization Team Plasma to justice as soon as possible. Can you stop bragging? You're making me feel embarrassed. Is the person you are talking about really me?" Lu Feng thought to himself. Lu Feng looked at the handsome man with a strange expression, forcing himself to maintain a calm demeanor. Then, curiously, he asked, "Dodo, how did Champion Yolongdu know I was in Unova? And how did you, Mr. Handsome, come to Eindhoven?" "It seems Champion Sharona told Champion Yolongdu." The handsome man thought carefully, then replied uncertainly. "And I received a secret tip that Team Plasma's leader, Quichus, might be coming to Eindhoven with his 7 sages, so I rushed here early." Lu Feng couldn't help but curl his lips, exclaiming inwardly, "Oh my goodness. The traitor is Hoenn." At the same time, he noticed what the handsome man had just mentioned, that Team Plasma seemed to have arrived in Eindhoven. This left Lu Feng somewhat bewildered, as if he were shrouded in confusion. Why would Team Plasma come to Eindhoven for no reason other than to go to Shuangdong City to steal the Gene Wedge? Lu Feng's brows furrowed, his mind filled with confusion. Could it be that there's something else in Eindhoven worth their attention? Lu Feng shook his head slightly, about to say something, when a flash of inspiration struck him, recalling his encounter with Drito and Zekrom yesterday. He then recalled the rumors he'd been hearing lately about the descendants of the Earth people gaining Zekrom's recognition and the impending revival of the Earth country. Suddenly, a sudden realization dawned on him. So Team Plasma came to Eindhoven to acquire Zekrom? No, They're probably still coveting Reshiram. If that's what the handsome guy said, Team Plasma would have already arrived in Aindok, so my fight with Drito yesterday must have been discovered by them. Lu Feng quietly analyzed the information he had gathered, gradually clarifying his thoughts. The thought of Team Plasma's conspiracy, and the fact that the mission hadn't been completed after defeating Drito yesterday, made Lu Feng's scalp tingle. If he remembered correctly, Team Plasma had already taken Kyurem. If Reshiram and Zekrom had both suffered losses yesterday, Team Plasma would likely have brought Kyurem with them. It was hard to imagine how Lu Feng would have faced a large group of powerful Team Plasma officers, with Groudon pinned down by Kyurem and Reshiram incapacitated. That was a close call, Lu Feng muttered to himself, his forehead covered in sweat. The handsome man, hearing Lu Feng's mumbling, gave him a strange look and couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Lu Feng, what's wrong?" Mr. Handsome, nothing's wrong. I just suddenly remembered something." Lu Feng, upon hearing the handsome man's voice, reacted immediately and quickly replied. "I agree to your request. You are truly a kind-hearted and righteous trainer. After this operation, I will report to Interpol and apply for your reward," the handsome man said with some surprise. Lu Feng waved his hand, signaling the handsome guy not to flatter him anymore. Although what he said was true, Lu Feng was thin-skinned and would probably become proud if he continued to listen. Then, the two of them discussed carefully for a while and exchanged their contact information. The handsome guy ran away in a hurry just like the image in the game animation. Lu Feng watched the handsome guy's back as he left and shook his head secretly. Just when he was about to take out a small round cake, he saw that the small round cake he bought was empty. He remembered that he was so busy communicating with the handsome guy that he didn't have time to eat it. Was this a supernatural event? Lu Feng, where's my small round cake? Cyrillic letter there. Chapter 344, Victini and the Earth Sword Castle. For a moment, Lu Feng felt a chill sweep over him. Despite the warm sunshine, he felt the chill biting. Rodham noticed Lu Feng's anomaly and quickly asked, "Lu Feng, what's wrong with you, Lotto?" Lu Feng stared at Rodham with a stiff expression, his voice trembling. "Rodham, did you see anyone touch my cookie just now?" Rodham shook his head, somewhat bewildered. But upon seeing the empty bag in Lu Feng's hand, he shared Lu Feng's expression, his voice stammering. "The cookie is gone, Lotto." Lu Feng and Rodham exchanged a glance, then fell silent. After a moment, Rodham, as if remembering something, glanced tentatively around, then whispered, "Could it be a ghost-type Pokémon playing a prank on you, Lotto?" "Ghost Pokémon?" Lu Feng muttered, frowning. After using his wave power to sense the surroundings, Lu Feng found no trace of ghost Pokémon and shook his head. "I don't detect any lingering ghost Pokémon presence. That's strange." "Lotto?" Rodham asked, puzzled. "Could a small cookie just vanish out of thin air?" "Lotto." The speaker was unintentional, but the listener took it to heart. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Lu Feng, and a sudden realization hit him. He casually surveyed his surroundings, secretly using his superpower to survey the surroundings. His superpowers detected traces of psychic abilities. At the same time, he sensed a petite figure lurking not far away. Could it be Victini? Lu Feng stared intently in that direction, a guess flashing through his mind. He pondered for a few minutes, feigning ignorance as he slowly approached the figure. But before he could fully approach, the figure, like a startled quail, used its psychic power to take flight. Rodham followed Lu Feng closely. Seeing him pause in a corner, a look of frustration on his face, he asked in confusion, "Lu Feng, what's wrong with you?" "Lotto, did you spot that ghost Pokémon?" "Lotto." Lu Feng turned to look at Rodham and corrected him, "Rodham, that's not a ghost Pokémon, it's a psychic-type Pokémon, most likely a mythical Pokémon. Let's catch up." Rodham froze at Lu Feng's words, looking at him with concern, as if he were looking at someone who had suffered a mental shock. Could Lu Feng have been frightened before and have PTSD? "Lotto," Rodham muttered softly. "A mythical Pokémon? I think he's having a bit of a hysteria. A mythical Pokémon stealing your cookies? What mythical Pokémon is so lowbrow? It's after your legendary resources, your energy cubes, and only your cookies? Are there even such mythical Pokémon in this world?" Rodham shook his head, silently questioning. Lu Feng continued to chase, hearing Rodham's mumbling behind him. He couldn't help but turn and glance at him, angrily saying, "Rodham, what are you doing? Catch up. It's trying to escape." Oh. I'll be right there, Rodham," Rotom responded with a sudden realization. As time passed, the invisible Pokémon, pursued by Feng, gradually approached the edge of the city. It couldn't help but glance back at Feng, seemed to hesitate for a moment, and then fled directly out of Aindoke. Using his Transcendence power, Feng sensed the Pokémon's departure from Aindoke and was suddenly stunned. This Pokémon isn't Victini, Feng realized. He knew full well that the barrier surrounding Aindoke was left behind by the old king of the Earth People Kingdom after he relocated the Earth Sword Castle with the help of Victini. If the Pokémon just now was Victini, it would certainly not be able to break through with its current strength. But if it wasn't Victini, the identity of the figure following Feng was somewhat intriguing. After all, in the Pokémon world, besides Ghost-type Pokémon, only mythical beasts and powerful legendary Pokémon can freely become invisible. Therefore, it was obvious that the figure following Feng must be a mythical Pokémon. As for why it wasn't a powerful legendary Pokémon, Feng had some self-awareness. He wasn't some foolish creature favored by the world, so how could so many legendary Pokémon and mythical beasts throw themselves at him? Feng pondered for a long time, and suddenly remembered that Hoenn City had sensed surveillance, and his expression became strange. Could this Pokémon have followed me from Hoenn City? Is there something about me that's attracting this mythical beast? Feng thought hesitantly. Rotom watched Feng's expression change constantly and began to use his Pokédex to search for reputable doctors around Aindoke, wondering if he should make an appointment for Feng in advance. Meanwhile, in Aindoke, at the Earth Sword Castle, Drito recalled last night's events, his expression grim, and his movements slowed down. Looking at the last remaining wall before him, the repair work had taken him 3 hours, somewhat absent-mindedly. At this moment, Zekrum's figure fell from the sky, landing directly in the castle, his voice faintly growling with the morbidity of someone whose injuries had not yet healed. Drito, I've discovered Victini's whereabouts. It's in this castle, I can feel it, it's awakened. Zekrum, is Victini really in the castle? Why couldn't we find any trace of it before today? Perhaps it was stimulated by my battle with Reshiram yesterday, and began to awaken from its dormant state. I can feel its strength constantly recovering. As for why we couldn't find its whereabouts before, it's probably because of Aindoke's barrier. The barrier left by the old king prevented Victini from leaving, but it also protected it from being discovered. I see, Drito nodded, agreeing with Zekrum's explanation. He lowered his head and thought for a moment, then said to Zekrum, Zekrum, help me find Victini's exact location. I need its power to restore the castle. Zekrum's bright red eyes looked directly at Drito, and he responded in a low voice, I feel the power of ideals. I will help you achieve your ideals. Drito looked in the direction Zekrum had left and released his artificial cell egg, his symbolic bird, and Miss Katie, commanding them to use their psychic powers to search for Victini. Time flew by. Hours later, Drito had searched the entire castle, finally finding Victini in a hidden chamber. With the help of his 3 psychic Pokémon, he successfully contained the recently recovered Victini, his gaze intensely focused. Bimmy! Victini cried out in agony as he felt a heavy pressure on him. He struggled, and the V-shaped pattern on his forehead began to glow orange. Just as he was about to break free from his psychic restraints, Zekrum appeared. He used his immense power to incapacitate Victini. Victini unconsciously fell, and before he could hit the ground, Drito caught him in his arms. Drito held Victini tightly, his gaze fixed firmly on the valley where Earthtown had originally stood, muttering to himself, the glory of Earthtown will soon be restored. I see the future of Earth's people. He then led the group toward the side of the barrier core left by the king, intending to directly utilize Victini and the barrier core's power to return Earth Sword Castle to its location in the valley. Soon after, Drito, acting on the information he had gathered, activated the long-dormant ritual, placed Victini at the center of the ritual, and began to operate. Boom! 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 The mechanical ritual roared, drawing immense energy from Victini's body, powering the entire castle. The barrier enveloping the town began to shimmer, flying out from its respective positions and forming a certain pattern. Under the control of Drito and several psychic Pokémon, the tranquil Earth Sword Castle began to vibrate violently, as if breaking free from the Earth's constraints and soaring into the sky. Countless people watched the scene unfold, their expressions filled with shock, which then gave way to unease, panic, fear, and worry. They trembled, bewildered. Feng felt the vibrations beneath his feet and quickly looked toward the Earth Sword Castle. His heart sank as he watched it begin to rise into the air. He quickly released Reshiram and pulled Rotom back into his arms. He leaped onto Reshiram's back, pointed at the slowly moving castle, and said to him, "Reshiram, let's go to that castle." Reshiram's bright blue dragon eyes reflected the castle, and with a roar, he flapped his wings and flew towards it. Chapter 345, Today, the people of the Earth will regain their bond with the Earth. Ripple Town, a famous resort town in the eastern Unova region, was relatively deserted, as it was late autumn and early winter. The sound of the rising and falling tides, accompanied by the bleak autumn wind and the chill of winter, filled the town. The streets were deserted, with few people around. The shops were deserted, a perfect match for the weather. Perhaps due to the gradually colder weather, the vendors were reluctant to go out and hawk their wares, making Ripple Town, already relatively deserted, seem even more desolate. Just as Drito had found Victini and was about to begin the ancient instrument to revive the Earth Town, Sakaki, Minori, and Lance walked along the deserted streets, slowly making their way along the old streets towards the sea. "Ms. Minori, is there really a clue to that item in a town like this?" Lance asked Minori suspiciously, surveying the surroundings, seeing newly built buildings everywhere. "No matter how I look at it, I feel that this town is newly built. There is no so-called historical settlement at all." Manatori stopped operating the tablet, and with a somewhat calm expression, she turned her head to look at Lance, who was full of doubts, and explained to him seriously, "Commander Lance, there is indeed no clue of such props in Ripple Town." Lance looked at her in amazement after hearing Manatori's words, as if he wanted to question whether this operation would be a wasted trip. But before Lance could finish, Manatori interrupted him and continued to say to him, "Commander Lance, our purpose this time has never been Ripple Town. According to the relevant information we have found, it is said that a long time ago, an ancient underwater ruin was buried in Ripple Bay outside Ripple Town, and there may be props like the ones we need in it." Lance nodded slowly after hearing Manatori's explanation, silently retreated behind Sakaki, and quietly followed them to continue forward. Sakaki remained silent about Minori and Lance's brief argument, staring silently out to sea. His dark brown coat rustled in the chilly breeze. Shortly thereafter, Team Rocket arrived near Ripple Bay. At Lance's signal, a group of Team Rocket members, fully equipped with their diving gear, plunged directly into the deep waters. About an hour later, the first explorers returned and handed a camera for underwater photography to Lance, Minori, and the others. By analyzing the camera's images, Minori gained information about the underwater ruins. Excitement spread across his face, and he quickly approached Sakaki to report. "Minori, how's it going?" Sakaki asked calmly, gazing out toward the sea, standing on the beach, enjoying the warmth of the sun. "Does this underwater ruin contain what we need?" Manaji nodded, reflecting on the information she had just deciphered. She replied respectfully, "Boss Sakaki, there is indeed a manifesting mirror within the ruins," but Sakaki raised an eyebrow, motioning for her to continue. "However, it requires the assistance of the mythical Pokémon Melota to unlock the mechanism. Relying on brute force to force the ruins open would most likely cause them to collapse completely and damage the manifesting mirror." After receiving Sakaki's signal, Manaji nervously relayed the information left by the ruins. Sakaki was silent for a moment, then sighed softly. Knowing that the manifesting mirror was currently unavailable, he pondered quietly for a while. After a long moment, he looked up at Manatori and asked without any emotion, "Do you know the whereabouts of Melota now?" Manatori did not answer directly, but hesitated for a moment, then lowered his head and answered hesitantly, "Members of an elite team under the command of Officer Lance once found its traces near Ainduk again." "It's really interesting." Sakaki's expression became a little subtle when he heard this familiar place name, as if he remembered something, and the smile at the corner of his mouth couldn't help rising. "If I remember correctly, Ainduk should be the battlefield of the black and white dragons, and Team Plasma has been lurking in that town." "Yes, Boss Sakaki." Manaji pulled up the most recent information and supplemented Sakaki's words. "According to the latest information we've received, there have been new changes in Ainduk. It seems that the hero of the Black Dragon Zekrom has discovered Victini, the Star of Victory, and is currently using Victini's power to bring about drastic changes in Ainduk, Kyurem, Reshiram, and Zekrom, as well as Victini and Melota." Sakaki's eyes gleamed brighter, as if he were calculating something. "Tisk. This town is truly surprising, Boss Sakaki. Do we need to do something?" Manaji bowed. "Since we've learned Melota's whereabouts, we naturally need to go and check out the situation." I also want to know who is more powerful, Kyurem or Mutuo. Sakaki nodded, straightened his wind-rippled clothes, and quietly left. Half an hour later, a large helicopter rose from Ripple Town and flew towards Aindok. Aindok, the ancient capital of the Earth People Kingdom, sat atop the highest point of the Earth Sword Castle. Drito, drawing upon the power of his 3 psychic Pokémon and the centrally located Victini, slowly began the long-stalled ritual. Today, the Earth People will reclaim the bond with the land. As he finished his words, Drito glanced at the symbolic bird and flew it to the highest guardian pillar in the hall. Symbol, the bird fluttered its wings, soaring above the pillar. After a cry, it unleashed a powerful psychic power. Miss Katie and the artificial cell egg simultaneously joined Drito, assisting him in using their psychic powers to control the console. Bimmy, Victini felt the ritual restart, the pillar draining its energy. He howled in agony, his face turning utterly pale, his breath gradually fading. Instantly, an immensely powerful supernatural force flowed along the inscriptions on the guardian pillars, converging at the center and summoning the scattered guardian pillars around the town. Earth Sword Castle trembled violently, breaking free from the mountain's constraints and ascending toward the sky. Drito, observing the Earth Sword Castle's ascent through the control panel, couldn't help but smile with excitement. Mother, I will definitely fulfill your dream, Drito silently chanted inwardly, his gaze focused as he moved the guardian pillars. Under his control, the castle soared slowly toward Earth Town. At that moment, Reshiram's roar echoed from below. Drito's expression suddenly changed, his eyes filled with resentment, as if he was deeply annoyed at Lu Feng's attempt to disrupt his plans. He glanced at Zekrom in the hall and sighed softly. Although he knew Zekrom's injuries hadn't fully healed, the current situation made it impossible for him to care less. Drito hesitated for a moment, took a deep breath, and addressed Zekrom with great solemnity. Zekrom, I need your help, the Earth Town is about to revive. I need you to buy me time to hold off the incoming Reshiram. Zekrom's bright red eyes gazed directly at Drito, sensing his deepest desire and silently nodding. Despite the pain still surging in his body and his continued inability to recover from his injuries, he unleashed a mighty dragon roar, flew out of the castle, and charged towards Reshiram. Drito, I will defend the ideals you seek to achieve. Drito's heart trembled at Zekrom's words, a look of guilt flashing across his eyes, and he gradually fell silent. Outside the Earth Sword Castle, Lu Feng sat on Reshiram's back, overlooking the scene below. He saw that after the Earth Sword Castle had departed, the entire land began to surge with intense dragon energy. But for unknown reasons, the once peaceful dragon vein energy began to surge, transforming from its life-giving, pale green to a strange, purplish-brown hue. Countless vegetation, growing where the dragon vein energy flowed, began to wither and die. Many vibrant, ancient trees gradually turned yellow and decayed. The entire Indok region was in dire straits, transforming into a lifeless, dead place. The people of the land, who had hoped for Drito's success, gazed at their now unfamiliar home and fell silent. They stared blankly at the increasingly unfamiliar Indok, as if their throats were being strangled, unable to speak for a long time. An atmosphere of unease, anxiety, and fear permeated the crowd, filling them with a sense of despair. Our home is being destroyed, Mayor Momundo, observing the scene before him, collapsed to the cold ground, his eyes drained of all light. Although it was approaching December and the weather was growing increasingly chilly, it could not compare to the chill he felt within him. Mother, my brother is destroying our home, Kalita cried, unable to resist hiding in Gianta's arms, her eyes tightly shut. Gianta looked at the castle in the sky with a complicated expression, muttering, Dreader. Lu Feng listened to the wailing and fell silent. He could only ask Reshiram to speed up and rush towards the castle. Chapter 346, Cold Wave and Blizzard Coming. The sky was extremely gloomy, with dark clouds blocking out all light. Along with the terrifying atmosphere of Indok, it looked like a scene of doomsday destruction. Reshiram flapped his wings vigorously and flew towards the castle. He looked at the scene below, and a ripple appeared in his bright blue dragon eyes. It was as if he had seen a scene from thousands of years ago. For a moment, he was silent. A few minutes later, sensing the aura of the dragon vein surrounding Indok, Reshiram's face suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but become worried. Lu Feng, the power of the dragon vein is beginning to violently erupt, Reshiram suddenly said to Lu Feng, his tone quite uneasy, as if he had recalled some bad memories. Lu Feng stared directly at the castle and replied in a deep voice, I understand. Reshiram, We need to reach the castle as soon as possible and stop Drito's actions. Earth Sword Castle can't move any further, or the raging dragon vein power will be unstoppable, causing a massive catastrophe across the entire Unova region. Roar. Reshiram, realizing the urgency of the situation, increased his speed again, gradually approaching Earth Sword Castle. Hiss. Boom. Boom. Rumble. Just as Reshiram and Lu Feng were about to reach the castle, a violent and destructive bolt of lightning, shattering the surrounding darkness, burst towards them. A massive pale blue bolt split the sky, breaking through the air resistance at high altitude, and with a heavy roar, it was about to strike Reshiram and Lu Feng. A crisscross of lightning. Reshiram sensed the threat lurking within the lightning, his face darkening into a look of immense rage. He immediately activated overclocking mode, unleashing a massive burst of flames to meet the nearby thunderbolt. A crisscross of flames. In an instant, thunder and fire met once again high in the sky, interweaving into a dazzling display of fireworks. The resulting powerful explosion and hurricane tornado swept aside the surrounding dark clouds, briefly clearing the sky. Zekrom descended from the sky, blocking Reshiram's path. The two legendary dragon gods clashed once again, their terrifying auras clashing until a brief stalemate ensued. However, due to Zekrom's injuries, which hadn't fully recovered, the standoff was short-lived. Zekrom, you're still severely injured, no match for Reshiram, Lu Feng said indifferently, staring directly at the dragon god before him. Continue the fight, and the outcome is predictable. Zekrom remained silent. He knew Lu Feng's words were true, but thinking of Drito's ideals and the meaning of his own existence, he resolutely stood in their way. Although I am no match for Reshiram now, you cannot stop my determination to defend my ideals. This is the reason for my existence. Zekrom pondered for a moment, then roared at Reshiram and Lu Feng. Reshiram felt a sense of empathy upon hearing his words. No one understood Zekrom's feelings better than him, sharing the same origin. The black and white dragons existed solely to pursue ideals and truth, not, like Hoenn and Lugia, who prioritized the character or goodness of those they recognized. Even if this trainer came from an evil organization, as long as he possessed strong convictions, he could impress them and earn their approval and support. Reshiram knew that to stop Drito's actions, perhaps he had to defeat Zekrom again and transform him back into Darkstone. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to reach the castle. But before he could make a move, Lu Feng's voice suddenly rang out. Zekrom, do you think the current situation truly reflects Drito's ideal? He looked at Lu Feng with some surprise. He had already prepared for battle, but upon hearing Lu Feng's question, he couldn't help but nod and replied earnestly, revitalizing Earthland, this is Drito's ideal, and it's the very meaning I seek. Lu Feng had already anticipated Zekrom's response and showed no surprise. He pointed downward, gently patted Reshiram with his hand, and whispered, spray flame. Reshiram stared intently at the direction Lu Feng pointed, his dragon eyes flickering slightly. He aimed directly at the white cloud and unleashed a stream of scorching flames. Spray flame. Crimson flames fell from the sky, carrying with them a force of inertia, suddenly breaking through the obstructing clouds below, revealing everything happening on the earth at that moment. Zekrom gazed down at the scene below, suddenly lost in thought, as if struck by the unexpected scene. Earthland has revived, but it has also begun its decline. How could this happen? Lu Feng sighed, staring at Zekrom, and softly explained, the dragon vein's power, affected by your past battles, has long been rampaging. Earth Sword Castle was relocated by the old king to quell the dragon vein's power. Drito's reckless relocation has naturally unleashed the dragon vein's raging power, accumulated over millennia. If we don't stop him, Earthland and Andorok will soon be destroyed. Looking at the still destroying Earth, Lu Feng felt helpless. It wasn't that he didn't want to intervene. Even if he had found victory before Drito, there was no guarantee that Drito wouldn't take other measures to restore the castle to Earthland. After all, words alone are not enough. Who would believe someone else's one-sided story? Without witnessing it with their own eyes, it's impossible for someone so deeply obsessed with their beliefs to break down their inner fortress and abandon their long-held beliefs. That's why Lu Feng decided to follow his original path, only waiting for Drito to witness it firsthand to reverse the situation and complete his legendary quest. After hearing Lu Feng's explanation, Zekrom fell silent. Zekrom, are you still trying to stop Reshiram and me now? Lu Feng's eyes flickered, and after a pause, he continued. Reshiram looked at him mischievously, his blue dragon eyes filled with amusement. Lu Feng's rhetorical question was a bit of a joke. Zekrom couldn't stop them, nor could he retreat. After Lu Feng finished speaking, he ignored Zekrom's conflicted thoughts and flew Reshiram directly into the castle. Drito, still controlling the castle's flight, saw Lu Feng and Reshiram appear, and his heart suddenly sank, and he couldn't help but feel anxious. He asked Miss Katie and the artificial cell egg to help him buy some time so that the castle could descend to the Earth country. Lu Feng saw what Drito was planning, shook his head slightly, and released his own Gardevoir. Thanks to the help of the magical stone tablet, Gardevoir's strength had reached the peak of the semi-champion level and was about to break through to the champion level. So after it came out, it directly burst out with super powerful superpowers, defeating the telekinesis of Miss Katie and the artificial cell egg, and instantly suppressing them. Drito caught a glimpse of this scene. His face a little sullen, and sweat gradually increased on his forehead. Just as he was about to speed up the movement of the castle, Lu Feng's voice suddenly came to his ears. Drito, are you really going to let the castle fall? Of course. The people of Earth have waited for this moment for a long time. This is not only my dream, but also my mother's dream, and now it's about to come true. Are you here to stop me? I won't give up. Lu Feng shook his head, pointed to the ground below, and said to Drito, why don't you first take a look at the earthland you've longed for and see what it's like now? Drito glanced at Lu Feng in astonishment, a sudden sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Sure enough, at Lu Feng's prompting, he quickly peered down through the control panel at the earth below, but the scene before him left him somewhat stunned. The already arid and lifeless earthland began to slowly crumble under the influence of the raging dragon vein energy, its parched soil tumbling into the depleted riverbed brimming with dragon energy. The widespread death and withering of green vegetation made the already desolate earthland appear even more desolate. How could this happen? Drito muttered in disbelief, his eyes glazed over, as if he couldn't accept the outcome. Is everything I've done meaningless? Then, Lu Feng verbally recounted some of the images in his mind to Drito. Thousands of years ago, a battle caused the power of the nearby dragon veins to change. This is why the old king moved the castle. Do you think the old king doesn't want to stay in his homeland? Although ideals are noble, they must ultimately be based on reality. Reality and ideals are never in opposition. Drito lowered his head, relinquishing his control. He collapsed to the ground, his knees wrapped around his head, lost in self-doubt. After Lu Feng finished speaking, he stopped looking at Drito and walked over to the ritual table. Frowning at Victini, who was in unbearable pain, he didn't hesitate and launched a wave of missiles. Boom! As the wave missiles descended, the rotating ritual suddenly stopped for a moment. Lu Feng seized the opportunity to climb onto the machine and carry the temporarily unconscious Victini down. Using the power of the waveguide, he sensed Victini's current condition and, with a sigh of relief, saw that it had simply overused its energy. Meanwhile, without Victini's aid, the castle could no longer remain suspended in the air and began to plummet towards the earth. Barring any unforeseen consequences, the castle would crash directly into the river, causing unpredictable consequences. With this in mind, Lu Feng quickly released several of his Pokémon, commanding Gardevoir and Deoxys to use their psychic powers, leveraging the ritual's energy-boosting effect to temporarily stabilize the falling castle. He then turned to Reshiram and solemnly addressed him, Reshiram, I hope you will use your power to aid Gardevoir and the others, so that together we can raise the castle again. Reshiram nodded at Lu Feng without a word, then flew away. Drito, if you don't want Earth Town and Indriak to be destroyed, you'd better have Zekrom help Reshiram. Lu Feng, using the power of Viridian to heal Victini, shouted to Drito. Drito, instantly coming to his senses, hurried to the viewing platform and relayed his thoughts to Zekrom. 10 minutes later, under Lu Feng's care, Victini gradually recovered and awoke from her coma. At Lu Feng's earnest request, Victini joined Gardevoir and the others and began using psychic powers to fly the castle back to its original location. About half an hour later, thanks to the efforts of Lu Feng and his team, the Earth Sword returned to its original position. The castle suppressed the raging dragon energy, and everything began to calm down. Zekrom and Reshiram, after pushing the castle for half an hour, were exhausted. Lu Feng looked at the exhausted Reshiram and immediately pulled out the energy cube he had prepared, allowing him to recover quickly. He knew full well that if Team Plasma weren't fools, they would attack at this moment and seize Reshiram and Zekrom. Therefore, he had Jengar secretly monitoring the surrounding situation to prevent a surprise attack from Team Plasma. Lu Feng wasn't surprised. A moment later, a massive fleet appeared over Aindok, obscuring the entire sky. With painful roars and howls, A freezing ray descended from the sky, exploding directly into Aendok. A fierce cold air swept through the town, instantly transforming it into a frozen world. A cold wave surged, and a blizzard was approaching. Cold wave is coming, stay warm, you know what I mean. Chapter 347 Meloda's Choice. A bitterly cold wind swept across the land, transforming everything it passed into a white, frozen landscape. The frigid frost spread, gradually engulfing the surrounding landscape. Aendok now resembled a fairy tale land of ice and snow. Countless citizens stared blankly at the scene before them, their bodies shivering from the sudden chill, clutching their bodies in their arms for warmth. Oh my god. How could this happen? Mayor Momundo said, his teeth chattering, staring blankly at his familiar home in despair. Is this the calamity that befell the earth for moving the castle without permission? Kalida's eyes flushed slightly, tears glistening in her eyes. She breathed out, hoping to gain some warmth, but the wisps of white air froze into ice crystals as soon as they hit the air. Mother, is Aendok really down because of my brother? She turned to look at Ms. Jiangta in disbelief, her expression utterly dazed. Ms. Jiangta suppressed her grief, gazing at the giant floating ship in the sky. She soothed Kalida. Kalida, don't you know what kind of man Drito is? Even if others don't, that child's yearning and hope for the land of the earth is stronger than anyone else's. He will definitely lead Zekrom and restore our homeland. Kalida was speechless, her dull eyes suddenly brightening as she gazed toward the castle with immense anticipation. Meanwhile, Kalida, filled with anticipation, saw Drito, looking at the snow-covered Aendok. He was shaking his head, kneeling on the cold ground, as if he had lost his soul. How could Aendok be like this? Drito lowered his head in pain, seemingly unable to accept the scene before him, as if he had suffered a great shock. Is this the Earth's punishment? Am I trying to restore the ideals of Earthland? Is this truly wrong? Zekrom, exhausted, gazed upon the devastated Drito, his face thick with disappointment. Recalling his experiences over the past period, a wave of regret welled up within him. Is this the ideal hero I chose? Zekrom said with a touch of self-mockery. Lu Feng and Rishiram shook their heads, their gazes shifting to the plasma destroyer in the sky, their expressions grave. Rishiram felt the immense pressure from the massive ship, the painful roars echoing through his ears from time to time, his bright blue dragon eyes filled with rage. Lu Feng, I can sense Kairam's presence there. He's in great pain. Hearing Rishiram's words, Lu Feng nodded to show his understanding. Then, looking at Drito, who was still blaming himself, he spoke calmly. Drito, Team Plasma is coming for Rishiram and Zekrom. Do you prefer to stay here and be a coward, or defend Aendok with Zekrom? Here are some quick recovery potions and energy blocks for replenishing your stamina. It's your choice. Lu Feng placed some items where they lay, ignoring Drito's reaction. He then sat on Rishiram's back, his gaze piercing towards the plasma destroyer, and he took a deep breath. Rishiram, target the plasma destroyer, Rishiram roared, flapping his wings vigorously. The turbine engines at his tail belched out scorching flames, battling the surrounding cold, creating a thick white mist in his wake. With a fierce roar, he sprinted out of the castle at a breakneck speed, hurtling towards the plasma destroyer, leaving a long, narrow trail in the frosty sky. Zekrom watched Rishiram's retreating figure, the painful roars echoing in his ears from time to time. He subconsciously glanced at Drito, sensing the flame of his ideals gradually extinguished within him. With a complicated expression, he shouted, Drito, your ideals are not wrong. This is not the Earth's punishment for you. I can sense that this is Kairam's power, affecting all of Aendok. He is in pain now and needs our help. The people of the Earth you want to protect are now suffering from disaster, and they also yearn for you to stand up again. Don't you really want to save the one you protect and your heart? Have you truly turned your back on the path of the brave? Zekrom gradually became agitated, his voice carrying a roaring tone, like a vast thunderbolt falling from the sky, directly hitting Drito's heart. Hearing Zekrom's voice, he slowly raised his head, his eyes brightening. Drito first glanced at where Kalida and the others were, watching them dodging the icy onslaught and struggling to rescue the others, showing no sign of giving up. He then turned to the weakened Zekrom, sensing his radiant fighting spirit. Finally, his gaze shifted to the items left by Lu Feng, and as if for some unknown reason, a new feeling suddenly stirred within him. After a moment's silence, Drito suddenly raised his head, clenching his fists as he gazed at the waiting Zekrom. He nodded firmly, then grabbed some nearby medicine and began to help Zekrom recover. Zekrom, recover quickly. Let's go save Kyurem and End OK together. Zekrom nodded with relief, his gaze gazing upwards at Reshiram, who was dodging the plasma destroyer's attacks. A sudden surge of urgency welled up within him. Meanwhile, Reshiram and Lu Feng gradually approached the plasma destroyer. Before they could reach it, the turrets on the massive floating ship had already adjusted their direction and began to aim in Reshiram's direction, gathering a powerful icy energy. Lu Feng sensed the terrifying aura from the turrets, and his expression changed slightly. He quickly commanded Reshiram to avoid its attack range. Reshiram, get out of the way. In an instant, a freezing cold air erupted from the turrets, hurtling towards Reshiram and Lu Feng, threatening to fall upon them. In the nick of time, Reshiram, hearing Lu Feng's command, dodged the turret's attack. However, due to Kyurem's overwhelming power, a fine layer of frost inevitably coated Reshiram's white wings. Reshiram, attack with cyan flames, Lu Feng commanded in a deep voice, wiping the frost from Reshiram's back with his hand. Then find an opportunity to approach the destroyer. Reshiram nodded, and a brilliant cyan flame emanated from his mouth. He swept directly towards the destroyer, directly colliding with the incoming attack's cyan flames. In an instant, a violent roar echoed, and terrifying energy waves spread in all directions, crushing the frost and snow in the icy sky into tiny particles. As time passed, the two sides remained in a stalemate in the back-and-forth attacks for a long time, until the plasma destroyer's turrets suddenly paused, allowing Lu Feng to catch his breath. Reshiram took this opportunity to rush towards the plasma destroyer, landing directly on its deck. Quichus and his companions, watching the footage from the destroyer's surveillance cameras, felt their expressions darken. They quickly addressed the seven sages. Quickly stop Reshiram. We can't let them wake Kyurem. Yes, Master Quichus, the seven sages addressed Quichus in unison. Dr. Akroma, this is up to you, Quichus said solemnly, looking at Akroma. Akroma smiled and nodded, then replied to Quichus, Master Quichus, leave the destroyer to me. Led by Quichus, the elite members of Team Plasma rushed towards the deck. Elsewhere, in an unnamed valley near Induk, Milota gazed at the valley frozen by Kyurem's power, shaking her slender legs in distress. Feeling the chill in the air, she felt a sense of bewilderment. It knew full well that if this power were allowed to spread, the entire Unova region would eventually be encased in ice. Watching the frigid air continue to spread toward it, Milota attempted to use her psychic to block the spread of the extreme frost. But it was clear that Milota failed. As a mythical Pokémon not known for its combat prowess, its current strength was no match for Kyurem's might. Just as it was at its wit's end, Sakuki appeared before it, accompanied by Mutual Y. Seeing the gloomy face of Milota, Mutual Y glanced at it curiously, then used its powerful psychic to stop the spread of the cold. Milota tilted her head to look at them. Sensing the darkness deep within Sakuki's heart, it took a few steps back in alarm. Just as it was about to turn invisible and flee, Sakuki's voice suddenly rang out, halting its movements. Milota, I can solve the icy weather caused by Kyurem, but I need your help, Milota. Milota looked at Sakuki in confusion, somewhat bewildered. As a kindly mythical Pokémon, I imagine you wouldn't want all of Unova to be engulfed by Kyurem's power. Sakuki looked at Milota, who hadn't left yet, a smile playing on his lips. Trying to appear warm, he said, I need you to come with me to the underwater ruins and retrieve the sealed revealing mirror. Then, I'll have the three cloud gods intervene and put an end to the severe weather in Unova. Milota remained silent. She could sense Sakuki's ill intentions, yet she also worried that Kyurem's power, if unleashed, would cause all of Unova to be engulfed in ice. For a moment, she felt a sense of melancholy. After a long moment, she sensed the energy surrounding her rising, knowing she couldn't wait any longer, and ultimately chose to leave with Sakuki. Sakuki wasn't particularly surprised by Milota's choice, as if he had anticipated it. We really have to thank Team Plasma. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to convince Milota so easily. Sakuki's eyes flashed with a subtle smile, and he was very satisfied with the result. You know, Sakuki had been thinking about how to make Milota willingly help them, and he didn't expect that this drama played by Team Plasma would provide him with a chance to help. How could Sakuki not have a good impression of Team Plasma? Chapter 348 Awakening. The powerful ice dragon Kyurem. Meanwhile, aboard the Team Plasma destroyer, Lu Feng leaped from Reshiram's back and unleashed several of his Pokémon, each using powerful moves to attack, attempting to destroy the ship's offensive systems. Gardevoir unleashed a champion-level psychic, forcibly destroying a turret aimed at the deck, thus ensuring safety. Swampert used water-type moves to repel the encircling Team Plasma members. Taking advantage of its flight, Togekiss used air/mid-air, wiping out Team Plasma's Pokémon one by one. Reshiram carefully sensed the location of Kyurem's aura and aimed at the wooden planks near the ship's entrance, unleashing a stream of blazing flames that burned a large hole in the deck. Beneath the hole, a Pokémon resembling a Tyrannosaurus lay dormant in the ice. Thick tubes entwined themselves around him, draining vast quantities of ice energy from his body, sustaining the destroyer's fierce attack. Perhaps due to the excessive draining of energy, Kyurem closed his eyes tightly, his face etched with pain, his expression gradually contorting. Reshiram, observing this, was about to destroy the device and release Kyurem. But before he could act, the 7 sages, accompanied by their Pokémon, appeared before Feng with stern expressions and attacked Reshiram, hoping to stop him. Countless skills blazed towards Reshiram, flashing with dazzling colors. "Aoho!" Reshiram roared angrily, unleashing crossfire directly in the direction of the 7 sages, instantly crushing their combined Pokémon attack. Deoxys seized this opportunity and used his psychic power to bind them all in place, preventing the 7 sages from releasing any more Pokémon. Feng looked at the vulnerable Team Plasma, his eyes gleaming coldly. His tone was filled with chill as he asked, "Team Plasma, are you still going to fight?" The 7 sages' faces turned extremely grim, their expressions becoming extremely unnatural. They snorted coldly at Feng. HMPH, at this moment, Quichus emerged from the cabin, repeatedly tapping the ground with his staff, making a crisp, percussive sound. He frowned at the 7 sages, who were now unable to resist. Ahem, Quichus coughed lightly, looking at the expressionless Feng and demanding, "Young man, are you here to stop us, Team Plasma, from saving Pokémon? Save Pokémon?" Feng's face lit up with amusement, as if he had just heard a funny joke. "You, Team Plasma, are worthy enough to claim you're saving Pokémon? Of course. Pokémon have long suffered under the oppression of League trainers. The League's people have brought all sorts of misfortunes upon them. Don't you want to save those suffering Pokémon?" As if oblivious to Feng's expression, Quixote continued his explanation, his tone beckoning him with persuasive words. HMPH. "Quixote, put away your high-sounding words." Feng glared at Quixote sarcastically, unhesitatingly exposing his words. "I'm not a newly minted trainer anymore, don't try to play that on me, young man. Showing off too much will only lead to serious consequences," Quixote warned with a sinister tone, his face darkening. As his words fell, a death coffin, hidden in the shadows, suddenly revealed itself and attacked Feng, seemingly intent on taking him down. Faced with this sudden attack, Feng froze in his tracks, as if stunned. Watching this, Quichus couldn't help but laugh, his mind scornfully pondering, young people are young people. In a split second, the death coffin was about to succeed, but before it could rejoice, a shadow ball suddenly flew out and slammed into it, sending it flying. Quichus rubbed his eyes in disbelief, his smile abruptly fading. A patterned, garish Jengar emerged from the shadows, its eerie grin making Quichus uneasy. He continued to throw the remaining Pokeballs and unleash his main Pokémon, but before he could even begin to command, a scorching flame swept through, instantly killing them. Reshiram, wings spread, appeared behind Feng, his eyes glaring coldly at Quichus. Jengar, hypnosis. Feng glanced at Quichus, then, without further ado, had Jengar use hypnosis. Instantly, a strange electrical wave emanated from Jengar's body, enveloping Quixote. Quixote felt his eyes tremble, and a strong sense of sleep overtook him. With a hint of resentment, he pressed the button on his staff and collapsed onto the deck, falling into deep sleep. Feng gazed at the defenseless Team Plasma members and nodded with satisfaction. He was about to have Jengar hypnotize them all when a Team Plasma member suddenly stood up from the crowd and shouted at Feng, "Mr. Feng, please don't hurt anyone." Feng stared at him in surprise for a long moment, his face filled with confusion. "Feng, who is this person? Do I know him?" At this moment, the Team Plasma member removed all disguises, revealing his true self to Feng, causing his eyelids to flutter. "Handsome man, you're truly professional," Feng exclaimed with deep emotion. He looked at the handsome guy with complicated eyes for a long time, and suddenly a thought came to his mind. If Aunt Kiao had the same disguise skills as the handsome guy, how could she have let the top-ranked guy run away on the train overnight after the Asian evil magic? Beauty filter failed? Ahem, it's just a work requirement. The handsome guy looked at Lu Feng gratefully and said to him sincerely, Mr. Lu Feng, thank you for your help this time. You are worthy of being the powerful trainer recommended by the Royal Dragon Crossing investigator. Lu Feng habitually waved his hand and pondered for a moment. Mr. Handsome, I leave the plasma team to you. I need to go to the bottom of the destroyer to take a look. The handsome guy nodded and did not refuse. Instead, he smiled and said, I will leave the matter of the legendary Pokémon Kyurem to you, Mr. Lu Feng. You are so powerful, you will definitely be able to quell this disaster. When Lu Feng heard the handsome guy's words, his eyelids kept twitching. He always felt that something was going to happen. He looked at the handsome guy helplessly, sighing repeatedly, his heart wailing quietly. Mr. Handsome, could you please stop setting goals for me? Don't you know that goals have been coming true lately? Don't ask why. Just ask. EDG is awesome. Lu Feng shook his head, dismissing the thoughts from his mind. After having Jengar hypnotize the remaining Team Plasma members, he headed straight for the lower hold. Suddenly, before Lu Feng could reach the entrance, the entire destroyer began to shake violently. A terrifying pressure emanated from the bottom of the giant ship, mixed with a surging rage that sent chills down one's spine. The next moment, Kyurem, who had been sleeping, suddenly woke up. Sensing something strange in his body and noticing the surrounding researchers, he instantly became enraged and attacked the glass wall. Lord Akram, Kyurem has awakened. What should we do? A researcher approached Akram and asked fearfully. Akram looked at the researcher, hearing his pounding heartbeat and the lingering fear in his voice. He shook his head slightly. It seems Quixotes and Team Plasma have ultimately failed, Akram thought. He pondered for a few minutes, glanced at the researchers present, and led them away from the destroyer. Meanwhile, Kyurem tore free from the wires binding his body, wielding a powerful destructive beam to break through the ice above him, and stormed onto the deck. Furious, Kyurem glanced first at the fallen Team Plasma member, then at Lu Feng's Reshiram, his emotions surging wildly. Roar, Kyurem roared, his domineering dragon roar shaking the entire destroyer. His roar rang out, a powerful wind and wave sweeping out, a chilling icy aura spreading and spreading. Lu Feng, standing nearby, stamped his feet with the cold and quickly shielded his painful cheeks with his hands. Is this the ice dragon Kyurem? He's truly absurdly powerful, Lu Feng sighed, enduring the pain of icy pebbles hitting the back of his hand. It's just that this way of greeting is a bit impolite. Reshiram's face darkened upon hearing this, and he blew out a stream of anger and dissatisfaction, helping Lu Feng withstand the cold. A mere human. How dare you attempt to control me? This is unforgivable. Kyurem lowered his head slightly, standing on the deck, his pale green eyes, pupilless and filled with murderous intent. Kyurem's body began to glow with an icy blue light, and a vast amount of icy cold air quickly converged towards him. As Lu Feng and Team Plasma watched, it exploded. A frozen world. The frozen air transformed into a wave, centered at Kyurem's position, rapidly spreading towards Lu Feng and the others. The ground in its path was enveloped by the cold air, instantly freezing. It was about to close in on Lu Feng's position, completely engulfing them in the extreme cold. Reshiram suddenly moved, the turbines on its tail igniting with flames, and from its mouth spewed powerful flames, helping Lu Feng resist the cold. Jet of fire, Kyurem's expression grew even more furious when he saw his attack blocked by Reshiram. Unable to suppress the rage burning within him, he charged directly towards Reshiram. At that moment, a flash of white light emerged from his body, and Kyurem's body underwent a new transformation, transforming into a blend of gray and white, transforming into flame white Kyurem. White dragon! How dare you appear before me and stop me? Flame white Kyurem's eyes flashed coldly, and his voice was extremely hoarse, as he roared in an incomprehensible tone. Reshiram, upon seeing this, quickly spread his white wings and soared into the sky, his blue eyes filled with fear. Despite possessing the Fireball Slate's power, he still felt a little intimidated by the Ice Dragon, which inherently outmatched him and Zekrom. It was then, sensing the terrifying aura of the enraged Kyurem, that Reshiram truly realized the difference between them. Kyurem, please calm down. Lu Feng noticed Kyurem's agitation and quickly used the power of the Evergreen to soothe him, hoping to calm him down. Sadly, Kyurem, already engulfed in rage, refused to calm down and instead became even more furious. Human, are you the so-called hero chosen by that loser Reshiram? Kyurem looked at Lu Feng gravely, sensing the white dragon's aura and another powerful aura emanating from him, and said with disdain, "You think you can stop me from fighting him? You're simply wishful thinking." Kyurem flapped his wings and pursued Reshiram. In an instant, the two legendary dragon gods of Unova once again clashed in the skies above Aendok. Terrifying energy blasted outward, destroying numerous buildings and causing Lu Feng a headache. Due to Kyurem's inherent superiority over Reshiram gradually fell into a disadvantageous position, and the situation became increasingly precarious. A few minutes later, Kyurem seized an opportunity and unleashed a freezing cold burst, inflicting fire damage and striking Reshiram directly. Frigid flames. Reshiram, wounded by the icy flames, let out a scream and plummeted to the ground, creating a massive crater. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.